Chapter 1543. If Wang Chong had been forced to do this by Bagushidu, Wang Chong's attention was now completely focused on crossing the chasm. If he wanted to obtain the origin immortal art, he had to overcome this chasm. Buzz! In the next moment, the third-generation successor stood in the middle of the chain, several hundred meters away from the stone bridge. He extended a hand, and the radiant 33 heavens immediately gathered together into a massive golden halberd. With a casual blow, the third-generation successor unleashed a torrent of golden energy that, combined with the power of the golden halberd, instantly pulverized the several dozen swords in front of him. The third-generation successor turned around and unleashed another blow. Before the several dozen flying swords could even get close, they were pulverized by the tyrannical origin immortal stellar energy. But this was only the beginning. With the halberd in hand, the third-generation successor's momentum soared, and he took the initiative to attack the tens of thousands of flying swords around him. Boom! Wave after wave of Daluo's astral energy sprayed out. The astral energy rumbled and even turned into the shape of dragons and tigers, clashing with the flying swords in the air with their fists. The origin immortal lord's disciple had once more displayed his formidable fighting power. Even though he was facing a massive number of flying swords in this extremely unfavorable environment, the third-generation successor was still able to attack and defend. The swords, broken swords, and damaged swords in the air were destroyed by the third-generation successor, the shards and chains constantly brushing past him and falling into the abyss below. Impossible. Was it broken just like that? Or was I just looking in the wrong direction this entire time? Bagushidu muttered to himself. For a moment, he didn't dare to believe that things had gone so smoothly. On the other side, Wang Chong also slightly frowned. Although the current situation was advantageous to him, Wang Chong instinctively felt that the situation was not so simple. The first-generation successor was stronger than the second-generation successor, and he had single-handedly constructed all the mechanisms in the underground palace. The first-generation successor could not possibly pass this trial so easily. Just as this thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, there was a sudden change in the distance. Sandame's repeated advances and attacks on the flying swords in the air seemed to have finally angered Shizai. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound, and in the next moment, a huge crack appeared in the air above the chain, and a terrifying energy surged out from the void. Countless golden particles mixed with the mist and attached themselves to the thousands of flying swords in the void. In just a short period of time, the flying swords gave off a completely new feeling. They had actually become even more powerful and dangerous than before. Subtle realm. Wang Chong stood on the stone bridge at the back and watched coldly. He felt it deeply. In that instant, he sensed a familiar aura in the air. It was the power of the nuance realm. However, this power was even more terrifying than the second king in the underground palace. If the second king was a man of steel, then the first king was a giant. Even more frightening was that the subtle realm for ordinary martial artists only raised their strength to a higher level. But the first-generation successor's unique form had completely changed the definition of the subtle realm. The third-generation successor was now facing thousands of subtle realm flying swords, a power that would make any martial artist shrink back and tremble in fear. It's finally here. The nearby Bagushidu also sensed this change. He was much stronger than Wang Chong, so he was able to sense it much more deeply. Wang Chong could only sense the subtle realm energy surging through the air, but Bagushidu could sense that a massive gate had opened in the depths of space-time. This transcendent energy, more powerful than any martial artist in the world, surged in like massive waves and was absorbed by the origin immortal sword formation. It's this energy. Back then, Ishinishidu chased after it for 10 days and 10 nights, all the way to this place. In the end, he died here. Only by comprehending this power and combining it with the power of our Earth-sex dark radiant heaven will we be able to comprehend it and reach another realm. Bagushidu's face flickered. and he could no longer maintain his composure. His clothes began to tremble in the mist, making him seem completely different from before. But Wang Chong had no idea that the battle had reached its most intense moment, and the first-generation successor was completely intent on killing the third-generation successor. Buzz! Before one wave had even settled, the first-generation successor had opened a space-time passage. When all the flying swords were advanced to the microscopic level, the golden light was dazzling. In the thick mist, countless broken golden lights suddenly floated up from the bottom of the chain. A single glance caused Wang Chong and Bagushadu to grimace. The densely packed, scale-like fragments of golden light were actually countless fragments of the long sword. These fragments were all the flying swords that had been shattered in the battle between the third-generation successor and the first-generation successor. Not only had the third-generation successor failed to destroy these flying swords, he had only made the sword mound even more dangerous. Clang! Before Wang Chong and Bagudu could react, countless flying swords gathered together in a dazzling golden light. In the next moment, a huge sword that was over 300 feet long flashed through the air like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it struck the third-generation successor on the chain with the power of a thunderbolt. Even the third-generation successor seemed insignificant in the face of this enormous energy. Not good. Wang Chong had an extremely ill foreboding. There was no time to think, and all Wang Chong could do was control the third-generation successor to leap forward with all his strength. Less than half a second later, the third-generation successor seemed to have been struck by a bolt of lightning and vanished into the mist. The battle ended, and everything returned to peace. The surrounding fog gathered, and in the void, the tens of thousands of broken swords lost their target. Gradually, the light on their swords faded, and they slowly dispersed into the void around the chain. One by one, they lay dormant and disappeared. Walala! The chain swayed, the sound was loud and clear, but on the stone bridge behind, there was only silence. Wang Chong and Bagushadu stood side by side, silent for a long time. Just like that, the third-generation successor had died. From start to finish, Wang Chong had controlled the third-generation successor to advance, even at the last second. But in the end, he had still failed. What a pity! Such a powerful helper, such a powerful fighting force, was lost for nothing. Bagushadu quickly came back to his senses and smiled at Wang Chong. But Bagushadu's words came to a sudden halt. Next to him, Wang Chong had squatted down, his expression focused as he drew a finger across the stone bridge. Not even Bagushadu could understand the strange symbols and marks he was drawing. "This is," Bagushadu frowned and immediately shut his mouth, standing behind Wang Chong as he watched. At this moment, Wang Chong was so focused that he had completely forgotten about Bagushadu. His eyes were half closed, and his mind was constantly replaying the battle between the third-generation successor and the first-generation successor. The entire battle, every single detail, from the beginning to the end, all appeared in his mind, big and small. Although the third-generation successor had been killed by the sword formation, Wang Chong's sacrifice had not been for naught. At the very least, Wang Chong had gained a great deal of information that he had not known before. More importantly, when Wang Chong had controlled the third-generation successor, he had also seen it from the third-generation successor's point of view. He had gained all the experience of fighting the first-generation successor head-on. Not even Bagushadu had experienced this sort of thing. It's not advisable to use brute force. The first-generation successor only used 60% of his strength against the third-generation successor, and this is entirely because he is the successor of the origin immortal realm. If it had been anyone else, the first-generation successor would have been at least 40% stronger. This isn't something that any one of us here can deal with. Wang Chong closed his eyes and slightly raised his head, his mind constantly calculating. Thus, if he wanted to obtain the origin immortal art, he could only do it through wits, not brute force. Crucially, He had to find the pattern of the first-generation successor's attacks. No matter how powerful and intelligent the first-generation successor was, he was still dead, and his mind was bound to be extremely weak after nearly 1,000 years. This was the crux of the problem. The first-generation successor's attacks had a pattern. At the very least, this was what Wang Chong had learned through the third-generation successor's eyes, and it was his greatest harvest. Just what is it? Wang Chong muttered to himself, his mind in turmoil. The third-generation successor was already half a step into the subtle realm, and when combined with the world's #1 origin immortal art, his fighting power was almost on par with the initial realm Kateba, perhaps even a little stronger. Not even the third-generation successor could contend against 60% of the first generation's attacks, much less Wang Chong himself. If he could not find the first-generation successor's pattern of attacks, recklessly stepping onto the chains would mean certain death. The air was still, and the air was cold as it flowed across the stone bridge. Bagushadu stood with his hands held behind his back, his expression indifferent and unhurried. While the third-generation successor was present, he had still had some misgivings. Now that the third-generation successor was gone, Wang Chong's life was even more in his hands. There's no rush. Take your time to think. At the very least, you have enough time before the others come in. Bagushadu faintly smiled, exuding a scholarly air. He seemed forgiving, but this was actually his final ultimatum. But at this moment, Wang Chong did not care, nor did he care. What is it? Just what is it? Chapter 1544. Countless battle scenes, replayed in his mind in a bizarre manner, reorganizing themselves. All of the long swords, the broken swords, the damaged swords, and even the energy that the first-generation expert used to activate the minute subtlety at the end appeared in his mind. Moreover, in a manner that the martial artists of this world could not understand, he dissected and calculated them. Bystanders, including Bagushadu, could only see these scenes, but in Wang Chong's mind, these scenes had transformed into countless numbers. In this aspect, it was somewhat similar to how Wang Chong had used his immense psychic energy to break the origin immortal formation, but it was even stronger now. Time slowly passed, and Wang Chong didn't have much time left. Wang Chong's current strength was simply too weak. He once more recalled the battle between the third-generation successor and the first-generation successor. Origin. What a powerful sword formation. It's practically endless, and the more I attack, the stronger it gets, Wang Chong mentally sighed. But a moment later, as his gaze swept over the sword mound shrouded in thick fog, Wang Chong's body trembled as he remembered something. No, the origin immortal sword formation. The origin immortal art. As if remembering something, Wang Chong's eyes suddenly brightened. Lowering his head, he extended a strand of sword chi from his finger and began to draw on the stone bridge once more. With the help of the lanterns on both sides of the bridge, Wang Chong was able to draw much more clearly this time. His finger moved to the east and then to the west. Slowly, as Wang Chong drew more and more lines on the stone bridge, it became clearer and clearer. It was a crude origin immortal symbol, just like the symbol on the chest of the sixth-generation successor, though there were some subtle differences. Buzz! Finally, his finger left a crude mark on the stone bridge. Wang Chong's eyes suddenly became clear, and a smile appeared on his face. Lifting his head, he looked ahead. The other side of the stone bridge was still covered in mist, making it difficult to see anything. However, for Wang Chong, he had already seen something different. This was the true operating principle of the origin immortal sword formation. Grand Luo, in both power and form. This sword formation was unlike any other supreme art that Wang Chong had seen before. But at its core, this sword formation shared the same essence as the origin immortal formation that Wang Chong had seen before. The origin immortal formation. As expected, the first generation's cultivation has surpassed all the previous origin immortal successors. He actually took the origin immortal art and the origin immortal formation. these two completely different things, and created the origin immortal sword formation. But the source of all three is exactly the same. Wang Chang's eyes flickered, and his mind immediately became clear. If it were anyone else, even if they had seen some clues from the origin immortal sword formation, they would not have been able to use them in such a short time to break the formation. But Wang Chong was different because he knew the origin immortal arts mantra. Even though it was only the first layer, Wang Chong had already gained an enormous enlightenment. And while Wang Chong was controlling the third-generation successor to fight, he had also gained a thorough understanding of how the origin immortal stellar energy flowed in the successor's body. Just this isn't enough. But a few moments later, Wang Chong's brow furrowed, a shadow flitting across his brow. If he had recovered all his strength or even reached a higher level, Wang Chong would have chosen to fight to the death, but he had been greatly weakened, and 2/3 of his energy had been sealed. Even though he had vaguely understood the secrets of the origin immortal sword formation, recklessly jumping onto it would still result in death. Wang Chong raised his head, his gaze once more focused on the 2 chains and the first-generation successor and his divine sword. The chance of death is too high, almost 70%. Just how can I get across? Wang Chong muttered to himself, his brow tightly furrowed. The information he currently had was far from enough, and Wang Chong's mind was rapidly turning as he tried to think of a way to safely cross the origin immortal sword formation. But just what should I do? Wang Chong's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. At present, his greatest advantage was that, like the third-generation successor, he had the same origin immortal stellar energy in his body. But even the stronger third-generation successor had fallen from the chains, so Wang Chong didn't think that he could easily avoid it. Time slowly passed, and Wang Chong's eyes remained closed as he fell into thought. Whoosh! As Wang Chong's brow furrowed even tighter, a cold wind blew past, causing the mist in the abyss to begin to seethe once more. At this moment, Wang Chong heard a clattering at his ear. It was the sound of the chains shaking. Buzz! As this thought flashed through his mind, Wang Chong's eyes brightened as he thought of something, and his brow slowly relaxed. After once more examining the thick fog and abyss, Wang Chong closed his eyes and began to think for a long time. Finally, he slowly stood up. Are you ready? Bagushidu's voice rang out in his ear. He had been observing Wang Chong this entire time, and none of Wang Chong's movements could escape his eyes. What does it matter if I'm ready or not? Nothing will change if I stay here any longer. And if I stay a little longer, will you let me go? Wang Chong indifferently said without turning his head. Bagushidu only faintly smiled and said nothing. Ignoring Bagushidu, Wang Chong took in a deep breath and took a small step forward. Although his words were indifferent, the slight tension in his body revealed his true state. This place was fraught with danger, and every step could doom him to eternal damnation. Not even Wang Chong had much confidence in his next course of action. But if he stuck his head out, he would die, and if he shrank his head, he would die. Wang Chong had no other choice. Buzz! A moment later, as Bagushidu watched, Wang Chong stepped forward, placing his foot on the thick chain in front of him. Bagushidu was stunned by this sudden action. He had seen Wang Chong scribble on the ground and then ponder, and at the end, a faint smile on his lips. Bagushidu believed that Wang Chong had found a solution. But Bagushidu had never imagined that Wang Chong's solution would be so simple and crude. This was no different from seeking death. King of foreign lands, you. Bagushidu grimaced, and he subconsciously wanted to call out to Wang Chong. If Wang Chong just walked over, Bagushidu wouldn't be able to find any information on him. But at this moment, Wang Chong seemed to have put Bagushidu to the back of his mind and heard nothing. Before Bagushidu could react, Wang Chong's other foot stepped on another chain. It's over. Bagushidu's heart chilled at this sight. The moment he left the range of the stone bridge, the sword formation would immediately be activated and the first-generation successor would attack. With Wang Chong's meager strength, He wouldn't even be able to last 1 second before being killed. Bang! The moment Wang Chang's last foot stepped on the chain, massive waves of energy surged through the air. Sword chi whistled through the air, and in a few short moments, tens of thousands of swords, broken swords, and broken swords exploded out of the mist and shot toward Wang Chong with the momentum of a thunderbolt, the exact same momentum as when he had dealt with the third-generation successor. Swish, swish, swish. Just when it seemed like Wang Chong was about to be pierced by the 10,000 swords and die on the spot, something unexpected occurred. Wang Chong's body exploded with golden light, and then the origin immortal stellar energy, identical to the third-generation successors, began to spread across his body. At the same time, Wang Chong lowered his body, and the energy he exuded began to change, going from strong to weak, from weak to nothing. Finally, to Bagushidu's shock, Wang Chong fused with the thick chain beneath him. At this moment, Wang Chong had used his immense psychic energy to transform himself into a chain. Even though Bagushidu had made all sorts of preparations and even imagined Wang Chong's fate of being pierced by 10,000 swords, this scene still far surpassed his expectations. For the first time, Bagushidu was caught off guard, and deep shock appeared in his eyes. But even more shocking had yet to come. As Wang Chong completed this series of transformations, the storm of flying swords in the air seemed to lose their target and came to a sudden halt. More than 90% of the flying swords froze in the air, while the remaining swords seemed to sense Wang Chong's presence, but their speed had dropped by more than 10 times. This small change had instantly reduced the danger that Wang Chong was facing to an inconceivable level. In the face of these flying swords, Wang Chong was like a leopard, his body leaping forward and immediately flying toward the other end of the chain. The flying swords brushed past Wang Chong's back, and Wang Chong managed to narrowly avoid this attack. How could this be? Bagushidu was dumbstruck. He had imagined 1,000 scenarios in which Wang Chong would be pierced through, but he had never imagined that things would turn out like this. The scene before him had completely escaped his control, and not even Bagushidu could predict what would happen. What a powerful king of foreign lands! No wonder Osamis and the surrounding kingdoms can't eat or sleep in peace. Bagushidu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Wang Chong, whose aura had already fused with the chains on the stone bridge. The first-generation successor's psychic energy had already become one with the countless flying swords in the air. Anyone who stepped into this area would trigger the first-generation successor's psychic energy and suffer a lightning-fast attack. Bagushidu was skilled in the art of the dark heaven and could fool the heavens, but he could not fool the first-generation successor's mind. The third-generation successor and the first-generation successor shared the same origin and cultivated the same origin immortal art, but the first-generation successor had still sensed them and thrown them into the abyss. Chapter 1545. The first-generation origin immortal sword formation had attacked all the martial artists who had entered the area, but it had not attacked the 2 long chains. The mottled sword marks on the chains were merely the result of the intruder's unintentional damage. Bagushidu had never imagined that Wang Chong would target these 2 chains, but this truly was a flaw right in front of their eyes. Even though he was an enemy, Bagushidu had to admit that Wang Chong truly did have an outstanding and astonishing ability. To use psychic energy to imitate the energy of other people, stones, chains, and other inanimate objects required more than just powerful psychic energy. Wang Chong had been able to do this because his psychic energy had already reached an unimaginable level of materialization. Based on Bagushidu's knowledge, no one in the world could do this. But no matter what Bagushidu thought, Wang Chong was already advancing along the thick chains like a sloth. Even though Wang Chong had succeeded in disguising his aura as a chain, allowing him to dodge the first round of attacks from the origin immortal sword formation and the first generation's edge, Wang Chong was still very cautious, not daring to be careless. Based on the unique characteristics of the origin immortal sword formation, there are 53 blind spots along the chains, places where the origin immortal sword formation can't attack. As long as I follow these 53 blind spots, the attacks will be kept to a minimum. The threat won't be too great. If I jump forward, I'll be able to avoid the vast majority of the dangers. But between blind spots, as I jump, I'll still be attacked by flying swords. This is the most dangerous moment. Wang Chong lowered his body and looked ahead, his mind in turmoil. His movements just now had been as smooth as flowing water. In the eyes of others, it had been as easy as breathing. But to Wang Chong, this was far from the case. The flying sword in the air followed him like a shadow and did not disperse, and the chain beneath him was also constantly shaking back and forth. Wang Chong felt like a small boat in the middle of a raging sea, ready to capsize at any moment. The slightest mistake would result in his death. Just 30% of his strength wasn't enough for him to deal with everything around him. More importantly, Wang Chong was well aware that this situation wouldn't last for long. The first-generation successor's remnant consciousness was much more complete than the others, and he was only confused and unable to recognize himself. But as time passed, his consciousness would awaken more and more, and eventually he would be able to distinguish himself from the chains and kill himself. I have at most the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before the first generation's consciousness can see through my disguise. So before that, I have to think of a way to get there as soon as possible. Wang Chong quietly said to himself, "Ding, ding, ding, ding." The sound of flying swords trembling echoed through the air for a long time. Although many of the flying swords couldn't lock onto Wang Chong, they seemed to sense Wang Chong's approximate position, and so they constantly vibrated near Wang Chong. This was the result of having a broken consciousness. After all, the first-generation successor had been dead for 1,000 years, and his consciousness was incomplete. Wang Chong had disguised himself as a metal chain. This was something he had never expected. In the past hundreds and thousands of years, there had never been a martial artist who had done this. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Wang Chong's body shot forward like a monkey. In a flash, he crossed several dozen feet and immediately arrived at the third blind spot on the metal chain. Clang! 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 Just as Wang Chong shot forward, a series of metallic clangs rang out from behind him. Countless flying swords struck the metal chain by a hair's breadth, causing countless sparks to fly. Wang Chong's earlier calculations had proved effective. Countless flying swords, suffused with golden light, floated in the air like dark clouds, creating a stunning sight. But the number of flying swords that actually fell to attack Wang Chong was incredibly small. This was on a completely different level from the attacks the third-generation successor had faced. Bagushido had long since been rendered speechless by this sight. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Clang, clang, clang. Countless flying swords fell, but Wang Chong dodged them one by one. Wang Chong was like a leopard cat as he flew through the air. As he watched Wang Chong rapidly advance, Bagushido slowly began to frown, as if he had encountered some problem that he couldn't understand. Strange, Bagushido muttered to himself as he subconsciously raised his head. Up ahead, mist surged. The mist here was thick and didn't scatter, reaching an astonishing level. Nothing could be seen, but Bagushido's eyes were fixed in that direction as if he was waiting for something. He had tried before, and if the final barrier were so simple that all he needed to do was deal with the first-generation successor, he would have already started. No matter how terrifying the first-generation successor was, he would have done everything in his power to reach the other side. But this was not the case. 200 years ago, these flying swords had not been the only thing that had stopped Ishinishido. 200 years ago, it was not just the first-generation successor that had stopped him and made him apprehensive, but for some reason, Wang Chong seemed to be completely unaffected by that thing as he climbed the chains. Buzz! While he was pondering this question, the fog on the other side suddenly rippled, and then a flash of light accompanied by an energy that Bagushido was familiar with. It's begun. Bagushido's heart thumped, and he immediately turned to Wang Chong. His expression was solemn, and he was much more focused than he had been in the past. The danger has only just begun. Whoosh! The chains began to sway, but this time there was a subtle difference. At the same time, the highly nervous Wang Chong began to sense that something was amiss. Buzz! Without any warning, a burst of energy pierced through the fog and locked onto Wang Chong. Wang Chong's body sank as if 1,000 gene cauldron was pressing down on him, and he paled. What's going on here? Wang Chong came to a sudden stop and raised his head to the sky. Almost subconsciously, Wang Chong believed that this was the work of the first-generation successor and the origin immortal sword formation. But a moment later, Wang Chong sensed that something was wrong. This energy was completely different from that of the first-generation successor and his flying swords. Moreover, Wang Chong's ability to disguise himself as a chain had no effect on this energy. Moreover, this was only the beginning. Even though Wang Chong had stopped, the energy did not stop. However, that aura was far from stopping. In just an instant, that aura increased exponentially at a shocking speed. At the start, Wang Chong only felt his shoulders sink as if 1,000 gene cauldron was pressing down on him. But a few moments later, this 1,000 gene cauldron turned into steel, and then into a mountain, and it was still growing heavier and heavier at a terrifying rate. This energy was acting on every cell in Wang Chong's body, pressing down on him. Swoosh! There was a massive boom as the swaying chains were suddenly pulled straight down, forming a massive V in the air. All the pressure was concentrated on Wang Chong's body, causing Wang Chong's body to creak, the veins on his arms bulging and the stellar energy in his body rumbling. And this energy continued to multiply. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong's face had turned red. Clang, clang, clang. Before Wang Chong could react, the sword chi above his head buzzed. This sudden pressure caused Wang Chong's perfect psychic energy disguised to waver, revealing a flaw. Meanwhile, those thousands of swords, broken swords that had lost their targets immediately began to howl toward Wang Chong, like sharks that had smelled blood. Chong-er! Cries of alarm came from the distance, the voices of the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang. Two figures appeared at the end of the stone bridge and began to advance. Retreat! At this moment, Bagushidu's voice came from up ahead, chilling to the bone. No one is allowed to interfere. If any of you dare to interfere, I won't even need your help. I'll kill him on the spot. Bagushidu's eyes were sharp and his expression callous. There was no trace of his previous elegant demeanor. The last part was extremely important to him, and he needed to learn as much as he could from Wang Chong. No one was allowed to interfere during this process. The footsteps behind him suddenly stopped, and in front of him, Wang Chong's situation had reached an extremely dangerous level. The origin immortal sword. According to the information that Bagushidu and the Earth sect had gathered, the divine sword stabbed in front of the first-generation successor was the treasure that the origin immortal lord had left in his cave. This treasure was the most valuable thing in this cave, and to a certain extent, it was even more valuable than the origin immortal art. Besides the origin immortal art, this was also the treasure that Bagushidu had to obtain. As long as he obtained this treasure, he could take it back to the Earth sect and use it as the treasure of the sect, passing it down to the next generation. But he would not tell Wang Chong any of this. The origin immortal sword was extremely powerful, and it probably contained the most important martial experience of the origin immortal lord's life. It was definitely not one bit inferior to the Earth Blood Cauldron, but obtaining it would not be easy. Anyone who approached in hopes of obtaining the origin immortal sword would have to endure a dreadful pressure. Although Wang Chong's psychic concealment art could fool the already dead and half-conscious generation, it was not enough to deal with the origin immortal sword that guarded the rear. Life and death will be decided now, Bagushidu said to himself as he gazed at the taut chains. At this moment, Wang Chong was like an object weighing several thousand tons hanging from a chain. His energy was already leaking out, and the thousands of flying swords were surging toward him. Chapter 1546. Bagushadu took in a deep breath and began to circulate his stellar energy. This was a sign that he was ready to strike. Once Wang Chong failed, he would have to do it himself. But no matter what, he had already made a deal with Osmishkogan. What a pity! Bagushadu said to himself as he gazed at Wang Chong. Bagushadu's words were correct. Wang Chong was in an extremely perilous situation. Golden light flashed as swords, broken swords, and mangled swords rained down from the sky. Boom! Wang Chong gathered all the strength in his body and leaped into the air. In the next moment, he heard the sound of a collision. It was an ear-piercing sound. Tens of thousands of flying swords struck the chain behind Wang Chong, creating a shower of sparks. The chain, which was made of millennium cold iron and covered with ancient talismans, was directly split open. There were countless gaps on it, and some of them were even several inches deep. It was a ghastly sight to behold. Although Wang Chong had managed to escape this disaster, his body was drenched in cold sweat. The small amount of stellar energy in his body immediately began to dwindle. With no time to hesitate, Wang Chong hurriedly calmed his mind and repaired the gap, once more disguising himself as the giant chain. But even though he had escaped this disaster, an even greater danger was approaching. Wang Chong's body was still getting heavier, and the invisible pressure on his body had increased by 2 to 3 times, and it was still showing no signs of stopping. Not only that, Wang Chong's psychic energy was being consumed at an astonishing rate. Every moment was like a high-level battle of psychic energy. In the thick fog, the flying swords were constantly vibrating and buzzing as they circled around. Although he had lost track of Wang Chong's energy, the first-generation successor had already grasped the rough range of Wang Chong's location. With just a little more information, he would be able to locate him and kill him in one fell swoop. However, at this moment, Wang Chong could no longer care about that. For Wang Chong, a greater crisis was approaching. Buzz! The air trembled, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Chong felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. Even with Wang Chong's ability to materialize his mind, he couldn't help but feel insignificant at this moment. It was like an ordinary person without the strength to even trust a chicken, facing those peerless experts who could shatter mountains with just a wave of their hands. Impossible. In an instant, Wang Chong's expression abruptly changed. It was also at this moment that Wang Chong's vision spun. In just an instant, layers of fog appeared before his eyes, and Wang Chong saw the divine sword stuck in the altar. It was different from the flying swords that Wang Chong had seen before. This divine sword was majestic, solemn, and sacred. In Wang Chong's eyes, it was as majestic as a mountain. It's that sword. Wang Chong's heart trembled slightly, and he immediately understood. Buzz! At the same time that Wang Chong saw that sword, there was a flash of light, and the sword suddenly changed, becoming incomparably sharp. Immediately after, boom, there was an earth-shattering sound, and the mountain-like sword suddenly chopped down toward Wang Chong. Pooh! The sword chi passed through his body, and in that instant, Wang Chong's whole body trembled, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Chong's spiritual energy had already reached a substantial state, and there were few who could match it in the world. And with just one sword, Wang Chong immediately seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. In just an instant, Wang Chong's face suddenly became pale, and his clothes were all wet, as if he had been fished out of water. Not only that, golden light burst out in the sky, and countless flying swords shot down like a waterfall. Wang Chong jumped, and this jump looked extremely weak, completely not as smooth as before. Clang, clang, clang. Countless flying swords brushed past the chains, and even though Wang Chong had already used all his strength, he was still hit in the right leg by the flying swords. Pooh! Piu! Piu! Blood splattered. How could this be? Wang Chong suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of shock. This sword had not only severed a third of his psychic energy, it had also severed half of his cultivation. This single sword had made Wang Chong's situation even worse, and he was now in an extremely dangerous situation. But that sword, Wang Chong looked across from him, but he could see nothing but the roiling fog, only a chill. But Wang Chong could clearly sense that the divine sword Bagushidu spoke of was standing on the altar at the end of the chains. From start to finish, the divine sword had not moved, but this sword gave Wang Chong a feeling that it was even more terrifying than the flying swords above his head. The flying swords could attack the body, but this sword was aimed at the soul, obliterating the soul. At this moment, Wang Chong suddenly understood why Bagushidu had feared this divine sword, and why the state teacher of the Turks, Ishinishidu, had resisted the dragon beasts, the nightmare beasts, the traps, and the attacks of the sixth-generation walking corpses, had died to this divine sword in the end. It was impossible to dodge an attack on the mind and soul. Buzz! As this thought flashed through his mind, Wang Chong's vision darkened, and his soul was once more swept into that world of consciousness. In the dusky world, Wang Chong could see nothing but the roiling fog on both sides of him, and that divine sword once more towered over him like a towering mountain, ready to slash down at him at any moment. Wang Chong's heart tightened and his face paled. But at this moment, the space around him began to twist and churn. Two words appeared in front of Wang Chong's eyes. Fog. Desire obstruction. Wang Chong froze at the sight of these words, a look of confusion on his face, and then he seemed to think of something, a pensive look appearing in his eyes. It's useless. On the distant stone bridge, Bagushidu's robe flapped in the wind. He could clearly see the change in Wang Chong, and he knew that he was thinking of a countermeasure. But Bagushidu only shook his head, looking at Wang Chong like he was a dead man. The Origin immortal sword follows one strike after another. Once it starts, it can't end. The only way is if you retreat from the chains from the very beginning. Not even someone of Ishinishidu's talent was able to stop it, let alone someone else. King of foreign lands, you are also a rare genius of the Tang dynasty. Alas, you will still die here. This trial is truly difficult to pass. Bagushidu mentally sighed. It wasn't that he felt pity for Wang Chong, as he would die sooner or later. Rather, he felt pity that he could no longer get any more information from the Tang dynasty's king of foreign lands. In Wang Chong's current state, his death was almost assured. In the distance, Wang Chong was in a perilous situation. Bagushidu's judgment was correct. In the world of his consciousness, the divine sword began to hum once more, a sign that it was about to strike again. Bang! In the blink of an eye, another sword cleaved through the heavens and slashed down at Wang Chong. This sword caused the world to fall silent, and its power was even greater than before. Rumble! This sword was unavoidable, and in a flash, Wang Chong felt an extreme sense of danger. With no time to think, Wang Chong could only collapse and compress all his psychic energy to the limit in an attempt to block this attack. But as the light passed, a cold energy pressed down on his body. This sword was aimed at every inch of Wang Chong's skin, every cell. As Wang Chong retracted his body to prepare for this lightning-fast strike, the sword chi brushed past him like a light breeze. The situation where his stellar energy and psychic energy were halved did not happen. Oh! For a moment, Wang Chong was struck dumb. What's going on here? This sword looked even more terrifying than the previous one, but its lethality was not even 1/10 of the previous one. When Wang Chong's psychic energy swept through his body, he immediately found that his judgment was correct. The stellar energy and psychic energy in his body had decreased to a certain extent, but the decrease was minuscule and completely within the range of what he could bear. For a moment, Wang Chong was confused. It was the same attack from the divine sword, but the first strike had made him feel like he had almost died. But this one felt like a light breeze, and it didn't hurt at all. The same attack produced a completely different effect. Buzz! Just as Wang Chong was feeling bewildered, the fog in the world of his consciousness surged. Wang Chong once again entered that world, and he saw the sword that pierced through the sky. Greed! The clouds in the sky changed, and these two large words appeared. Wang Chong hung on the thick chains, stunned and motionless. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Desire, barrier, greed, Wang Chong muttered to himself. As long as one was human, they would have desires, and it was impossible to avoid them. Wang Chong had desires, so he had been heavily injured by the first strike. But greed, was he greedy? Of course he was greedy. He wanted too many things. And when he, as a youth, used woozy steel to amass millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of taels of gold, Wang Chong had truly been happy. In order to obtain even more profit, he had signed an agreement with the Sindhi high priest. But at the same time, he was not greedy. He could use the vast wealth he had amassed from woozy steel to scatter it all in a single moment, without the slightest regret. And all of this was for the sake of winning the war in the Southwest and protecting the nearly 1 million innocent civilians of the Southwest. He hoped that he could make a name for himself and obtain even greater fame and achievements. Thus, after the Southwest, he went to the Northwest and expanded the territory of the Tang dynasty all the way to Khorasan, which was bordered by the sea. He was still not satisfied with his achievements, and he hoped to fight his way to Baghdad. Finally, he hoped to rule the entire Arabian Empire. But he had not done all this for himself. He could hand over Khorasan to the imperial court without hesitation, and once the West was pacified, he could hand over all military authority to the imperial court. He did not even care about being stripped of his title of king of foreign lands or the young marquis. All he cared about was the future of this world. As for everything else, he only cared about the means to achieve all this. Chapter 1547. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong's brow furrowed as he fell into deep thought. He felt like he had grasped the rhythm and pulse of this divine sword. Upon understanding this, Wang Chong was invigorated. With no time to think, Wang Chong leaped forward like a leopard, light and fast. Clang, clang, clang. Countless flying swords clashed against the chains, but Wang Chong dodged them in a breathtaking manner. Wonderful! The attacks of the divine swords can affect the first-generation origin immortal sword formation. As he flew, Wang Chong could clearly sense that when he successfully dodged the attacks of the divine swords, the attacks of the thousands of flying swords in the air had weakened. If he didn't have to consider the first-generation origin immortal swords attacks, even if his strength had been greatly reduced, he would still be more than enough to climb a single chain. How could this be? Bagushadu was just about to step forward when he saw this sight, and his entire body trembled in shock. Everything before him had completely surpassed his understanding. Wang Chong's current strength was not even comparable to a profound martial artist, much less an expert like Bagushadu. But not even Ishinishadu had been able to move as swiftly as Wang Chong. Impossible! This can't be. Bagushadu's eyes went wide. Nothing he knew could explain what was happening before him. Buzz! Almost subconsciously, Bagushadu stepped forward toward the massive chains in front of the stone bridge. Could it be that Ishinishidu's memories are all fake? Or did something happen in this final trial that I don't know about? Bagushadu's eyes flickered with shock and doubt. For a moment, he even felt like he and Wang Chong weren't in the same place, were stepping on the same chain. Buzz! Bagushadu's right foot finally stepped on one of the chains, but the moment he touched it, sword chi buzzed, and all the flying swords in the air shot toward Bagushadu, like a swarm of locusts. This grandiose aura was even more terrifying than when he had stepped on the chain. Bagushadu grimaced, and his right foot that had just stepped on the chain drew back, his face ashen. Just how did this kid do it? Bagushadu looked at Wang Chong, feeling a deep unease and jealousy. Putting aside Bagushadu, the origin immortal sword once more slashed down at Wang Chong, while Wang Chong was still making his way up the chain. This was the sword of pride. It was aimed at those prideful people. But though Wang Chong had been born into a wealthy family, he was not a prideful person. Wang Chong succeeded in blocking the third strike. 100 feet, 15 feet, 17 feet. Wang Chong used the weakening of the Origin Immortal formation with astonishing speed to advance on the chain. The fourth strike was Lust, and the fifth was Jealousy, but Wang Chong still managed to block both. As he swung the sword, Wang Chong's thoughts became clearer and clearer. I didn't think that there would be such a sword in the world. It doesn't strike at the body, nor does it sever one's origin energy, but it strikes at the deepest depths of one's heart, attacking their most sinful desires. Ishinishidu was a genius of the Turks, a peerless expert of his time, but he couldn't get past the first barrier of desire. He met the sixth-generation successor on the border of the Tang dynasty, and the sixth generation's youth, the world's #1 origin immortal art, and his endless techniques made Ishinishidu jealous, so he committed the sin of jealousy. Moreover, he wanted to seize the secrets of the origin immortal palace by force, so he committed the sin of greed. Even with Ishinishidu's extraordinary abilities, he would still be heavily injured by these 3 strikes. As for Bagushidu, he obtained Ishinishidu's earth blood cauldron and inherited all his memories, as well as all his greed, anger, and obsession. In some aspects, these desires are even stronger than Ishinishidu's. Thus, Bagushidu isn't as aloof as he makes himself out to be. It's not that he doesn't want to, but that he doesn't dare. As these thoughts flew through Wang Chong's mind, his mind became as clear as a mirror. Buzz. The winds howled and the fog churned. After the 5th strike, the 6th quickly followed. Rumble. The world seemed to crumble, and in Wang Chong's eyes, the entire world seemed to be tearing apart. This 6th strike was completely different from the previous ones. Before the sword had even slashed down, a blazing red flame had wrapped around it. Wang Chong grimaced at the sight of this flame, and his feet came to a sudden stop. Wang Chong sensed a familiar emotion from this sword. Anger. This sword was aimed at the anger in the depths of one's heart. Damn it! Wang Chong's heart tightened, and he instantly lost his composure. He was not arrogant, jealous, greedy, or lustful, but his anger. In both his last life and this life, Wang Chong had never been able to control it, and his anger was far more intense than the average person's. Without this anger, he would not have been able to stand here and have a chance to start over. This is troublesome. Rumble. Just when everyone believed that Wang Chong would be able to survive this tribulation and reach the other side, Wang Chong suddenly trembled, blood gushing out of his skin, and his body began to weaken. Whoosh! The chains shuddered, and Wang Chong's body swayed as he almost fell off the chains. But even though Wang Chong had clenched his fists and successfully avoided this calamity, his body was still shuddering along with the chains. The situation seemed extremely dangerous, and he was in danger of falling at any moment. How could this be? What's going on? On the stone bridge, Bagushidu's expression tensed up. Up until now, Wang Chong had been the person with the highest chance of crossing the chains. If not even he could safely cross, the others would find it even more difficult. But at this moment, the danger Wang Chong was facing was far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. After the 6th sword, the origin immortal formation's 7th sword followed. If the 6th sword had only taken half of Wang Chong's life, the 7th was enough to make Wang Chong's blood freeze and plunge him into a bottomless abyss. The crime of slaughter. Before the 7th sword had even been unleashed, Wang Chong already knew the name of this sword. The most evil in the world was slaughter, which was why there were such things as the demonic path and the evil path. This 7th strike was the strongest strike, and it was also the deadliest strike. Even the time it took to brew this strike was longer than any of the previous strikes. Wang Chong was the great general, the king of foreign lands, and in his last life, the grand marshal who had commanded the world's armies. He had spent half his life on the battlefield, killing countless people. In the War of the Southwest alone, he had killed more than 400,000 Mengshi Zhao and Uzan armies, and in the Battle of Talas and Battle of Khorasan, he had killed more than 1 million Arab soldiers. At the age of 18, he had killed more than 1.5 million soldiers. In terms of the weight of slaughter, no one could surpass Wang Chong. If Ishinishidu had been killed out of jealousy 200 years ago, then Wang Chong had probably killed too many people and died on the spot. Buzz. The seventh sword was still descending, but its energy was still rising, far surpassing the sum of the previous 6, and it showed no signs of stopping. Even worse was that this sword had already locked onto Wang Chong. In this situation, Wang Chong would find it extremely difficult to even move. In the sky, the swords buzzed as if sensing what was about to happen. The thousands of flying swords, and broken swords of the first-generation Origin Immortal Sword Formation gathered above Wang Chong like a dark cloud, far more numerous than ever before. The pressure on Wang Chong instantly multiplied. Chong-ah! Behind him, at the end of the stone bridge, deep in the fog, Chief Wushang and the evil emperor had uneasy looks on their faces. At this moment, there was nothing they could do. If they stepped on the chains, they would only increase the pressure on Wang Chong. Not only would they be of no help, they would only drag down Wang Chong. Moreover, 80% of the origin energy here was under the first-generation successor's control, and outsiders could not interfere with the Origin Immortal Sword Formation. In a flash, Wang Chong was in grave danger. Rivers of blood, millions of corpses. Wang Chong was a natural-born commander, a commander who had lived 2 lives and had killed countless people. If this sword fell, there was no way he could survive. Buzz! The sword blazed with light, even exuding crimson light. In the face of this sword aimed at his soul, every cell in Wang Chong's body, every strand of his soul, was under unimaginable pressure. A moment later, the sky darkened as the sword rose from the ground. It was finally the final moment. Something's wrong. At this moment, Wang Chong's face was pale, his psychic energy and stellar energy rapidly consumed. In the face of death, Wang Chong was bursting with all his potential. Almost instinctively, Wang Chong sensed that something was wrong. The Origin Immortal Lord couldn't have set up such a suicidal trap. If that was the case, why didn't he cut down the chains so that no one could get through? Moreover, no one is perfect. Given the characteristics of this divine sword, not only can no one in the Origin Immortal sect inherit it, no one can even get close to it. Not even the Origin Immortal Lord has the right to use this immortal sword. This couldn't have been the Origin Immortal Lord's intention. A bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. Cold sweat beaded on Wang Chong's forehead, but his mind was working faster than ever. At this moment, time seemed to slow to a crawl. Everyone has their flaws. Desire, greed, jealousy, arrogance, anger, and slaughter, these were practically everyone's weaknesses. No one can escape this, not even the forgers. The more critical the moment, the calmer Wang Chong became. Chapter 1548. As this final thought flitted through his mind, Wang Chong's mind rumbled like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, Wang Chong knew that he had made a fatal error in his understanding of the sword. The core purpose of the sword, or rather, the meaning of its existence, was not to judge evil. But if this was not the case, then what was it? Time ticked by, and Wang Chong did not have much time left. At this moment, Wang Chong was like a man teetering on the edge of the abyss, struggling for that last sliver of life. Desire is the root of human evil. Obsession, resentment, and hatred are all desire, born from desire. The opposite of desire is not desire, and not desire is righteousness. Righteousness, and light are the source of all good. As this thought flitted through his mind, Wang Chong's body trembled in understanding. He felt as if he had grasped the core of this series of events. If killing is a sin, then the opposite of killing is not killing. Not killing is benevolence. Buzz! Like a bolt of lightning, Wang Chong's body trembled and his eyes went wide. At that moment, he seemed to understand something. Benevolence and righteousness, yes, the Origin Immortal Lord was not some evil cultivator, nor was he someone who abhorred evil. The spring and autumn Tao did not advocate punishing evil, but promoting good. Wang Chang's mind was in turmoil, but in the end his eyes were bright and his mind clear. The opposite of arrogance is rudeness. The opposite of jealousy is wisdom. Only wisdom can restrain jealousy. The opposite of anger is gentleness and humility. The opposite of lust is righteousness. Only by keeping the righteousness and righteousness in mind can one avoid lust. This divine sword did not advocate using violence to curb violence, nor was it punishing evil, but promoting good. Its core was not killing, but benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trustworthiness, gentleness, respect, and humility. As this final thought flitted through Wang Chang's mind, his eyes began to crackle with lightning. He suddenly understood what sword it was. This was not a sword of punishment, but a true sword of kings. In front of this king's sword, there was no place for lust or desire. Ishinishidu had misjudged this sword, only seeing it as a rare and powerful sword, which was why he had died here. Bagushidu also didn't know what sword this was, so if he dared to attack, he would still die. No gold is perfect, and no one is perfect. Everyone has their own weaknesses. The most important thing was to let this sword feel the righteousness and righteousness in his heart. That was the most important thing. The Origin Immortal Lord had not left this sword behind to protect it in the sunless depths of the earth. His goal was to use this sword to select truly virtuous and righteous people. That was why he left the 2 chains behind instead of cutting them off. He was choosing a master for this sword. Rumble. Thunder boomed, the sun and moon rose, and as Wang Chang's mind surged, the world underwent a massive transformation. Rumble. There was a heaven-shaking boom as that mountainous pressure on Wang Chang's body suddenly vanished. Wang Chang raised his head and saw for the first time that the golden sword was covered in words. From top to bottom, each stroke was dignified and upright. They were benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trustworthiness, gentleness, respect, and humility. These 10 large words, like iron hooks and silver strokes, went straight into the heart. Buzz! In the world of his mind, Wang Chang suddenly stood up. His eyes shone with a dazzling light. At this moment, he suddenly knew what he had to do. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chang completely opened up his heart and released all his ambitions. The sun and moon shone brightly, the world majestic. He had gone through the tribulation of death and reincarnated 9 times for no other reason than that the world, the mountains, the rivers, and the common people would not be destroyed. He hoped that the civilization of the Central Plains would continue for 10,000 years. This heart, this thought, all was clear. All that he desired, all that he could hide. Wang Chang slowly closed his eyes and opened up his mind. The various scenes from his last life, the crumbling of mountains and rivers, the burning of fire, the corpses of the common people, all these scenes of azura and bloodshed surged out of his mind and into the divine sword. Lives were like ants, mountains and rivers as weighty as heaven and earth. If the divine sword had a spirit, please lend me a hand. Buzz! A moment later, the thousands of golden flying swords that had been flying toward Wang Chang suddenly froze in the air. Not only that, clang, the metal lock that had been bent all this time and even trembled in the fierce wind seemed to have received a strange power, suddenly and fiercely pulling straight, becoming incomparably straight. Not only that, in the depths of the mist, where there were no fierce winds or waves, golden light erupted. The thick mist parted, and the Origin Immortal Sword that had been hidden at the end of the chain this entire time suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes, exuding a vast and majestic aura. Bagushidu grimaced at this sight, a very ill foreboding in his heart. Whoosh! While Bagushidu was still reeling in shock, the seemingly dying Wang Chang suddenly became full of life and vigor, and shot forward like a bolt of lightning, reaching the end of the chain. Wang Chang, stop! Bagushidu's roar resounded through the world. The final barrier left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord was so dangerous that not even Bagushido knew that he would be able to overcome it. Thus, he had chosen a scapegoat like Wang Chong. Although he had said that he hoped that Wang Chong would take the divine sword for him, deep down, Bagushido didn't believe him. But at this moment, the distant Wang Chong seemed to have heard nothing. His body was like a leopard, shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. He was already very close to the end of the chain. "Stop!" Bagushido once more shouted from the end of the stone bridge, his voice tinged with impatience and rage. But at this moment, Wang Chong had no time to worry. Life and death will depend on this. Wang Chong raised his head and looked forward, his eyes bright as snow. Bagushido would never let him go. Wang Chong had understood this from the very start. Whether it was to complete his deal with Osmish-Khagan, eliminate the scourge of the Western Turks, or seize the divine sword, Bagushido would never let him go. If he charged forward, he might still have a chance, but if he listened to Bagushido, he would be firmly in his grasp. Like a drowning man, he would sink into the bottomless abyss without the slightest hope. More importantly, when he had obtained the divine sword's approval, Wang Chong had felt an indescribable strange sensation, as if he had formed some sort of connection with the divine sword. Not only that, Wang Chong had used up a great deal of his energy, but at that moment, Wang Chong suddenly felt strands of spiritual energy that had belonged to the Origin Immortal Sword formation surge into his body. Wang Chong's dried-up dantian was like rain after a long drought, recovering at an astonishing speed. Even Wang Chong's expended psychic energy was recovering at an incredible rate. What shocked Wang Chong the most was the divine sword suppression of Bagushido's energy. The black stellar energy that Bagushido had sent into Wang Chong's body was dark and cold, and brimming with the savagery of a Turkic wolf of the steppe. This negative energy was precisely what the king's sword naturally countered. Wang Chong sensed that the closer he got to the sword, the more the black stellar energy that Bagushido had used to suppress him was suppressed. Wang Chong immediately understood that if he wanted to escape Bagushido, the sword at the end of the chain was his only and final chance. The final link. Wang Chong raised his head and looked across. All the flying swords in the sky had stopped the moment he had obtained the sword's approval, completely ignoring Wang Chong. Such a situation had never happened before in the history of the Origin Immortal Sect. At this moment, Wang Chong finally saw the divine sword right in front of him. Whoosh! Wang Chong's body shot through the air like a flood dragon, leaping off the chains and landing on the fog-shrouded altar. In front of the altar stood the tall and mighty figure of the first-generation successor, like a god. But even more dazzling than the first-generation successor was the Origin Immortal Divine sword thrust into the ground in front of him. In a flash of light, Wang Chong extended his hands and grabbed the hilt of the Origin Immortal Divine sword. In the rear, Bagushido's expression turned extremely nasty. Bagushido had comforted himself by thinking that Wang Chong was under immense pressure and might not have hurt him. But when Wang Chong stepped onto the altar and gripped the sword with both hands, his last bit of hope vanished. But when Wang Chong stepped onto the altar and gripped his sword with both hands, the last sliver of hope in his heart vanished. Without a doubt, Wang Chong had betrayed him. This fellow was completely out of his control. Foolish king of foreign lands, you are seeking your own death. Bagushido's pupils constricted, his eyes turning as frigid as the harsh winter. So what if he was unparalleled in intelligence and resourcefulness? Did he really think that he could escape from his grasp just because he had broken through this chasm? How ignorant! Kacha! A moment later, Bagushido clenched his fist and cracked, the sound of his joints contracting resounding through the abyss. Bagushido immediately used the supreme forbidden art of the earth sect of the Jueyang Holy Mountain, the Dark Moon's flame, the moment Wang Chong gripped the Origin Immortal Sword. Boom! In an instant, the black restriction spell buried deep inside Wang Chong's body was like a wildfire. It rose up and burned fiercely. Open! Chapter 1549. Rumble. As Wang Chong pulled on the Origin Immortal Sword, the entire underground world rumbled and quaked. Clatter! High above the heads of the powerful martial artists, the ceiling clattered as large chunks of stone, dust, and metal began to fall from above. Bang! One of the massive rocks struck one of the chains, causing the entire chain to fiercely sway. At this moment, the entire underground world seemed like it was on the verge of collapse. What's going on? What happened? How could there be such a massive quaking? What's going on? At the same time, in another underground cave, several experts from the Xiedao sect also raised their heads, their expressions shocked and unmoving. The shock wave was too powerful. It felt as if the entire underground world was collapsing and was about to bury the group of people underground. This was not something that any martial artist could do in a battle. Haha, the Origin Immortal Art. It must be the Origin Immortal Art. Someone must have found the world's #1 art. Let's go. In the third area of the Origin Immortal Cave, one of the sect experts seemed to understand something, and his eyes lit up. Before his companions could react, he shot toward the source of the tremors with incredible speed. Buzz! At the same time, in the underground palace, the earth trembled and a large amount of dust fell from above. With a boom, a thick metal pillar of the underground palace directly fell and smashed onto the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise into the air. In a flash, the Righteous Alliance forces all stopped. Alliance Lord? They all turned to the leader of the Jingqi League, Song Yuani. Song Yuani said nothing, but raised his head toward the source of the quaking. For the first time, this titan of the righteous path, who would remain unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed, slightly frowned. Looks like someone has already arrived there. A familiar voice reached their ears. Vice Alliance Master, Xia. Guangding had his sleeves fluttering. He walked up from the back and stood next to Song Yuani. Both of them looked in the same direction. The underground palace is guarded by a disciple of the 6th generation Origin Immortal Lord, and the journey is fraught with difficulties. I wonder who could be so fast. Xia. Guangding's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression grave. Experts had been plentiful in this operation to the northwest, and the Jingqi League had almost turned out in full force, but they had still failed to find the Origin Immortal Art. This was undoubtedly a major setback for the Jingqi League. I hope it's not that person. Song Yuani suddenly spoke. It was a simple sentence, and he didn't even mention who it was. However, Xie Guangding's expression changed when he heard it. But before he could say anything, Song Yuani had already disappeared in front of him. Go. No matter what price I have to pay, I must forcefully break through. The Origin Immortal Art. Someone must have found it. Let's go. Rumble. The earth quaked as a panicked roar resounded through the ground. As Song Yuani and the Jingqi League charged toward the core, the Black Yin ancestors, Black Dragon roared and led the Bone Devil and the countless 5 Ancestor Alliance disciples toward the source of the quaking. The underground palace was fraught with danger, and many of the 5 Ancestor Alliance's experts had already died. But there was no time to worry about such things. If they could not obtain the supreme and infinite Origin Immortal Art, they would have come for nothing. So many people would have died for nothing. Most importantly, as a famous martial arts giant of the evil path, how could he tolerate this kind of thing where his treasures were snatched right under his nose? Rumble. With a shrill whistle, the group vanished from the passage, hurrying in the direction of Wang Chong's group. At this moment, anyone who could sense the quaking rushed toward Wang Chong's group like a tide. Wang Chong had no idea about any of this, nor did he know that when he pulled out his sword, he had driven the crowd into a frenzy and drawn all the martial artists underground. Open for me. At this moment, Wang Chong's mind was completely focused on the sword in front of him. When he exerted his strength, the entire world seemed to tremble. At that moment, Wang Chong felt like he was not pulling out a sword, but an enormous world. Bang! After what seemed like both a second and countless eons, Wang Chong exerted force through his hands, the veins on his body bulging. Rumble! Finally, with a heaven-shaking boom, the ground cracked, and the divine sword that had been buried underground for so long was pulled out of the ground in a burst of golden light. The moment Wang Chong pulled out his sword, an enormous wave of energy surged out of the divine sword and into Wang Chong's body. Kaklak! Wang Chong's body began to explode. This majestic, dignified energy, imbued with the righteous path of the world, rushed into Wang Chong's meridians and then flowed down into Wang Chong's dantian, extinguishing the energy that Bagushidu had hidden in Wang Chong's body. Bagushidu's dark moon blaze was a supreme forbidden art of the Eastern Turks. Not even a peak great general would be able to block it. In the history of the Earth sect, the number of supreme experts who had died to the dark moon blaze was innumerable. But this energy melted like snow in the face of the Origin Immortal Sword's righteous energy that seemed to pierce through the past and present, as dazzling as the sun and moon. Not only that, the moment Wang Chong pulled out his sword, a vast energy surged into every meridian and cell in Wang Chong's body, nourishing the energy that Wang Chong had consumed. This energy was different from any energy that Wang Chong had encountered before. It was extremely dense, similar to the Origin Immortal Stellar Energy, but much denser than any Origin Immortal Stellar Energy that Wang Chong had encountered before. Moreover, ordinary Origin Immortal Stellar Energy was golden, but the energy within this divine sword was violet gold and exuded a divine energy. What shocked Wang Chong the most was, as this energy surged into Wang Chong's body, it completely obliterated the thousands of different kinds of energy that Wang Chong had absorbed through the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art. One had to realize that for a very long time, Wang Chong had been in constant danger of cultivation defect because of the thousands of conflicting energies in his body. But now, as the energy from the divine sword surged into his body, the problem of mixed energies that had plagued Wang Chong for so long was instantly resolved. At the same time, this also meant that Wang Chong's cultivation defect had been completely cured. Wonderful! Wang Chong was ecstatic to sense the change in his body, and he almost didn't dare to believe his own eyes. Without these problems in his body, his strength had instantly reached its peak, and he was even stronger than he had been in the past. This was Wang Chong in his most perfect state. But this was not the only thing that shocked and delighted Wang Chong. "You've finally arrived." At this moment, a heavy voice rang out in Wang Chong's ear, tinged with respect and reverence, as well as a deep sense of relief. Bang! The sound of a knee hitting the ground rang out, and as Wang Chong watched in shock, the first-generation successor's majestic and mountainous body suddenly kneeled and lowered his proud head. This corpse that had been dead for almost 1,000 years in Wang Chong's mind was actually submitting to Wang Chong for the first time. Clink-cling-clang. At almost the same time, the thousands of flying swords in the sky began to shine, their tips lowering as they bowed to Wang Chong. What's going on here? The distant crowd was flabbergasted. In the fog, Wang Chong's master, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang were standing side by side at the edge of the cliff, staring in shock at this strange phenomenon. Impossible! What's going on here? At this moment, no one was more shocked than Bagushidu. He immediately activated the Dark Moon's flame in Wang Chong's body, but this legendary forbidden art of the Earth sect had no effect whatsoever. Bagushidu believed that something had gone wrong and tried 3 more times, but Wang Chong still showed no reaction. It was like this forbidden art had been planted in someone else's body. And this peerless Origin Immortal Sword formation, which had sent the 3rd-generation swordsman of the same origin into the abyss, completely ignored the outsider Wang Chong. Not only that, the swords in the sky and the 1st-generation swordsmen on the altar all bowed their heads to Wang Chong. This sort of phenomenon had completely surpassed Bagushidu's understanding. Ishinishidu and that final, insurmountable heavenly tribulation seemed to be nothing in front of Wang Chong. Impossible. This can't be. Even someone as composed as Bagushidu lost his composure in the face of such a major shock. His eyes were icy as he stared at the young figure, his eyes exploding with killing intent. At this moment, Wang Chong's attention was completely focused on the divine sword. Congratulations to user for triggering the world event, Origin Immortal Sword Basic. Rewarding user with 100,000 points of Destiny Energy. In addition, activating the branch skill, Kindred Flame. Kindred Flame. For creatures with broken consciousnesses that are struggling at death's door and on the verge of collapse, user can temporarily grant them the ability to move for a short period of time. This skill requires absorbing the target's broken consciousness, so it can only be used once on each target. Note: as this skill requires fusing with the target's broken consciousness, a certain amount of preparation time is required. Chapter 1550. Chapter 1519. Chapter 1519 My mission is complete. At this moment, the familiar voice sounded in front of Wang Chong once again, and this time the voice was getting weaker and weaker. Before he could finish speaking, clang, 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 clang. In the void behind him, the tens of thousands of golden flying swords instantly lost all of their luster and degenerated into ordinary metal, falling into the abyss. Bang! Almost at the same time, the shoulders of the first generation's mountainous body drooped and his head drooped. It was as if he had completed his destiny, and he instantly froze in place, motionless. As the flying sword fell, the last shred of his aura dissipated. Buzz! Seeing that the first gen's remnant consciousness was about to dissipate, Wang Chong's heart thumped. Without the slightest hesitation, he pressed his palm against the first gen's shoulder. The instant Xiao Chen's palm touched the frost iron, he felt an ice-cold sensation coming from his fingertips. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong instantly activated the branch ability he had obtained before. Activate Xan Hua. With a thought from Wang Chong, a tiny purple flame passed through Wang Chong's fingertip and entered the body of the first general. The first gen's body was still like a stone, standing there motionlessly. The torch fire entered the first gen's body, and a faint, blood-red color immediately appeared on the surface. In his body, the tiny ball of torch fire flowed through his meridians and into the depths of the first gen's mind. It floated there motionlessly, and the first gen's dissipating consciousness seemed to be pulled by a suction force towards the area where the tiny ball of purple flames was. The activation of Xanhua required time, but to Wang Chong he had already gotten rid of the hidden injuries in his body and cured his cultivation deviation. Now he had enough strength to protect himself and at the same time, enough time. The underground world was filled with danger, and to Wang Chong, keeping a first-generation expert was equivalent to keeping a peerless expert. This could also be used in case of emergencies. Buzz! After doing all this, Wang Chong did not hesitate. He quickly stepped over the corpses and walked to the front of the altar. As early as at the end of the stone bridge, Wang Chong had seen something placed on the altar, and reality had confirmed his speculation. There were also a few items placed on the altar. They were all red sandalwood colored and had a mottled surface. It looked like a square wooden box that had been around for a long time. The other item was a small golden pill bottle that was 6 to 7 inches tall and looked like a gourd. The small bottle was glossy and exquisite. Because of the danqi, Wang Chong could smell a fragrant aroma even before he got close. Exalted Immortal Pill. Wang Chong glanced at it and recognized the ancient seal script on it. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong reached out and grabbed the small bottle and wooden box on the altar. Wang Chong did not open the bottle containing the Origin Immortal Scroll, but the red sandalwood box. The moment the wooden box was opened, a small booklet immediately came into view. Formation, Heavenly Book. Wang Chong rejoiced at the words on the cover. The formation elder had asked him to find the formation, heavenly book, which he had finally obtained. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong picked up the formation, heavenly book, and glanced down. Wang Chong had originally believed that the origin immortal art would be beneath the heavenly book, but when he lifted the lid, Wang Chong was struck dumb. The bottom of the box was empty. Other than the formation, heavenly book, there was nothing else in the box. What's going on here? For a moment, Wang Chong was dumbfounded. Is the origin immortal art not here? He had always believed that the true origin immortal art was on this altar. And logically speaking, the first-generation successor was guarding the final gate, so the origin immortal art should also be here. Was the situation different from what he had imagined? Perhaps this was not the final gate? At this moment, Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, countless thoughts flitting through his mind. But before he had time to think, an icy shout came from behind him. King of Foreign Lands, give me the origin immortal sword and the wooden box. That shout contained boundless killing intent. In an instant, even the entire space seemed to freeze. The temperature plummeted as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Whoosh! 800 meters away, on the other end, Bagushidu's expression was cold as he stepped onto the chains. With a wave of his black sleeve, he shot toward Wang Chong like a bolt of lightning. His eyes were fixed on the origin immortal sword in Wang Chong's hand and the wooden box. As the flying sword fell, the first-generation successor's energy vanished from the air, and the origin immortal sword collapsed on its own. As for the core of the treasury, the origin immortal sword and the origin immortal art in the wooden box, he was determined to take them back to the solar holy mountain. Anyone who dared to stop him would die. Buzz! As he flew forward, Bagushidu's expression chilled, and a powerful energy pierced through the air to lock onto Wang Chong. Humph, Bagushidu, you're delusional. On the other side, Bagushidu had just begun to move when Wang Chong sensed his aura and immediately turned his head. For a nobleman, 10 years was not too long, but against Bagushidu, it wouldn't take that long. Whether it was because of the seal Bagushidu had placed on him, his other actions, or his concern for the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong was determined to eliminate Bagushidu, the future state teacher of the Earth sect. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong grabbed the origin immortal sword and jumped off the altar. Midway, he lightly tapped on the thick chains and shot toward Bagushidu. Now that his hidden injuries were gone, Wang Chong no longer had any misgivings about dealing with Bagushidu. Rumble! In the air, the winds howled and thunder boomed. Yin and Yang, the sun and moon illusions that represented the great yin-yang heaven creation, once more appeared in the air. Moreover, they were much more solid than before, like the miniature great yin and miniature sun of the world. The core of the origin immortal treasury had already been condensed with a vast amount of energy, and now, under Wang Chong's control, this energy surged toward Wang Chong's origin immortal sword and slashed at Bagushidu. Great yin-yang art. This attack contained not just Wang Chong's own strength, but also the energy that the great yin-yang art had drawn from the entire abyss. The power of this attack was unimaginable. Heaven-supporting pillar. At the same time, Bagushidu's eyes shone with cold light. His right index finger, middle finger, and ring finger formed a hook, and he clawed at Wang Chong, causing the world to sway. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 earth-blood cauldrons appeared around him, and the world rumbled as a passage opened in the depths of space-time. A dark and indescribably pure energy surged out and rumbled toward Wang Chong. Heaven-supporting pillar. This was one of the strongest techniques of the Earth sect of the Eastern Turks. It was a simple technique that returned the complex to the simple, and though it was simple, it was imbued with immense power. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, 2 majestic forces violently collided with each other in the void. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth boiled and drifted about. The boundless energy radiated in all directions, causing the dense fog that had been lingering in the air all year round to suddenly explode. Clang! There was a metallic clatter as a violet bolt of lightning struck the 3 earth-blood cauldrons around Bagushadu. Beezy. Bagushadu swayed a few times on the thick chains, but he quickly steadied himself like an immovable mountain. Across from him, Wang Chong was pushed back 6 or 7 steps as if struck by a heavy blow, his body staggering and almost falling off the chains. "Ha! King of Foreign Lands, you're no match for me." Bagushadu roared with laughter as he glanced across at Wang Chong, a smile appearing on his face. "So what if you have the Origin Immortal Sword? You don't have the strength to use the sword's power. Even if you have the sword, you're still no match for me. I advise you to obediently hand over the Origin Immortal Sword and the things on the altar, and I can still consider sparing the lives of the 2 of you." Bagushadu didn't need to turn his head to know that the chief of Wushang and the evil emperor had surrounded him from behind. But Bagushadu was fearless. As the sect master of the Earth sect, he had always possessed outstanding talent, a sturdy foundation, and extraordinary willpower. In this aspect, he was not one bit inferior to a titan of the Central Plains like the evil emperor. Moreover, he had 3 earth blood cauldrons that had retained half of Ishinishidu's power. With these ritual tools, he had already reached the legendary dark, radiant heaven, subtle, of the Eastern Turks. In this aspect, Wang Chong and the others were still lacking compared to him. "Bagushadu, don't spout nonsense. If you want that sword, you'll have to defeat me first." Wang Chong chuckled, his hands gripping the sword as if he had no intention of fighting Bagushadu, truly seeking death. A hint of anger finally appeared in Bagushadu's eyes at Wang Chong's words. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Boom! Bagushadu stomped down, his black robe once more flapping in the wind. Without the slightest hesitation, Bagushadu's already powerful energy soared once more. His energy locked onto Wang Chong, ready to launch a new wave of attacks against Wang Chong. Crack! Chapter 1551. Earth Blood Cauldron. As this thought flashed through his mind, Bagushadu grimaced, his face turning ghastly pale. His aura fused with the Earth Blood Cauldron. In that instant, he sensed that the Earth Blood Cauldron that had been passed down for hundreds of years, had actually split open at a speed visible to the naked eye right under his nose. Furthermore, the crack was still expanding. No, this can't be. Bagushadu's eyes went round in disbelief. These 3 ritual tools of the Earth sect were sturdy and powerful, and even the best of weapons would find it impossible to leave a scratch on them. This was because the Earth Blood Cauldron had been forged from materials that the Earth sect of the Solar Holy Mountain had expended the strength of the entire Turkic Khaganate over decades to gather from all over the world. They were already extremely rare materials, and many supreme experts of the Earth sect had also added many secret arts and seals to them. In Bagushadu's understanding, these ritual tools were indestructible. But Bagushadu had never imagined that a single strike from Wang Chong would be able to leave a crack in the Earth Blood Cauldron. Although it was only a short crack, Bagushadu's heart felt like it was about to split open. Ha! Bagushadu, you're getting happy too early. All you're relying on is the Earth Blood Cauldron. Once I destroy your ritual tool, let's see what else you can rely on. At this moment, a voice resounded through the world, shattering the silence. Nearby, Wang Chong also saw the change in Bagushadu's Earth Blood Cauldron, and Wang Chong's eyes instantly brightened. The Origin Immortal Sword was actually able to counter Bagushadu's Earth Blood Cauldron? This was an unexpected discovery for Wang Chong. Wang Chong had originally been relying on the fact that he had recovered all his energy, gotten rid of all his hidden injuries, and the enormous energy contained in the Origin Immortal Sword, so he was not afraid of fighting to the death with Bagushadu. But this discovery was a massive harvest for Wang Chong. "Bagushadu, let's go again." With a strange look in his eyes, Wang Chong held. Before Bagushadu could attack, he gathered up all his stellar energy and the surrounding Origin energy and shot forward like a bolt of lightning at Bagushadu. Bang! There was a heaven-shaking boom as a white bolt of lightning flashed between the two. This time, Wang Chong remained motionless, but Bagushadu was forced back several steps by the enormous pressure. Keklak! The cracks on Bagushadu's earth-blood cauldron were originally only as thick as a strand of hair, but after the second blow of the Origin Immortal Sword, they had not only lengthened by 6 to 7 inches, but also widened and became more and more obvious. It seemed like Wang Chong's sword would cleave through it in just a few more blows. Impossible. This is impossible. I can't. Bagushadu was flabbergasted. Just 2 blows from Wang Chong's sword had left him in an indescribable shock. His entire world had collapsed. Wang Chong's sword had not only cleaved apart the earth-blood cauldron of the Earth sect, but it had also cleaved apart the deeply rooted belief in his heart. Even more serious was that these 3 earth-blood cauldrons were his life-bound artifacts, and Bagushadu's energy and Yuan's spirit had fused with them. As the earth-blood cauldrons split apart, Bagushadu's energy began to leak out, and his powerful strength began to drop. Bagushadu, hand over your life. Now is the time for you to pay the price. At almost the same time, 2 furious storms of energy shot out from the fog and lunged at Bagushadu. Myriad energies returned to the origin. Yang Rin divine art. With 2 furious roars, the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang joined the fray. Up ahead, Wang Chong's eyes were bright as he swung the Origin Immortal Sword at Bagushadu. The space on these 2 chains was narrow and limited movement. Not even Bagushadu would be able to dodge this pincer attack. Bastard! Bagushadu was both shocked and infuriated. At this moment, he no longer had any of his previous grace and composure. So what if you have the Origin Immortal Sword? Even if I have to be heavily injured, I'll still kill you and your disciple. Being forced into desperate straits by Wang Chong's group of 3 had forced Bagushadu to unleash his monstrous killing intent. Sundering earth and collapsing mountains, Bagushadu's eyes flashed with cold light as he used one of the strongest techniques of the Earth sect. Rumble. The earth cracked and the mountains collapsed. Under the influence of an invisible force, the entire cave trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. The 3 cauldrons on Bagushadu's body also shot forward, transforming into a triangular formation that slowly revolved around Bagushadu. At the same time, Bagushadu poured more stellar energy into the earth-blood cauldrons, causing them to explode with energy as vast as 3 mountains. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of the trio continued to strike at Bagushadu, but they were immediately stopped by the powerful fortress formed by the earth-blood cauldrons. Jumping clowns, I'll kill you first, and then I'll kill that brat. Bagushadu was infuriated by this 3-pronged attack. As he used the earth-blood cauldron to block the trio, Bagushadu's eyes chilled. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and clawed at the Wushang village chief and demonic emperor old man behind him. Kree! The air howled as Bagushadu's black stellar energy transformed into blood-red pythons, their faces savage and steely as they howled and lunged at the pair. Earth-blood pythons! Bagushadu's move was another supreme technique of the Earth sect. The earth-blood python formed from stellar energy was as tough as steel and as sharp as a divine weapon. In a chaotic battle between top-class experts, it was extremely effective at piercing through stellar energy and could break through an opponent's stellar energy. Bagushadu had relied on this technique to defeat all his competitors on the solar Holy Mountain and become the Earth sect master. One could easily imagine how powerful he was. Wang Chong was currently at his peak, but the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang were far from the same. Moreover, the 2 of them did not have divine swords, so they were still lacking compared to Bagushadu and his earth-blood cauldrons. As long as Bagushadu could capture these 2, he could use them to threaten Wang Chong. When the time came, the Origin Immortal Sword and the treasures on the altar would naturally fall into his hands. Old village chief, let's use that move together. Behind him, The demonic emperor old man only needed a glance to understand Bagushidu's intentions. But as Wang Chang's master, the evil emperor had his own pride. In the face of Bagushidu's attack, the evil emperor's expression darkened, and he showed no intention of backing down. "That's all we can do." On the other chain, the chief of Wushang's white hair fluttered in the wind. With just a few words, he had understood the evil emperor's intentions. During this period of time, the two of them traveled together and constantly exchanged what they had learned in martial arts. At the same time, they explored higher realms. Although the two of them were still unable to break through to the nuance realm, they managed to figure out a combination ultimate technique. This technique had been derived from the subtle realm energy that Kateba had used. It was a secret art that combined the strength of two people to open the subtle realm. The conditions for using this secret art were extremely harsh. Two people had to have an extremely high level of cooperation and reach the half-step subtle realm at the same time. But even so, this technique was still rather immature, because it was a trick and not one that had truly reached the subtle realm. There was a high chance of failure, and there was also a chance that the user would suffer a backlash. The chief of Wushang and the evil emperor had originally estimated that they would need another 3 or 4 months to complete this technique, but they had no time to worry about such things. Universe reversal. Grand void enters the subtle. At almost the same moment, the chief of Wushang and the evil emperor clasped their left and right palms together while their free hands shot toward Bagushidu. Bang! The place where the left and right palms of the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang clasped together began to glow like a blazing sun, exuding dreadful ripples of energy. In the depths of space and time, rumbling sounds could be heard. Under the effect of this invisible power, another space and time suddenly opened up at this moment. The evil emperor and the chief of Wushang were able to use their combined strength to break through the spatial barrier and open up a path to the subtle realm. At the same time, the vast energy of the minute subtlety realms surged into their bodies at an astonishing speed. How could this be? Bagushidu could sense that the two of them had both entered the subtle realm and their stellar energy had swelled to a new level. His body trembled in shock, his eyes brimming with disbelief. The martial path was a solitary cultivation, and the stronger one was, the more difficult it was to rely on external objects to break through. Bagushidu had spent several years refining these 3 earth blood cauldrons, and he had paid a heavy price. Moreover, he had relied on external objects to break through the subtle realm, not his own cultivation. Bagushidu was still half a step into the subtle realm, still lacking that final step. For the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang to work together to break through the barrier and enter the subtle realm without any external objects was simply unimaginable. Rumble. Bagushidu didn't have time to think before their attacks collided with Bagushidu's earth blood python with a thunderous momentum. Awu. Chapter 1552. Bagushidu, you dare! But before Bagushidu could strike while the iron was hot, a furious roar came from behind him, a thunderous roar that seemed capable of shattering space itself. Wang Chong gripped the Origin Immortal Sword, his eyes turning red and his body exploding with killing intent. Rumble. As Wang Chong swung his sword, Wang Chong's Origin Immortal Sword seemed to respond to Wang Chong's thoughts and exploded with dazzling light. Not even Wang Chong noticed that a brand new energy imbued with the power of a law had fused into Wang Chong's stellar energy. Bagushidu paled as he sensed the terrifying rage and killing intent coming from Wang Chong's body, a hint of panic appearing in his eyes. There was no time to think, and Bagushidu was forced to give up on capturing the chief of Wushang and the evil emperor. Instead, he gathered all the power of the 3 earth blood cauldrons and smashed them at Wang Chong. 3 cauldrons in the air. Bagushidu formed a spell with his right hand, and the 3 cauldrons began to rumble and rumble, the air around them seeming to crumble and collapse. In the next moment, there was an earth-shattering noise. Golden light filled the air as the 2 destructive forces collided violently like comets. So strong! The moment the two energies collided, Bagushadu felt his shoulders sink as if a mountain had smashed into him, and his entire face paled. He could clearly sense that this was a full-strength attack from Wang Chong, but this one was even more powerful and terrifying. Each blow of the Origin Immortal Sword was stronger and more difficult to block. Keklak! Keklak! Bagushadu was both shocked and infuriated. With each blow of Wang Chong's sword, a crack would appear on the earth blood cauldrons, and these cracks would grow larger and longer. What Bagushadu found most unacceptable was that these damages were irreparable. The supreme ritual tool of the Earth sect, which had been passed down through the generations, had remained unscathed for several hundred years, and yet it had suffered such irreparable damage at his own hands. Bagushadu simply could not accept this. Earthblood curse! In his fury and shock, Bagushadu's hatred for Wang Chong seeped into his bones. Without the slightest hesitation, Bagushadu immediately used a powerful forbidden art of the Earth sect that specialized in controlling curses. This technique required the sacrifice of a certain amount of essence blood and primordial spirit to strengthen the 3 earth blood cauldrons. After using this move, one would need to recuperate for at least 3 to 5 months in the future. Furthermore, it would cause irreparable damage to one's spirit and consciousness. The power of the magic tool would also decrease in the next year or so. But Bagushadu had no time to worry about such things. As long as he could eliminate Wang Chong and deal with this powerful foe, it would all be worth it. Moreover, if he didn't stop Wang Chong, the 3 earth blood cauldrons would really be destroyed by his hands. Plush! Bagushadu bit down on the tip of his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of essence blood mixed with pure stellar energy onto the 3 earth blood cauldrons. King of foreign lands, this king will have you die! Bagushadu stared at Wang Chong, his fury raging in his heart. But just when he was preparing to use his blood as a sacrifice to communicate with the blood runes on the earth blood cauldron and activate the earth blood curse to kill Wang Chong, Bagushadu's mind was thrown into disarray by something unexpected. Buzz! Without any warning, the energy on the 3 earth blood cauldrons fell into chaos. Bagushadu's blood was unable to seep into the cauldrons. Not only that, Bagushadu had already made the 3 earth blood cauldrons impregnable, and he had relied on the enormous energy contained within them to break into the dark, radiant heaven, giving him strength on par with the subtle realm. But at this moment, the power of the 3 cauldrons had gone completely out of control, and the countless earth sect masters had spent so much effort to carve them had lost their effectiveness. Without the help of the 3 earth blood cauldrons, Bagushadu felt like his body was empty. Before he could react, his strength began to recede, dropping from the subtle realm to the half-step subtle realm. How could this be? Bagushadu screamed as he swiftly retreated, his face ghastly pale. He no longer had that disdainful and proud demeanor that seemed to control the entire situation. How could this be? How could the Origin Immortal Sword have this kind of ability? Bagushadu's mind was in turmoil as he stared at the Origin Immortal Sword in Wang Chong's hand like he was looking at a ghost. He had gathered a great deal of information on the Origin Immortal Sword, but he had never heard that this immortal sword could interfere with ritual tools and render them useless. This was beyond Bagushadu's understanding of divine swords. This Origin Immortal Sword was inconceivably powerful, far surpassing the ritual tools of the Earth sect. Bagushadu's face was ghastly pale. For the first time, he felt like he couldn't win against the Origin Immortal Sword-wielding Wang Chong, and he even felt a tinge of fear. How could such a divine sword exist in the world? With this immortal sword here, my magic treasures won't be of any use at all. I have to leave. Bagushadu had always harbored a deep desire for the Origin Immortal Sword, but this time he finally began to think of retreating. One Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang. In the past, he would have had nothing to fear, but now that the Earth Blood Cauldron was being countered by the Origin Immortal Sword, Bagushadu could no longer deal with 3 top-class, half-step subtle experts at the same time. Bagushidu, do you think you can leave? Wang Chang's eyes were as sharp as lightning as he had long ago seen through Bagushidu's intentions. But Bagushidu was a man who hid a dagger behind his smile. Whether it was for himself or for the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong could not let him escape so easily. Void movement technique. Wang Chang's body swayed as he pushed the void movement technique he had learned from the man in black to its limit. His body rapidly approached Bagushidu, his two hands gripping his sword as he swung it down at Bagushidu with a momentum that could cleave apart the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Stellar energy exploded and gales howled through the air. In the distance, Wang Chong and Bagushidu were locked in a fierce battle, the chains beneath their feet clattering and shaking as if they would fall at any moment. On the chains, Wang Chong's attacks rained down on Bagushidu. In the face of Wang Chong's terrifying attacks and the cliffs on either side, Bagushidu had nowhere to run. Wang Chong's Origin Immortal Sword had slashed at the earth blood cauldron on Bagushidu's body several dozen times. Keklak. Every time Wang Chong's 4-foot-long Origin Immortal Sword struck the earth blood cauldron, a new crack would appear on it. He had struck the 3 earth blood cauldrons several dozen times, each blow heavy and powerful. After dozens of blows, Bagushidu's earth blood cauldrons were covered in cracks. In some places, the cracks were as wide as a finger and seemed ready to shatter at any moment. King of foreign lands, you madman! Bagushidu's long hair blew in the wind, and he was both shocked and furious. Wang Chong's attacks were frenzied, and a dark red torrent of stellar energy was constantly revolving around him. And on his shoulders, the signature red and gold symbols of the great yin-yang heaven creation art, the sun and moon, appeared at the same time in a dazzling display. Wang Chong had fully recovered his energy, and the great yin-yang heaven creation art was displaying its savage side. Not only was spiritual energy gathering in this underground space, even Bagushidu's black stellar energy was restless, wanting to break out of his body and pour into Wang Chong's body. Without the powerful protection of the earth blood cauldron, Bagushidu alone could not stop Wang Chong's tyrannical great yin-yang heaven creation art. Bagushidu, accept your fate. Wang Chong's voice was cold and emotionless as it resounded through the world. Bang! As the two of them were speaking, the demonic emperor old man and the Wushang village chief silently shot out from behind them. Boom, boom, boom. Once, twice, thrice in the face of the combined attacks of 3 supreme experts. Bagushidu's stellar energy was rapidly consumed and growing weaker. Bagushidu couldn't even speak. But this was not the end. While Bagushidu was frantically trying to deal with these attacks, he suddenly heard a loud roar. Gong gong divine art! Before Bagushidu could react, a massive whirlpool of water appeared above him. Dark clouds roiled as destructive energy fused with these waves. In the center of these waves, one could faintly make out the shape of a trident. At this crucial moment, Jili Laozu had finally struck. There were only 2 chains cast from 1,000-year-old frigid iron above the abyss, and the space was extremely small. Coupled with the fact that he couldn't find a good angle to strike, Jili Laozu had not done much until now. Instead, he had used the water element's ability to conceal his energy to find the best moment to strike. Boom! The 3 supreme experts of the world attacked at the same time, unleashing 3 destructive waves of stellar energy that slammed into Bagushidu's stellar energy barrier. Not even someone of Bagushidu's abilities could hold on against this terrifying attack. Thump, thump, thump. Bagushidu's body trembled as he retreated several steps. The energy in his chest was in disarray and blood was surging up, but Bagushidu forcefully swallowed it back down. Chapter 1553. Bagushidu, take my attack. Art of God and Demon Obliteration. A furious roar came from behind Bagushidu, and Wang Chong's eyes shone like stars. While the evil emperor, chief of Wushang, and Jili Laozu were attacking Bagushidu, Wang Chong lunged forward and used his strongest technique. But this was not the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art that Wang Chong excelled in, but a powerful technique that Wang Chong had never used before. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, there was an earth-shattering boom. It was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed in the void. At the same time, Wang Chong's vast great Yin-Yang heaven creation art surged into the Origin Immortal Sword. Under the effect of the Origin Immortal Sword, the stellar energy, cultivated from this illustrious martial arts of the martial arts world, was rapidly compressed and transformed into new, denser, and more tyrannical particles of energy. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Chong's aura suddenly changed. If Wang Chong's aura at the start was as majestic as a mountain, then the current Wang Chong's aura was sharp and unsheathed, terrifying to the extreme. He gave off the feeling that he was a sharp sword that could cut through all things in the world and destroy all obstacles. No, this was no longer just a look. Wang Chong had truly transformed into a sharp sword. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong had become one with his sword, a milky white sword more than 30 meters long and millions of times more dazzling than the sun. It slashed down at Bagushadu with astonishing speed. At this moment, Wang Chong was completely different from any other time. His body exuded a pure and vigorous destructive sword intent that could pulverize all things in the world. What sword art is this? Let alone Bagushadu. Even Wang Chong's master, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang grimaced. The new sword intent Wang Chong displayed was terrifying to the extreme, and it targeted the soul. The essence of the sword Tao was to annihilate all things in the world. This was the calamity of all living beings. Anyone who saw this sword would instinctively feel a fear from the depths of their soul. Art of God and demon obliteration. With the Origin Immortal Sword, Wang Chong was finally able to use this supreme sword art that was ranked second only to the Origin Immortal Art. Not good. Sensing the terrifying sword chi behind him, Bagushida paled and hurriedly turned around. At the same time, he gathered the power of his 3 earth blood cauldrons to block the attack. Bagushadu had reacted very quickly, but he had still underestimated this sword. Boom! A milky white radiance illuminated the world, and Wang Chong's sword chi was so fast that it cleaved space in two, leaving a wound in the air that was several dozen meters long. Bagushadu didn't even have time to bring out the full power of the 3 earth blood cauldrons before Wang Chong's sword cut a path through the 3 cauldrons. This terrifying sword chi was so fast that not even the mind could keep up. Swoosh! The sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh resounded in Bagushida's ears, and his entire body trembled as he sensed that a dreadful sword had pierced through his body. The destructive sword chi pierced through his body and split into thousands of strands, crazily blasting into his meridians. Every cell in Bagushidu's body felt like it had been plunged into winter, and all his vitality was severed, turning him gray. How could this be? Bagushidu's body trembled and his eyes went wide. At this moment, he could clearly sense that the world before him had turned gray, like a somber autumn that had lost all color. In just one attack, Bagushidu had suffered an unprecedented wound. Ah! With a scream, Bagushidu was pierced through by the terrifying power of the art of God and demon obliteration, and his body was sent flying like a rag doll. Rumble! From a distance, one could see a milky white beam of sword chi cleaving through the air, and Bagushidu was flying high into the air along the sword chi. Through the thick fog, he smashed into the wall near the other end of the passage. The force of this blow was so strong that it directly cracked the entire cave wall. The earth shook as if it were on the verge of collapse. Bagushidu's body creaked, blood gushing out of his pores, and countless bones in his body had been broken. Let's go! Bagushidu's face was filled with fear, and he had lost all courage to fight. He had never encountered such a terrifying sword chi before. The remnant sword chi remained in every cell in his body. After the battle ended, it continued to destroy the vitality in his body. With every moment that passed, Bagushida's injuries worsened. But what left Bagushidu most fearful was the unstoppable sharpness of that sword. Bagushidu's powerful black stellar energy was completely incapable of stopping this sword. Bang! Bagushidu slammed his right hand against the wall behind him and immediately charged toward the nearby passage. Bagushidu, do you think you can still run? At this moment, a cold voice came from behind, shaking the entire space. The evil emperor, the chief of Wushang, and Jili Laozu, these three titans of the martial arts world, attacked at the same time. Three powerful waves of stellar energy shot through the air like comets, striking the fleeing Bagushidu. Ah! Bagushidu screamed, his vitality rapidly weakening. He was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. No! Bagushidu's back was against the wall, his clothes in tatters and stained with blood. The pair of calm and calculating eyes suddenly widened. There was no calmness, no calculation, only the deepest fear. A single miscalculation had resulted in a complete defeat. The Origin Immortal Sword was so powerful that it could suppress ritual tools. This was something he had never imagined possible. And without the protection of the three Earth Blood Cauldrons, not even Bagushidu could deal with the combined attacks of four top-class experts of the current era. Wang Chong and the demonic emperor working together could already suppress the Arab war god Qutayba, who had just reached the subtle realm. Now that the chief of Wushang and Jili Laozu had joined in, Bagushidu had no chance of surviving. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, a majestic milky white sword chi illuminated the world behind the three of them, turning the dark underground world into a dazzling day. Bagushidu didn't even have time to cover his eyes before he was engulfed by the milky white sword chi, and then everything went dark. Plush! As the sword chi faded, a disheveled head tumbled to the ground, leaving behind Bagushidu's headless body, which slowly collapsed against the wall and became motionless. Behind him, there was a hole that was about 3 meters deep. It was pitch black and looked shocking to the eye. He's finally been killed. The moment Bagushidu fell, several figures flew through the fog toward the stone bridge. Of all these people, Jili Laozu was the first to arrive. As he stared at Bagushidu's corpse, Jili Laozu breathed a long sigh of relief. Bagushidu, the Earth sect master of the Eastern Turks, had been far too dangerous. In front of 4 people, and even the third-generation successor, he had managed to launch a sneak attack and capture Wang Chong. None of them had been a match for him. But in the end, this peerless expert of the Northeast, whose name had shaken the Tang dynasty and the Eastern Turks, had died at the hands of 4 people. The reversal was so massive that, for a moment, Jili Laozu's mind was in a daze, not daring to believe that this terrifying existence of the dark, radiant heaven had really died. "How are you?" At this moment, Chief of Wushang, leaning on his cane, was the second to arrive. "I'm fine." Jili Laozu shook his head. "But this fellow can't be any more dead. Without Bagushidu, the Earth sect of the Eastern Turks will fall into chaos for some time. Last time, Ishinishidu used his supreme divine ability to send the Earth Blood Cauldron back to the surface. But this time, the Earth sect won't be so lucky." As Jili Laozu spoke, he glanced at the 3 cauldrons at Bagushidu's side. These 3 powerful ritual tools, renowned throughout the Northeast, had been covered in cracks by Wang Chong's attack. In some places, there were even cracks that were more than half an inch wide, like corroded steel. It was a ghastly sight. Just this alone was enough to cripple half of the cauldron's power. Without several hundred years of repair, they would never be able to recover. Truly, everything has its vanquisher. Bagushidu was renowned in the northeastern region of Yuzhou for his schemes, intelligence, and formidable martial arts. But who could have imagined that this Grand Master of the Earth sect would die at the hands of a teenaged boy? Bagushidu, you've truly provoked the wrong person. Jili Laozu mentally sighed. In this battle, Bagushidu seemed to have been defeated by the combined efforts of the 4 of them. But Zhili Laozu was well aware that this was all because of the strength of the Tang dynasty's king of foreign lands. If not for him, they would have had no chance of victory. In truth, before Wang Chong had charged up the chain and onto the altar, the situation had been extremely unfavorable for them, with Bugushidu firmly in his grasp. The death of the third-generation successor had made it impossible for Zhili Laozu to leave alone. Chapter 1554. Even Zhili Laozu found it hard to believe that Wang Chong only had a third of his strength, that he had to deal with the first-generation guardian, the divine sword, and that Bugushidu had buried the earth sex forbidden art, the dark moon's flame, in his body. This youth seemed to possess limitless potential, and there seemed to be nothing he couldn't do. This was probably the existence in the world that could not be provoked. It's over. While Zhili Laozu was sighing, the evil emperor had also stepped over the chains, crossed the stone bridge, and reached the surface. He didn't even glance at Bugushidu. A Turkic expert coveting the origin immortal treasury wasn't much to him. This is a dangerous place, and we can't stay here for long. Chong-er, did you obtain the origin immortal art? The evil emperor turned to Wang Chong. No, but I did find Senior Zhou's formation divine tome. Executing the wild goose, descending the sand form, Wang Chong slowly descended to the ground from behind. What? The demonic emperor old man and Wushang village chief both trembled at these words, their faces paling. Even Zhili Laozu turned his head in shock. The origin immortal lord had set up such a chasm, with a first-generation guardian and a divine sword guarding it, and this was the very core of the origin immortal treasury. How could there not be an origin immortal art? Moreover, they had clearly seen Wang Chong ascend the altar, pull out his sword and take out a few things. I don't know what's going on either, but I feel like the origin immortal lord's treasury isn't that simple. There's probably another world here, and there might be some other mechanism or other changes. In short, it can't be that simple. Wang Chong sternly said. In an instant, the three of them frowned deeply. Putting Zhili Laozu aside, the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang knew that Wang Chong would never lie to them. If he said no, then it must be true. If there's nothing on the altar, then this is going to be troublesome. The evil emperor remained silent. For the first time, he felt troubled. It was said that the origin immortal lord had the ability to foresee the future. If Wang Chong had not found it, it meant that this legendary expert had other plans. But the troublesome thing was that there wasn't much time left for them. And without the origin immortal art, the incomplete, great yin-yang heaven creation art would always be a flaw. Boom! Just as the two of them were talking, the ground suddenly shook. Then, a series of footsteps, accompanied by the noise of people, came from the tunnel. Hearing this voice, the four of them shuddered, and a look of shock appeared on their faces. This was the core of the treasury, and it was guarded by generations of walking corpses. It was simply too difficult. Even Wang Chong and Bugushidu had only been able to avoid the second-generation successor and enter this place. But based on the sound of the footsteps, it was clear that many people had entered the tunnel. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Zhili Laozu's eyes went wide in disbelief. The demonic emperor old man, Wushang village chief, and the others had the same thoughts. However, before everyone could react, the auras rapidly approached, and at the same time a wave of panic shouts came from the passageway like a landslide and a tsunami. Run! They're coming! Out of the way! Out of the way! We're going to die! Get out of my way! What are you afraid of? We have so many people. Can't we deal with them? If you want to die, go. Don't stop us. Not good, they're catching up. Boom! A martial artist with disheveled hair and a ghastly complexion charged out of the tunnel. Behind him, a flood of martial artists surged forward, charging into the area where Wang Chong's group was located. Behind them, a large number of experts were still rushing over. This sudden sight left Wang Chong and the others dumbfounded. What's going on here? Wang Chong was flabbergasted by the panic and fear of the martial artists. These martial artists clearly didn't have the strength to easily reach this place. Just the second-generation successor was enough to keep all of them at bay. But what left Wang Chong even more shocked was what happened behind him. Roar! There was a heaven-shaking roar, and then the entire tunnel began to fiercely tremble. Dust and dirt began to fall from the walls and the ceiling above Wang Chong's group. The Black Een ancestor. Wang Chong's pupils constricted as he instantly recognized that extremely dark and turbid evil path energy. Not only that, Wang Chong also sensed the auras of the Bone Devil ancestor and the myriad ghost ancestor behind the Black Een ancestor. These three titans of the evil path of the Five Ancestor Alliance had also arrived. Out of the way! This one will kill anyone who dares to stop me. The Black Een ancestor's ruthless voice resounded through the air. Boom, boom, boom. A moment later, screams filled the tunnel as Wang Chong's group watched one martial artist after another fly out like ragdolls. In the blink of an eye, black smoke billowed, and a huge black dragon head that looked incomparably ferocious squeezed out of the passage that was taller than a person. Thump! The Black Een ancestor's black dragon form flew out of the passage, and the Bone Devil ancestor and myriad ghost ancestor followed closely behind him. The three evil path ancestors no longer had their usual arrogance and haughtiness. On the contrary, they seemed rather apprehensive and fearful, as if something dreadful was chasing them. Not good. There's a cliff up ahead. With panicked cries, the martial artists who had charged in quickly realized that there was a bottomless abyss in front of them. In a flash, the core region was thrown into chaos. In the rear, the martial artists seemed to be being driven away, all of them fighting to be the first to charge out of the passage. As for the main characters of this incident, Wang Chong the Evil Emperor and Jili Laozu, they had been forgotten. For a moment, no one paid them any attention. Buzz! More and more people gathered in the core region. At this moment, another powerful aura appeared in everyone's perception like a storm. It's Song Yuanyi! A familiar voice rang out. It was Jili Laozu. As experts of the martial arts world, they had fought before, so Jili Laozu was extremely familiar with Song Yuanyi's energy. In truth, Song Yuanyi's Eternal Spring Mantra's energy was so unique that no one in the world could imitate it. What's going on? Wang Chong, the evil emperor, Jili Laozu, and the chief of Wushang glanced at each other, all of them sensing a deep unease in each other's eyes. Putting aside the others, even the Black Een ancestor, the Bone Devil ancestor, the Myriad Ghost ancestor, and Song Yuanyi, these titans of the martial arts world, had been forced to flee in panic, driven to the core region. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Assume formation. A few moments later, a series of harsh shouts came from the passage. The experts of the Jingqi League charged out of the passage, surging toward the right side. Unlike the rest of the chaotic crowd, these people immediately formed a formation the moment they appeared. They lined up neatly and were ready for battle. Bang, bang! In a flash of white light, two figures with majestic energy charged out of the passage like a storm. They made a sharp turn in the air and immediately landed in front of the Jingqi League group. Everyone, hear my order. Activate the 7 lore formation. Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangting stood side by side, their expressions unprecedentedly solemn. Their gazes swept across the crowd and exchanged glances with Wang Chong and the evil emperor. Without pausing, they quickly turned to the cave entrance. Wang Chong's heart instantly sank. He knew of Song Yuanyi's personality. This person was extremely stubborn. From the northwest border all the way to the underground region, this person's heart had been steeled. No matter what the situation was, he had always wanted to exterminate Wang Chong and the evil emperor. But just now, when Wang Chong had met his gaze, Song Yuanyi had not paused and immediately turned to look the cave entrance. This could only mean one thing. In Song Yuanyi's mind, the impending danger was far more important than killing Wang Chong and the demonic emperor. Bang! As if in response to Wang Chang's thoughts, the air in the passage exploded and a dreadful energy swept out of the passage. Aya! Screams filled the air as the tensum martial artists at the very back were caught up by this destructive energy. Screaming, they were sent flying out of the passage. Thud, thud, thud. Tensum sect martial artists crashed into the crowd, exploding into a bloody mess and sending severed limbs flying through the air. The moment he landed on the ground, he had already lost all signs of life and turned into a corpse. Ah! Cries of alarm rang out in the crowd. Countless martial artists paled and hurriedly retreated in fright. There was an extremely terrifying and unsettling atmosphere in the air. He-hey, none of you will be leaving here alive today. At this moment, a cold, emotionless sneer came from the passageway. Boom! Before the crowd could react, another corpse flew out from the passageway and smashed into the restless crowd outside the cave. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, dust billowed out, and miserable shrieks rang out as countless people were smashed into by the corpses and sent flying backward. The corpse that had been thrown out of the passage slid for Tensum Zhang, almost off the cliff, before finally coming to a stop. Wang Chong had been standing on the left side of the passage. When that corpse had been thrown out, Wang Chong had sensed a scorching energy within it, and then he had sensed nothing. This person was far more powerful and frightening than he had imagined. Chapter 1555. Second Generation. Wang Chong's eyes widened as he finally lost his composure. The corpse that had been thrown out of the cave was head down and feet up, making it impossible to see its face, but Wang Chong was able to recognize it at a glance from the ancient robes of the Western Han Dynasty. Clang! Soon after, a cold light flashed, and a long sword was thrown out from inside, smashing to the ground. Wang Chong only glanced at it before his heart sank. This was the second generation's sword. Wang Chong had been very close to the second generation's sword as he had passed through the underground palace, so he was extremely familiar with the patterns on it, the shape of the hilt, and everything else. If he could only guess, because he couldn't see the face, then the second generation's sword that had been thrown out of the tunnel was a clear indication of everything. How could this be? Wang Chong's mind reeled in shock. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the crowd was so terrified and why these ordinary martial artists had been able to smoothly make their way here. It's them. A thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind, and he instantly understood what was going on. The second generation had already reached the subtle realm, and with the power of the origin immortal art, not even many subtle realm experts would be a match for him. And in the entire operation, in the entire cavern, the only ones who had the qualifications and ability to destroy the second King Yin Luo were probably those few people. Walala! A few moments later, as if responding to Wang Chong's thoughts, there was a flash of light, and a large group of people surged out of the narrow passage. Unlike the martial artists who had come out earlier, these people had vicious eyes, but much calmer expressions. Careful! They're coming out. The appearance of these men in black immediately caused the crowd to grow restless. An uneasy atmosphere pervaded the air. The martial artists' eyes were wide open, their throats swallowing, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat, their faces revealing clear fear and alarm. Wang Chong said nothing, but his expression turned grim. Everything was clear. After delaying for so long, these mysterious and powerful black-clothed men had finally arrived at the core area. This was not the first time Wang Chong had dealt with these people, and he knew that they were vicious and merciless. Most importantly, these people were terrifyingly strong. I'm afraid today's matter won't end well. Wang Chong's heart sank as he said to himself. And at this moment, buzz! There were new changes in the passageway. 3 powerful auras suddenly appeared in everyone's perception. They were like blazing suns. In the core region, those who could survive the layers of traps were all experts. However, compared to these 3 auras, he was as insignificant as an ant. Rumble! The ground quaked, and in the blink of an eye, 3 figures appeared. Their movements were calm, and their eyes were filled with disdain. Their faces were covered with golden masks, and they looked like gods who had descended to the mortal world. They slowly walked out of the passageway and appeared before everyone's eyes. As soon as the three of them appeared, the air seemed to solidify, and three invisible waves of pressure, as heavy as mountains, swept out in all directions. Even Song Yuanyi, Xie Guangting, the Black Yin ancestor, the Bone Devil ancestor, and the Myriad Ghost ancestor tensed up as if they were facing a powerful foe. For the first time, they appeared rather nervous. 3 people. The sight of this godlike, golden-masked man in black, shrouded in golden light, caused Wang Chong, the evil emperor, the chief of Wushang, and Jili Laozu to grimace in shock. One of these 3 people was someone the 4 of them had met before. It was none other than the man with the 3-eyed deer mask who had appeared on the surface of the Origin Immortal Formation and used his pair of giant golden hands to tear apart the Origin Immortal Formation's barrier. This man had a cold expression and sharp eyes, and his body was brimming with destructive energy. He was clearly a supreme expert of the subtle realm. Once one reached the subtle realm, one would be on a completely different level from the vast majority of martial artists in the mortal world, including peak great generals. Wang Chong and the others had already experienced this for themselves. The man with the 3-eyed deer mask possessed unfathomable strength, and he was not even the slightest bit weaker than the second-generation successor. As for the other 2, one of them wore a golden goat mask with 4 black horns on it, while the other wore a golden-red tiger mask. They looked as mighty as hell, mysterious and unfathomable. The 4-horned goat masked man was a little weaker than the man with the 3-eyed deer mask, but the man with the golden-red tiger mask exuded a vast sea of energy that was even more frightening than the other 2. In fact, from his position in the middle, it could be seen that the strength, identity, and status of this newly arrived man with the golden-red tiger mask was actually above that of the man with the 3-eyed deer mask who had arrived earlier. One man with the 3-eyed deer mask was already extremely difficult to deal with, and Wang Chong had never imagined that another expert in black would appear, perhaps even stronger. Wang Chong's heart sank, and his face twisted into a nasty grimace. Don't let a single one escape. At this moment, the man with the golden-red tiger mask in the middle suddenly spoke. An enormous aura, like an avalanche, engulfed the entire battlefield. Before this aura, even Song Yuanyi, the Black Yin ancestor, and the others paled in comparison. As he spoke, countless men in black surged in behind him, with the 3 bamboo hat men standing out the most. Besides these 3, there were 4 or 5 other experts who were no weaker than the 3 bamboo hat men. It's over. We're doomed. Just who are they? Why are they doing this? It can't be. I won't die here. I'll fight them to the death. As the fog churned, an atmosphere of despair and panic began to spread through the crowd. Looking down from a high vantage point, one could see that the countless martial artists in the vicinity of the small passage were retreating. Bastard! No matter what, you won't succeed. A woman's shrill curses resounded through the underground core, her voice particularly harsh in the chaos of the crowd. Following the voice, Wang Chong saw that the man with the golden-red tiger mask had raised an arm, his fingers gripping the neck of a middle-aged woman like a pair of pincers. This woman's hair was in disarray, her expression mournful, and her eyes were suffused with deep hatred. It's her. Wang Chong didn't recognize her at first glance, but when he saw the familiar white robe the woman wore, Wang Chong immediately understood. The woman being gripped by the man with the golden-red tiger mask was none other than the Origin Immortal Village chief, who had appeared in Greenfire Cave. The metal mask she had been wearing had long ago fallen off her face, and her aura was in disarray, making her seem extremely weak. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips, and it was apparent that she had been tortured. As expected, she still ended up in their hands. Wang Chong raised an eyebrow. In the underground river, he had heard at least 3 tremors caused by large mechanisms. Even though she had ended up in the hands of the 3 men in black, It was apparent that this Origin Immortal Village chief had made them suffer. Humph, foolish woman. We have plenty of ways to make you talk. Even if you used all the mechanisms you could, in the end, we still ended up here. Don't think that just because you won't talk, we won't be able to get what we want out of you. Right at this moment, the tall and skinny man with the four-horned goat mask on the far left suddenly spoke, his voice extremely cold. Someone, bring out those captives from the Origin Immortal Village. The man with the four-horned goat mask waved a hand behind him, and the men in black quickly escorted 7 or 8 members of the Origin Immortal Village, other than some ordinary Origin Immortal villagers. There were also quite a few elders of the Origin Immortal Village. Swish! Without the slightest hesitation, one of the men in black swung down his saber and beheaded an Origin Immortal Village chief. The headless body fell to the ground, blood gushing out of it. Bastard! You bastards! I won't let you get away with this. The Origin Immortal Village chief seemed to be greatly provoked by this sight. Her eyes went red, and her body twisted and struggled as she let out heart-wrenching curses. Kill a few more. Kill that elder as well. The man with the three-eyed deer mask on the right gave the order, his voice even colder and crueler than that of the man with the four-horned goat mask. The 4 men in black immediately stepped forward, each of them standing next to an Origin Immortal Village chief. Bastard! You bastards! Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you get away with this. The Origin Immortal villagers madly cursed, their eyes bursting with hatred. They struggled with all their might, but with their energy sealed, they could not escape. Crack! With this order, 3 of the Origin Immortal villagers fell to the ground without a sound, blood gushing out of their bodies and spreading through their bodies. Now it's your turn. At this moment, one of the black-clothed experts, no weaker than the 3 bamboo hat men, walked up to the white-bearded Origin Immortal elder and pressed his sword against the elder's neck. The sharp edge of the sword immediately left a deep gash on the elder's neck, from which blood gushed out. There's no need for such trouble. Since she won't speak, kill the rest of the Origin Immortal villagers. These Origin Immortal Village descendants no longer have the right to exist in this world. Right at this moment, a dignified and sonorous voice resounded. The voice was sonorous and revealed a domineering and tyrannical aura that shook the hearts of all. At this moment, the leader of the group, the man with the golden-red tiger mask, spoke. Chapter 1556. Yes. The black-clothed men bowed and immediately walked behind the remaining Origin Immortal villagers, preparing to execute them. In addition, a group of ants followed us all the way here. Goat Immortal, cut the weeds and pull out the roots. I leave this matter to you. The tiger mask man said, his words the straw that broke the camel's back. Beast! You damned beasts! I'll tell you. Let them go and I'll tell you everything. The Origin Immortal Village chief was hysterical and on the verge of collapse. All these men in black were callous and decisive assassins. Once they gave the order, there would be no room for negotiation. Once the tiger masked man gave the order, the Origin Immortal villagers that had existed for more than 1,000 years would be completely wiped out. You bastards! All of you will die a horrible death. A shrill howl resounded through the air. Buzz! But a moment later, the tiger masked man pulled back his wrist and raised the hysterical Origin Immortal Village chief, less than half an inch from his face. Foolish woman, are you cursing a god? Death has no meaning to us. Just tell me the answer I want. The tiger-masked man coldly said. An enormous stream of psychic energy erupted from his body and connected him to the Origin Immortal Village chief. Humph, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have acted in the first place. A few moments later, the tiger-masked man tossed the Origin Immortal Village chief to the ground. Buzz! A moment later, the tiger-masked man extended a finger and lightly flicked it. A golden-red strand of stellar energy condensed into metallic particles that began to twist and transform in the air. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into an origin immortal diagram more than 2 meters in diameter that slowly revolved in the air as if it had a life of its own. Boom! The tiger-masked man extended his right hand and thrust his palm at the origin immortal diagram. A moment later, the air trembled and the earth rumbled. Dust and gravel rained down from the sky, while the thick fog beneath the ground began to seethe. With a loud bang, the void trembled. The man with the golden-red tiger mask seemed to have opened some kind of restriction in the void. In the next moment, the earth trembled, and countless rocks fell from the surrounding cavern walls. Not far from the 3 men in black, the ground split open, and a mysterious bronze pillar extended out from the ground. The surface of this pillar was covered in patterns, and there were many ancient runes on the surface, as well as some pictures of ancient beasts. It looked dignified, solemn, and mysterious. Everyone watched as the man with the golden-red tiger mask slowly walked forward. In an instant, everyone noticed that there was an overarching disc protruding from the top of the bronze pillar. The man with the golden-red tiger mask walked up and pressed the disc on the top. He rotated it twice and then slammed it down with a bang. However, nothing happened around them. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. "Master!" Wang Chong subconsciously turned to the evil emperor, but the latter shook his head and stopped Wang Chong. "Whether it's the origin immortal villagers or these men in black, they're our enemies, not our friends. The men in black might want to kill us, but the origin immortal villagers won't let us go either. And based on what they've done, this origin immortal treasury probably has its own paradise. Don't act recklessly. Let's wait and see." Whether it was Wang Chong, the evil emperor, or the chief of Wushang, they were all top-class experts of the current era. But this was only for the experts on the surface. And these men in black belonged to no faction, not even people like Wang Chong, who had interacted with them on many occasions, knew anything about their background, much less anyone else. Wang Chong said nothing, only slightly creased his brow as he subconsciously scanned his surroundings. Everyone around him, including Song Yuanyi and the Black Yin ancestor, had wary and cautious expressions on their faces. They had no intention of acting recklessly. It was clear to see that they were extremely afraid of these men in black. On the other side, the man with the golden-red tiger mask was frowning. He seemed to be lost in thought because of what was happening in front of him, but very quickly his brows relaxed, as if he immediately understood. "Humph." The tiger-masked man coldly snorted, and without even turning his head, he thrust out a palm. Nearby, the origin immortal village chief that he had left behind was pulled by an invisible thread into the tiger-masked man's hand. Swish! There was a burst of bloody light as the tiger-masked man used a finger to cut the origin immortal village chief's arm, causing a spray of blood to splash onto the bronze pillar. The dark red blood immediately seeped into the interior of the bronze pillar as if it had met a sponge. A few moments later, it was completely sucked dry. Rumble! Accompanied by an earth-shattering noise, the bronze pillar that was as tall as a human suddenly retracted into the ground. Immediately after, the earth rumbled, and a loud cracking sound came from the depths of the earth. There was also the sound of gears turning. What's going on here? Is there some kind of mechanism underground? Cries of alarm rang out as the crowd began to back away, fearful that they might fall into some sort of trap. Just what are these scoundrels looking for? If it was just the origin immortal art, would they need to go through so much trouble? All the martial artists looked fearful, shocked, and doubtful. These black-clothed men always gave them a strange feeling, as if they were incompatible with the rest of the group. Meanwhile, Wang Chong remained silent, hidden in the crowd. Unlike the others, he had powerful psychic energy, and the moment the bronze pillar retracted into the ground, he had clearly sensed a powerful ripple traveling through the ground to the top of the abyss. As the ripple traveled upward, It grew fainter and fainter until it was almost inaudible. Silence, incomparable silence. Everyone was on standby, silently observing the progress and changes of the matter. At this moment, even the black-clothed men silently raised their heads and looked at the endless sky covered by the thick fog, waiting silently. Time ticked by, and just when the atmosphere was at its most frozen, Looking up, Wang Chong was the first to sense something. In just a short moment, rumble could be heard from above the bottomless abyss. It was as if some colossal creature had been shaken. The sound wasn't obvious at first, but as time went on, it became deafening and became more and more intense. "Look over there." At this moment, someone looked up and suddenly cried out, "Rumble!" In the next moment, the air whistled sharply, and a dazzling golden light expanded before everyone's eyes. Like a comet crashing into the earth, it suddenly plummeted downwards at an extremely fast speed. At first glance, this golden light was only the size of a sesame seed, at least 8,000 or 9,000 meters away. But in the blink of an eye, this sesame seed had swelled to hundreds of thousands of times its original size, transforming into a massive golden sphere. And within this golden sphere, there seemed to be something else. Not good. Careful. The comet-like light was incomparably blazing. The golden light that erupted from his body was like a scorching sun, illuminating the dark underground as if it was daytime. Rumble. In less than a few breaths of time, the huge golden ball of light smashed fiercely at the end of the chain, at the ancient altar that was floating in midair. The golden ball of light plummeted from the sky, its power terrifying and powerful. The moment it hit the ground, the air boomed and exploded, sending waves of energy sweeping out in all directions. Thump, thump. A martial artist on the edge of the cliff was unable to react in time and was struck by the waves of energy. Screams rang out as they were sent tumbling through the air. The martial artists that had calmed down immediately fell into chaos. Just what is that thing? Boom! Wang Chong spread out the stellar energy in his body, his eyes completely drawn to the golden ball of light falling from the sky. As the dust churned and the shock wave of energy swept through the area, Wang Chong looked in the direction of the explosion. How could this be? Even though Wang Chong had already mentally prepared himself, the sight of the ball of light on the distant altar still caused his body to tremble and a hint of shock to appear on his face. As he walked along the stone bridge and passed through two thick chains, Wang Chong saw a flickering golden light in the center of the thick fog, and within the flickering light, there was actually an ancient palace hall. This palace was decorated with flying eaves and dazzling golden walls. It exuded a grandeur that transcended time and space. For a moment, Wang Chong felt like he had passed through the surging flood of history and returned to the spring and autumn and warring states periods. That solemn, imposing, ancient, and solemn aura aroused reverence in one's heart and caused one to gasp in admiration. With just a glance, Wang Chong's attention was drawn to the golden characters written on the signboard of the palace. The Origin Immortal Palace. The words on the signboard exuded a majestic and oppressive aura, as if a god was looking down on the world. It really is the Origin Immortal Palace. Wang Chong's body trembled as an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. Although he hadn't obtained the Origin Immortal Art from the core of the treasury, Wang Chong had vaguely sensed that this adventure was not as simple as it seemed. There seemed to be something else hidden behind the trial of the first-generation successor and the Origin Immortal Sword. But that was just a guess, and he couldn't see anything else from the core. If not for these men in black, Wang Chong would have never imagined that the core of the treasury was hiding something else. The true treasury was actually hidden high above his head. These men in black knew that there was a secret here. Chapter 1557. If my guess is correct, the real supreme and infinite Origin Immortal Art should be hidden there. The Origin Immortal Art. It's the Origin Immortal Art. Hurry and charge over. Ha ha ha, the Origin Immortal Art is mine now. Anyone who makes an enemy of me will die. Get out of my way. The world's #1 art is mine." Wang Chong was far from the only one who understood this point. As the Origin Immortal Palace descended from the sky and landed on the altar, some of the martial artists immediately used movement techniques to rush toward the Origin Immortal Palace, shrouded in golden light, not even bothering with the men in black behind them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The stone bridge and the iron chains flew past as these martial artists charged over in a frenzy. But a moment later, when these people touched the golden light on the outermost edge of the Origin Immortal Palace, rumble! The golden light blazed as if some sort of seal had been triggered, and a dreadful and unstoppable energy surged forward. The fact that these martial artists had been able to last this long meant that each one of them was a powerful expert. But when struck by the golden light, they were sent flying like ragdolls. And behind them was Wan, Zhang, Deep, Yuan. The shrill screams grew further and further away, and in just a few moments, all the cultivators had disappeared. Fools! At the sight of this, the leader of the group, the man with the golden-red tiger mask, laughed coldly. He looked at the disappearing cultivators as if they were idiots. They had planned this operation for a very, very long time. If not for the seal around the Origin Immortal Palace, making it difficult to charge in, they would never have left such an opening for these martial artists to get ahead of them. Everyone, hear my order. Kill them. Kill them all. The tiger masked man's eyes were cold and callous. With a wave of his sleeve, he gave the order to kill the martial artists. Kill. Without any hesitation, in the next moment, all the black-clad experts in front of the tunnel entrance surged with killing chi. They brandished their sabers and swords and charged at the vast crowd of cultivators. Although the opposing side seemed to have the most number of martial artists, these black-clothed experts roared angrily, giving people the feeling that they had the absolute advantage. Roar! Bestial howls rang out as the black-clothed men began to transform into half-Luo and half-Lu creatures or black flame Asuras, exuding powerful auras. With lightning-fast speed, they charged at the martial artists. A massacre had begun. Kill. Be careful, fight it out with them. On the other side, with a cliff behind them, the martial artists quickly engaged in a chaotic battle with this group, their eyes bloodshot. Saber and sword clashed, and stellar energy clashed. The scene became extremely chaotic. Pu-piu-piu. The half-Luo and black flame Asuras were like tigers in a flock of sheep, charging and slaughtering the martial artists, throwing them into disarray. The storm-like attacks came from all directions, but they were completely blocked by these mutated, black-clothed men with their tyrannical bodies and terrifying strength. They didn't even use any weapons. They only used their 10 fingers to pierce through the martial artists' astral energy. Their round fingers pierced through the martial artists' bodies, leaving bloody holes in them. The martial artists trembled and immediately dropped to the ground. Some of the experts from the other sects were powerful, but when they were entangled by the black flames, their stellar energy began to burn, and they couldn't help but let out shrill and terrified howls. The harvest has only just begun. At almost the same time, a bamboo hat man suddenly stepped forward, the corner of his lips peeking out from the edge of his bamboo hat slightly curling into a cruel and callous smile. Clang! As the battle raged on, the bamboo hat man unsheathed the saber at his waist, accompanied by a saber energy that crackled like lightning. Bang! The air exploded, and the bamboo hat man's body swayed as he vanished into the void. Greater void step! The bamboo hat man moved like a bolt of lightning, his body flickering about the battlefield so fast that not even the naked eye could keep up with him. All one could see was faint white ripples spreading and transforming in the air. Pin 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 pin. Behind him, the other 2 bamboo hat men, including the bamboo hat leader, also began to attack. In order to settle this once and for all, the deer immortal had summoned the other great immortals. Three great immortals attacking at the same time was an extremely rare sight in the organization. Even the three bamboo hat men were very careful, not daring to show the slightest bit of carelessness. 1, 2, 3. At this moment, almost all the men in black had moved out and screams filled the air. As the two sides clashed, one martial artist after another was forced to retreat, suffering grievous casualties. Assume formation. At this moment, Jingqi League Lord Song Yuan's eyes flashed as he gave the order. His voice was steady and heavy, extremely calm. In the midst of this chaos, he exuded a sense of calm and confidence. In a flash, the surrounding martial artists subconsciously began to approach the Righteous Alliance group. Buzz! With Song Yuan's order, the experts of the Zhengqi League began to vibrate with stellar energy. In small groups of 3, they began to form small formations, and then 5 small formations joined together to form a larger formation. All of the formations were connected to one another. Their auras merged into one, as if they were a single person. Awoo! In the blink of an eye, the black-clothed men advanced, their experts charging towards Song Yuan's group. A half, Lu Wus in black screamed, his hair disheveled and his expression savage. Like a beast choosing its prey, he lunged at Song Yuan. Alliance Lord, watch out! Cries of alarm could be heard. These half, Lu Wus in black, had such powerful bodies that they could even block stellar energy. Who knew how many martial artists they had just killed? But in the face of all this, Song Yuan remained calm, not a hint of panic in his eyes. Bang! As the half, Lu Wus in black, charged forward, a deep green light flickered on his body. Boom! Song Yuan didn't move at all, but when the beast-like half, Lu Wus in black, was still 3 feet away from Song Yuan, it suddenly crashed into an invisible barrier. Dizzy, it came to a sudden stop. Boom! Song Yuan held his hands behind his back and remained motionless, only his robe fluttering. A moment later, a stream of green stellar energy flowed through the pores of the half, Lu Wushuang man in black, and into his body. Keklak! Countless leaves and vines sprouted out of the pores of the half, Lu Wus in black, and even some brightly colored flowers began to sprout from them. Their exposed skin also quickly changed from a copper iron black to a tree-like green. How could this be? The half, Lu Wus, slowly raised his head, his eyes brimming with disbelief as he stared at the indifferent Song Yuan. Keklak! A few moments later, this powerful and invincible half, Lu Wus in black, immediately turned into a tree that stood motionless in front of Song Yuan. Their life energy had completely vanished. The half, Lu Wus, by sacrificing a great deal of stellar energy and latent potential, they were able to greatly increase the strength of their bodies and move faster and faster, like a monster. Alas, this simple strengthening of the body was actually much easier for Song Yuan, who was skilled in the spring art. Bastard! The bamboo hat man's expression chilled at this sight, and he transformed into a black whirlwind that lunged at the Righteous Alliance members behind Song Yuan and Song Yuanhe with incredible speed. Great sundering art! A calm and unhurried voice came from the side. Before Song Yuan could act, the Vice Alliance Lord of the Jingqi League, Xie Guangding, stepped forward and punched. This punch seemed slow, but was fast, and before the man in black could get close, Xie Guangding had already taken the initiative to attack. Brum! The earth quaked and stellar energy boomed. Endless white light, more dazzling than the sun, exploded from Xie Guangding's fist. In that instant, the space trembled, and in front of Xie Guangding's grand sundering art, countless cracks immediately appeared like glass. At the same time, the bamboo hat man's dreadful stellar energy was also torn apart. Great sundering art of the 8 directions. In terms of countering blows, fighting against single opponents, and shattering stellar energy, there was no art in the world that was more formidable than the great sundering art. Even Song Yuan, a peerless expert who had cultivated the eternal spring mantra to perfection and whose stellar energy was as hard as steel, was in danger of being broken by Xie Guangding, let alone anyone else. All Jingqi League disciples, hear my order. Attack with all your might. A voice rang out in everyone's ears. Song Yuanyi's expression chilled as he gave the order to attack. Kill. Several dozen Jingqi League experts, including Elder Sikong Yuanjia, howled as they charged at the man in black. Chapter 1558. The Eternal Spring, Qi quickly raised their spirits to the peak, and at the same time healed their internal injuries one by one. Boom, boom, boom. In just a few seconds, the Jingqi League experts in the formation began to engage in fierce battle with the men in black. Above their heads, there was a flash of light, and with a heaven-shaking explosion, stellar energy exploded in the midst of the men in black. Miserable screams rang out as the 8 black-clothed experts were killed by Song Yuanyi's Eternal Spring mantra before they could even make a sound. Seeking death! At almost the same time, Xie Guangding's eyes flashed with cold light as he attacked. Putting aside Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangding on the left side of the passage, the members of the 5-group alliance were also enduring the frenzied attacks of the men in black. However, unlike the Jingqi League, the 5-group alliance did not have such complicated formations or tactics. They only had one method of fighting: to fight with all their strength and to fight to the death. Awoo! With a heaven-shaking bestial roar, a massive black dragon lunged forward, its long tail fiercely lashing out. With a single strike, 10 men in black were sent flying like rag dolls. Boom! Those dragon claws heavily stomped down, and a black-robed man's face was filled with terror. He didn't even have time to dodge, and his protective stellar energy was scattered by the pitch-black dragon claws, and he was smashed into a pile of meat paste. Humph, if you want to kill this old man, I'd like to see just what skill you have. The Black Een ancestor's cold and sinister voice resounded over the battlefield. Behind them was a cliff, and the members of the 5-group alliance had already been forced into desperate straits. Cornered beasts would still struggle, and the Black Een ancestor had a titan of the evil path with him. At almost the same moment that the Black Een ancestor launched his attack, the earth quaked as another enormous storm of energy appeared in everyone's perception. Roar! Right behind the black dragon, a huge bone demon appeared. It was 30 to 40 meters tall, and black smoke surged from its body. It looked incomparably malevolent, and it appeared before everyone's eyes. Wrath of the Bone Devil. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, countless dried bones were uprooted from the ground and gathered in the giant bone demon's right arm, turning into a thick bone fist made up of thousands of white bones. Then it fiercely smashed towards the ground. Rumble! The bone fist descended, causing the earth to shake and the ground to cave in. Even the place where everyone was standing seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The Bone Devil ancestor's attacks caused the men in black to scream. Even the Half, Lu Wus, and the Black Flamajuras were unable to take a single blow before being blown apart by the Bone Devil ancestor's massive fists. An intense aura of death surged into the bodies of these black-robed men. It actually turned them into skeletons, and they fell to the ground. Bastard! Powerful experts, no weaker than the 3 bamboo hat men, charged toward the Bone Devil ancestors group with savage expressions. The battle was intense, the sounds of fighting and clashing stellar energy ringing out incessantly. In a few short moments, the air was filled with a bloody mist and the ground was covered in corpses. Even though they had Song Yuanyi, Xie Guangding, the Black Een ancestor, the Bone Devil ancestor, the Myriad Ghost ancestor, the elders of the righteous and evil paths, and many unaffiliated martial artists, the overall strength of the men in black was far from what these martial artists could compare to. Their martial arts were fierce and tyrannical, blazing like wildfire. Moreover, their martial arts were completely different from the martial arts of the martial arts world. To the experts of the martial arts world who were accustomed to the difference between the righteous and evil paths, These strange and powerful martial arts were impossible to defend against. "It's our turn!" Clang! As the battle reached its most intense, Wang Chong took 2 steps forward and raised the Origin Immortal Sword. Enormous waves of energy surged out of it. This divine sword was far stronger than Wang Chong had imagined. And after his battle with Bagushadu, Wang Chong was getting more and more proficient in using the Origin Immortal Sword, and he was gradually beginning to understand how to use it. These men in black are truly like maggots in one's bones. They're everywhere, but it's about time for us to counterattack. Wang Chong's eyes flashed with an extremely sharp light as he gazed at the densely packed men in black advancing on them. When one could no longer endure, there was no need to endure. Now that he had recovered all his energy, his illness had been cured, and he had the divine sword in his hand. He had nothing to worry about. "Master, this is for you. I got it from the sacrificial altar. Leave the rest to me." Wang Chong tossed over the bottle he had obtained from the sacrificial altar, and then, dragging the Origin Immortal Sword behind him, he charged forward like a god of war, unstoppable and unstoppable. Pung! At the same time he stepped out, the earth trembled, and a powerful aura swept out from his body like a storm. Bang! Wang Chong's eyes flashed with cold light, and he transformed into a twisting bolt of lightning that vanished. Boom, boom, boom. 100 feet away, a violet streak, barely visible to the naked eye, flashed through the air. A moment later, there was a series of explosions as Wang Chong's Origin Immortal Sword drew a long arc through the air. Wherever this arc passed, the men in black were blown to pieces by destructive energy. In just a few short moments, the men in black had lost 10 experts, and this was only the beginning. Without the slightest warning, the black-clothed men who had been slaughtering the martial artists and fighting with the righteous and evil paths suddenly let out panic screams, their bodies trembling as if they had lost control of themselves. And what was most uncontrollable was the stellar energy in their bodies. Boom! Like a river flowing into the ocean, the stellar energy in the bodies of the black flame Asuras began to uncontrollably surge out of their bodies, transforming into a sea of smoke that surged into Wang Chong's body. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the men in black withered and collapsed to the ground. Their cultivations were all poured into Wang Chong's body. The great yin-yang heaven creation art. This was the #1 art of the evil path. And now that Wang Chong had recovered his energy, it was even more powerful than before. Rumble! A fierce wind erupted from Wang Chong, and a powerful attractive force erupted from him. By relying on the enormous power of the Origin Immortal Sword, Wang Chong's great yin-yang heaven creation art had reached the subtle realm, and its power had increased by more than 1 level. Thud, thud, thud. The men in black screamed, their bodies seething with black smoke as they collapsed to the ground, trembling. Bastard! On the other side, the 3rd bamboo hat man, who had been using the greater void step to wander around like a ghost, suddenly turned his head, his eyes cold. "Hey, it's you! You actually dared to come knocking on my door." An extremely sinister and sharp light flashed through the 3rd bamboo hat man's eyes. He had noticed Wang Chong when he first arrived at the core, but with the 3 great immortals present, the 3rd bamboo hat man did not dare to act rashly. But now it was a different matter. In this place, even if Wang Chong grew wings, he would not be able to escape. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Clang! There was a shrill metallic whistle as the 3rd bamboo hat man vanished into the void. Crack! In the depths of the void, a slender whip, as sharp as a blade, left a dreadful scar in the air as it lashed at the motionless Wang Chong. The black metal whip in the man's hand possessed a powerful stellar energy, piercing ability that could easily tear apart a martial artist's stellar energy, even tearing them in 2. Humph! At this sight, Wang Chong suddenly smiled. This was not his first time encountering this man in black. He had been the one to fight him in the underground river. But at that time, Wang Chong's strength had been greatly reduced, and he was in danger of cultivation defect, so he had been forced to avoid him. Now, even Bagushido had died to him, let alone the bamboo hat man. Perfect timing. Wang Chang's lips slowly curled into a smile, and then his body flickered. Before the bamboo hat man could arrive, Wang Chong had already taken the initiative to attack. Bang! In a flash of light, Wang Chong's body vanished into the void. Far behind him, rumble! An enormous wave of psychic energy as heavy as a mountain struck the invisible third bamboo hat man in the air. The greater void step was far faster than the one Wang Chong had obtained from the man in black. In terms of pure speed, Wang Chong was simply no match for the third bamboo hat man. Alas, Wang Chong didn't need to go through so much trouble to deal with the third bamboo hat man. His tangible psychic energy far surpassed that of a subtle realm expert. The third bamboo hat man's greater void step was completely useless against him. In an instant, there was an explosion in the depths of the void, followed by a series of screams that caught everyone off guard. Before the third bamboo hat man could reach him, a hair-thin bolt of violet lightning flashed through the air, imbued with destructive energy as it struck the third bamboo hat man with lightning-fast speed. Bang! Before anyone could react, the third black-clothed bamboo hat man let out a blood-curdling scream and was immediately sent flying like a kite with its string cut. With a bang, he smashed into the wall of the cave that was more than 10 meters high behind the battlefield. In an instant, smoke and dust billowed, gravel flew in all directions, and large chunks of rocks collapsed. The third bamboo hat man had been smashed into the wall by the terrifying power of Wang Chong's sword. Bastard! At the same time, the 30-meter-tall yellow scarf warrior suddenly turned around. As he turned, countless rocks began to fall, all of them stellar energy that had been petrified by his technique. Chapter 1559. The difference in strength between them and the bamboo hat leader was far too great. Even so, after they died, an invisible force continued to expand within their bodies. Their skin, hair, nails, and even the blood flowing out of their bodies slowly turned to stone. Kid, you truly have a tough life. The bamboo hat leader's resounding voice was like that of a god, echoing over the heavens. Since that's the case, I might as well kill you and put an end to any future troubles. Rumble. The earth quaked as the bamboo hat leader's massive body contained boundless energy. His every movement caused the entire cliff to tremble as if it could not endure his immense strength. However, even though his body was huge, his movements were extremely nimble, and he was extremely fast. Rumble. Without the slightest hesitation, the yellow scarf warrior lunged at Wang Chong with a speed and agility that was completely different from its massive body. His massive fist exploded with golden light, shrouded in destructive torrents as it smashed toward Wang Chong. Rumble. The yellow scarf warrior's fist was fast, but Wang Chong's attack was even faster. In the face of this dreadful attack that could even petrify a martial artist along with their stellar energy, Wang Chong showed no intention of backing down. Now that he had fully recovered his strength, he was even stronger than before. Even in the face of this expert, who could fight evenly with Song Yuanyi, Wang Chong was still able to display his sharpness and refused to pass on this responsibility. Art of God and Demon Obliteration. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong immediately used the supreme offensive sword art of the Central Plains. BZZZ. Space shuddered, and then an enormous sword intent surged out of Wang Chong's body like a tsunami. This milky white light filled the world, instantly transforming into a vast beam of sword chi several dozen zhang long that slammed into the mountainous yellow scarf warrior. Boom! Two terrifying energies that surpassed the peak great general level clashed in the air like bolts of lightning. Kacha! A deafening sound rang out, and the entire sky seemed to be torn apart in that instant. An endless gale swept down from the sky like a huge wave, sweeping through the surroundings. Some of the black-clothed men and martial artists didn't even have time to react before they were swept away. However, the result of this seemingly evenly matched battle was completely different from what everyone had imagined. Boom! In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, there was a flash of white light, and the majestic milky white sword chi tore through the surging stellar energy around the yellow-scarved strongman's body that was 7 to 8 meters thick and as hard as armor. The magnificent sword chi advanced by leaps and bounds and struck the yellow-scarfed strongman's thick rock arm. Ah! With a miserable scream and a shocking explosion, the yellow-scarved strongman's huge body staggered back. His stone face was filled with horror. Impossible! At this moment, the yellow scarf warrior seemed to have been given a terrible fright. Crash! Just as he was retreating, the huge arm he had thrown out cracked and fell off piece by piece. And this was far from the end. Cackalack! Even the yellow scarf warrior's body began to crack and fall to the ground. Moreover, through the cracks between the rocks, one could clearly see strands of milky white sword chi that were like strands of hair moving about within his body like spirit snakes. Even after the battle was over, the terrifying sword chi and sword intent of the art of god and demon obliteration were still roaming through his body, continuing to wreak havoc. Not only that, the sword chi that Wang Chong had left in his body had caused the bamboo hat leader to completely lose control of the yellow scarf warrior's body for the first time. The destructive power of this sword Dao was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Boom! The yellow scarf warrior's massive body was pushed back step by step, and then it crashed into the wall behind it, stirring up a cloud of dust. What? For a moment, all was silent. The bamboo hat men were stunned by this sight and turned their heads, incredulous looks on their faces. The bamboo hat leader's yellow scarf warrior was a top-class technique of their organization, and when used, it possessed boundless strength. The fact that it could petrify a martial artist's stellar energy was proof enough. Other than great immortals, no one else could surpass it. But not even if they were beaten to death could they have imagined that the child of destruction they had been pursuing would possess such terrifying strength. With a single strike, he had destroyed the yellow scarf warrior. Impossible! How could he be so strong? The second bamboo hat man found it difficult to conceal his shock. Of all the people here, he was probably the only one who had not fought with Wang Chong. But the 3 bamboo hat men were far from the only ones to be deeply shocked. It's him. It's that fake young Master Qingyang. No, it's that disciple of the demonic emperor. He's also here. The moment Wang Chong saw him, the members of the Jingqi League immediately recognized him. Wang Chong had once used the name of young Master Qingyang and lived with them in the base of the Jingqi League for some time, so many of them were very familiar with him. How could this be? At almost the same time, Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangding also noticed Wang Chong. These 2 alliance lords had weathered many storms and were composed individuals who would not easily lose their composure even if Mount Tai were to collapse. But as they watched Wang Chong slowly descend from the sky like a flood dragon, the 2 of them were slightly taken aback. Song Yuanyi, Xie Guangding, and the members of the Jingqi League were all well aware of the strength of these 3 men in black, especially the yellow scarf warrior. When Song Yuanyi had fought with him, he had also been at an extreme disadvantage. If not for the fact that the Eternal Spring Mantra was adept at defense and possessed incredible endurance, as well as the astonishing rebound force, he would have already been defeated by the yellow scarf warrior. This kid, when did he get so strong? In the roiling fog, the Black Een ancestor and the others also noticed what was going on over there. The Black Een ancestor's battle was extremely strenuous, and he was facing off against several experts, no weaker than the 3 bamboo hat men. Moreover, there were also many half, Lu Wus and Black Flame Azuras attacking him. These men in black were simply too powerful. Their techniques and fighting style were completely different from those of the martial arts sects, and they had an endless number of top-class experts. Both the members of the 5 Ancestor Alliance and the Jingqi League were bitterly struggling to hold on. Thus, when Wang Chong defeated the 3rd bamboo hat man with a single blow and then defeated the even stronger yellow scarf warrior with a single blow, the yellow scarf warrior became the envy of all. The overwhelming strength displayed by the god of war, as well as the ease with which he fought, instantly became a clear stream that everyone envied in this precarious battlefield. At this moment, the only person who remained unperturbed was Wang Chong. The art of god and demon obliteration. This supreme technique was passed down from the Tang dynasty's war god, So Yung-sun. It was a supreme sword Dao that allowed one person to defend a city and deal with thousands of foreign invaders. It was unimaginably difficult to cultivate, and one would need several decades to reach major success. Ever since Wang Chong had obtained it, he had only been able to reach minor success in it. In ordinary realms like the true martial realm or the profound martial realm, minor success in the destruction sword Dao was more than enough. But at the peak of the Saint Martial realm, or even the half-step subtle realm, minor success in the destruction sword Dao was far from enough. In normal circumstances, Wang Chong would need several decades to cultivate this technique. But the great Yin-Yang Heaven creation art, the mysterious Origin Immortal Sword, and a small portion of the Origin Immortal art allowed Wang Chong to convert his stellar energy into god and demon obliteration stellar energy. This allowed Wang Chong to bypass the extremely difficult cultivation of the god and demon obliteration sword, allowing him to reach major success in the destruction sword Dao for the first time. Each of the 10 supreme techniques of the Central Plains had their own areas of expertise. Although the great Yin-Yang Heaven creation art was powerful, it was only in terms of increasing one's internal energy or targeting one's stellar energy. In terms of true offensive power, only the art of god and demon obliteration could allow Wang Chong to fully display his stellar energy. If that's the case, Wang Chong calmly landed on the ground, his body surging with energy. As he scanned the place where the yellow scarf warrior had fallen, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He was still not very familiar with the art of god and demon obliteration. Because the time was too short, he could not completely grasp this unparalleled sword technique. But as time passed, he became more and more familiar with the art of god and demon obliteration, and was gradually able to bring out the power of this unparalleled technique. A thorn has appeared. It seems to be the child of destruction. Right at this moment, a cold glint flashed through the masked man's eyes, and he suddenly spoke. They had almost complete control over the entire battlefield, suppressing both Song Yuanyi and the Black Yin ancestor. Only Wang Chong had been defeated in a single clash by the 3 bamboo hat men, and not even the powerful yellow scarf warrior had been able to suppress him. The man with the 3-eyed deer mask had fought with Wang Chong before. In the core of the Origin Immortal formation, he had almost been able to capture Wang Chong, but not even he had expected that Wang Chong, who had been lost to the 3 bamboo hat men, would appear here and defeat the powerful yellow scarf warrior in a single blow. Go to mortal go. Since the yellow scarf warrior can't complete his mission, kill him. Just when the man with the 3-eyed deer mask was about to step forward, a vigorous voice came from the side. The man with the golden-red tiger mask had spoken, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. The 3 of them had stood side by side, not taking part in the battle this entire time. One reason was because of their status, but the other was that they were standing by, ready to eliminate a thorn like the child of destruction at any moment. I know. He's just an ant. Let me end him. The man with the 4-horned goat mask, or rather, the goat immortal, faintly smiled at Wang Chong. As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward, his expression disdainful, and his body began to exude a terrifying energy that caused the world to pale. Chapter 1560. The appearance of a mysterious youth had caused the war in the southwest to undergo an earth-shaking change. The Uzun army, which had initially been virtually invincible, suffered successive defeats in the span of a single night, losing 50 to 60,000 soldiers. One had to admit that while everyone had been excitedly thinking about completely wiping out the Annam Protectorate and flattening the Tang dynasty's western front, this had given them all a rude awakening. No one knew the origins of this mysterious youth. Even Jiao Sero and Fenjie had only met him once. But now, Uzun Prime Minister, who had never even seen him or even participated in any of the battles, was saying that he already knew the identity of this youth. Prime Minister, is what you say true? Fengji's face was filled with shock. He had heard of this Prime Minister of the Uzun Ngari royal lineage for a long time, only knowing that this youth possessed extraordinary intelligence and abilities. The punishment operation that the Tang dynasty had jointly launched with Zhangzhou, Jinqiang, and several other prefectures had ultimately ended in failure because of this youth. Fengjie didn't understand Daluan Ruozhen, but he understood the other side. No, the capital's Zhangzhou, Jinqiang. Zhangzhou Jinqiang was a man of great ambition. He had always wanted to establish himself in the southwest and use his achievements to enter the imperial court. Moreover, under Zhangzhou Jinqiang's leadership, the relationship between the Tang dynasty and Meng Shijiao had not been so stiff, and the two sides had even had a honeymoon period. Back then, Zhangzhou Jinqiang had also encouraged Meng Shijiao to borrow Meng Shijiao's military strength to ally with the two sides and attack the plateau. But in the end, none of these operations had succeeded. It was not Uzun, great General Huishu Wuzong, but this prime minister of the Uzun Empire's Ngari royal lineage, who had managed to make someone as ambitious as Zhangzhou Jinqiang settle down and guard the Annan Protectorate for several decades. But this Uzun Empire's Ngari royal lineage. I've long heard that the Prime Minister of Uzun has 9 acupores in his mind and is extraordinarily intelligent. Every one of them is knowledgeable and knowledgeable. They are familiar with all the classics of the Central Plains and have also received the secret enlightenment method of the Great Snow Mountain Temple. Cicadas feel the autumn wind before it blows, and they know the meaning of autumn when a leaf falls. I used to think that it was more or less an exaggeration. If this Daluan Ruozhen can determine that kid's identity just by listening to a few words, then it's really scary. Fengjia's eyes flashed and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Uzun had 4 royal families for prime minister and 1 prime minister. Daluan Ruozhen was just one of them. If Daluan Ruozhen really had this kind of ability, then the other 3 prime ministers and the one who served the Tsempo were truly frightening. At this moment, a hint of fear emerged in Fengjie's heart. Imperial father borrowed the strength of Uzun to deal with the Tang dynasty, but Uzun himself was a wolf, and an extremely vicious one at that. If in the future Meng Shijiao and Uzun shed all pretense of cordiality, the empire would be in dire straits. In truth, Fengjie had always been reserved about borrowing the strength of the Uzun Empire to make it difficult for the Uzun cavalry to advance. Although he couldn't be considered to be vehemently opposed, he wasn't very enthusiastic either. At the very least, he was a little conflicted. The more powerful Uzun's general and minister abilities were, the more conflicted Fengjie felt. Haha, Crown Prince Jai, what do you think? At some point, Daluan Ruozhen had walked over and was looking at Fengjie with a smirk on his face that seemed to contain a deeper meaning. It's nothing. Prime Minister is overthinking things. Fengjie's heart chilled, and he hastily regained his composure. He knew that this prime minister was extremely perceptive and that his thoughts were even more terrifying than he had imagined. That brat's origins are unknown. If we can learn his identity and use his weakness to deal with him, that would be the best. Fengjie is willing to listen to prime minister's wise opinion. In truth, this isn't that difficult. Although I've never seen the youth you speak of, nor have I participated in any of those campaigns, I don't know how he commands an army. However, if we just want to determine his identity, it really isn't that difficult. I already know everything about him. Daluan Ruozhen fanned himself as he paced back and forth, attracting everyone's attention. When it came to military affairs, one was civil and the other was military. Wherever Huishu Wuzong was present, he rarely interfered. Most of the time it was a matter of strategy. The art of war and strategy are all secrets of the families of ministers and generals. These are not things that an ordinary outsider can learn. Moreover, you said that he was wearing Wang Fu's armor. At this point, Daluan Ruozan smiled and continued. There are only two true commanders of the Annam Protectorate that Wang Yan leads. One is Wang Yan, and the other is his eldest son Wang Fu. These two are the true commanders of the army. Military affairs are a matter of great importance to the country. Which ordinary soldier would dare to casually pass on the armor of their commander? They wouldn't even dare to think about it. As soon as that youngster appeared, he took the king's talisman and wore his armor. If he wasn't from an illustrious family, rich or noble, and full of confidence, how would he dare to do such a thing? Prime Minister, forgive me for saying too much, but there are countless descendants of nobility and wealth in the entire Tang dynasty. If this is all, I'm afraid that it isn't enough to deduce the identity of that youth, right? Jelifeng, the ruler of Mengshi, said with a frown. In truth, she was also rather curious about that youth. However, this curiosity wasn't admiration. Rather, it was a desire to extinguish any threat as quickly as possible. The Tang dynasty of the Central Plains had far too many talents, practically innumerable. Wang Zhongxi, Geshu Han, Gao Xianji, Zhang Shogui, Zhangchou Jinchong, Wang Yan, Xinyu Zhongtong. There were far, far too many. And now, at this crucial moment, there was another mysterious youth who was extremely skilled in the art of war. With such a powerful empire by their side, it was hard to eat or sleep well. No one knew when the Tang dynasty would be dissatisfied and send troops to destroy Mengshi or change the dynasty and install a new emperor. This was also one of the reasons why Jelifeng wanted to rebel against Tang. As for the dangers from the Tang dynasty, especially those that could be seen, he wanted to nip every single one of them in the cradle as soon as possible to prevent them from growing into a bigger problem. The exclusive video of the Tang dynasty's god of war So Young-sun 1 has been uploaded. Everyone is welcome to follow. Add the WeChat account and search for Huang Fuqi. Click on the profile picture and you'll be able to view it in the history. Smiley face. Haha, if that's all, of course it wouldn't be enough. Daluan Ruozan chuckled, then continued. But Huishu Wizong also said that the ones commanding the army last night were not Wang Yan or Xinyu Zhongtong. Two of the highest commanders of the Tang dynasty joining hands to launch a sneak attack on Jiaosaro was definitely not their style. To be able to command both Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong at the same time. Just think about it. Who else could do that? Everyone fell silent. Huishu Wizong and Jelifeng both sank into deep thought. None of them had considered what Daluan Ruozan had just said. Even Fenjie and Jiaosaro were stunned. In fact, in terms of curiosity, in terms of wanting to know more about that young man, no one was more eager than them, who had been defeated by him twice. But they really hadn't thought about what Daluan Ruozan had said. Wang Yan is still secondary, but Xinyu Zhongtong is someone that fellow Zhangchou Jinchong chose. That fellow only chooses people based on loyalty. Wang Yan might hand over his military authority, but Xinyu Zhongtong definitely won't hand over his authority so easily, unless Wang. As if a ray of light had just flashed through everyone's mind. Everything suddenly became clear. Unless that person was appointed by Zhangchou Jinchong. In that instant, the same thought flashed through everyone's mind. That's right. In such a short period of time, why would Xinyu Zhongtong hand over his authority? And why would he listen to that youth and work together with Wang Yan to ambush Jiaosaro? In this world, it's not that there aren't people who can order Xinyu Zhongtong around and make him lower his stance. But there are definitely only a handful of them. And Zhangchou Jinchong is definitely one of them. I dare say that that child definitely has a letter from Zhangchou Jinchong. Daluan Ruozan waved his fan, his last words resolute and decisive. As soon as he finished speaking, the room became deathly silent. At this moment, even the emperor of Mengshi, Jelifeng, was speechless. Daluan Ruozan had never even met the other party, but from a few words, he had deduced that the other party had a letter from Zhangchou Jinchong. And yet, even Jelifeng felt that what he had said was probably true. But how could Zhang Cho Jianxiong hand over his letter to someone else? That fellow has a suspicious personality and wouldn't easily hand over his authority to someone else. On top of that, given how formidable the other party is, to be able to force Zhang Cho Jianxiong to hand over the letter to him, how could we have never heard of him before? Ha ha ha, this is where things get interesting. A bright light shone in Daluan Ruozen's eyes. In his view, there was no longer any chance of changing the outcome of the war in the southwest. Last night's battle had only been a coincidence. The torrential rain, the darkness of night, and the fact that the Mengshi Yusang army had not arrived at the same time had resulted in this outcome. But in the end, the fate of the Annam Protectorate had already been decided from the very start. What he was interested in now was this mysterious young man who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Who says that we haven't heard of him? It's just that His Majesty might not know of him. Of course, Zhang Cho Jianxiong wouldn't hand over his letter to someone else, let alone have Xinyu Zhongtong voluntarily hand over his authority. But if it's someone who's close to Zhang Cho Jianxiong and has the same interests, then there won't be a problem. For example, the Wang clan, Wang Yan's youngest son and the person who built Lion City. Boom! Daluan Ruozen's final verdict was like a stone stirring 1,000 ripples. Everyone felt as if a fierce gale had swept through them, their minds raging with great waves. Even Huishu Wuzong's heart was in turmoil. Not many people knew about the youngest son of the Wang clan, but there was no one who didn't know about the person who had built Lion City and created this huge problem for Mengshi Zhao and Uzin. And Fenjie and Jiao Sero, who had already met Wang Chong, were even more shocked than anyone else. How could it be him? Chapter 1561. Gift. Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong glanced at each other, speechless. It was clear that neither of them had expected Wang Chong to make such a move. Very soon, the two of them turned around and looked at the soldier who was carrying the 2 cages. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Wang Chong had not given them a gift yet, so the two couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. The soldier quickly rushed over and placed the cages on the ground. These are Persian cats? The two pulled back the silk cloth and saw 2 furry and pure white creatures inside. Their eyes brightened and their faces lit up. Wang Chong had actually given them 2 of the most popular Arabian Persian cats in the capital. In the capital, from the princes and dukes of the imperial household to the nobility, all the women of the officials and the young ladies of the great clans loved the Arabian Persian cats the most. These Persian cats had docile and clingy personalities, making them extremely likable. As a result, they became the new favorites of the women of the officials and the young ladies of the wealthy clans. However, Arabia was tens of thousands of li from the capital, and Persian cats were far too precious to be tossed about. Thus, the majority of them died on the journey. As a result, there was no market for them in the capital, and a single cat was hard to find. And of all the Persian cats, the pure-colored Persian cats raised especially for the imperial household were the most respected and were known as the imperial Persian cats. The 2 Arabian Persian cats that Wang Chong had found for them were snow white without a single blemish. Their pupils were also very special, one deep blue and the other amber. With a single glance, one could not help but want to pull them into one's embrace. They were the most precious royal Persian cats. The 2 had only seen them once at Princess Anai Huang's place, and neither of them had expected Wang Chong to give them such a special gift. So cute! So pretty! Look, it's still using its paws to wash its face and scratch its beard. Yeah, look, it's actually licking my hand. Haha, it's so itchy. Both of their attention fell on the Persian cats in the cage. They squatted on the ground and kept playing with them. As for Wang Chong, he was momentarily forgotten by them. Although Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong appeared valiant and heroic, and were known as heroines, different from the delicate women of the boudoir, they were still girls in the end. They also liked those furry and cute little pets. Wang Chong had done the right thing by catering to his needs. Fortunately, I made the right choice this time. Wang Chong smiled inwardly when he saw this. He had asked Yang Hongchang to bring these 2 Persian cats of the Arabian royal family from Talas. Yang Hongchang had operated on the Silk Road for many years and knew quite a few Arab merchants. Those Persian cats were very difficult for others to obtain, but they were no problem for Yang Hongchang. The Arabs were innately skilled merchants, and as long as the price was right, they could even obtain a royal Persian cat. That's right, Wang Chong, don't Persian cats die very easily? And they're not used to the climate of the Tang dynasty. Just how did you get them? A moment later, seemingly recalling something, Bai Siling stood up with the white Persian cat in her arms and gazed at Wang Chong curiously. Give me 100,000 taels, and I'll tell you the answer. Wang Chong teased. Bastard. Bai Siling's eyebrows rose as she prepared to strike. Haha, all right, don't hit me. I'll tell you. Persian cats love cleanliness, so their cages must be cleaned promptly, and they have to be very clean. If they're not clean, they won't eat. In addition, they need to be occasionally squeezed out some grass juice. Wang Chong chuckled. Persian cats loved cleanliness even more than humans, and from a certain perspective, they were a sort of misophobe. Not many people knew about this, and the people who sold Persian cats were mostly greasy merchants who didn't take enough care of them. This was why so many Persian cats were dying. If they knew about this, it would be much easier to sell Persian cats. After settling the 2 cats, the guards from the 2 clans that Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong had brought were also arranged to join the city of Steele's defense forces. On this trip to Wushang, Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong had brought many experts from their clans. The combined forces of their 2 clans numbered more than 500. This was quite a powerful support. The Zhao and Bai clan support for Wang Chong was self-evident. That's right, Wang Chong, you've prepared everything. So why didn't you put all your effort into building the city? Why did you build those buildings and inns instead? Bai Siling couldn't help but ask after circling the city once. That's right, this city is too big. Such a large place is bound to take a lot of time and effort to build. How come you don't seem the least bit worried? Zhao Yadong chimed in. As the 2 strolled around with Wang Chong for so long, they gradually began to notice a strange phenomenon. Wang Chong's city of steel had clearly slowed down after building the lowest foundation and the first floor. A large number of people had been sent into the city to build inns, restaurants, and tea houses for traveling merchants. This seemed very abnormal. Moreover, Wang Chong, as the master of the city, did not seem to be in the slightest bit worried. This made the 2 feel very strange. The 2 were not trying to pressure Wang Chong, but there were times when they had to give an account to their clans. Moreover, the 2 had come this time to probe Wang Chong and also to see how the construction of the city was progressing. After all, the Zhao and Bai clans had invested a great deal of money into Wang Chong's city of steel, paying a great price in blood. Haha, to do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. Relax, the construction of this city will be completed much faster than you imagine. Wang Chong grinned. How could Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong's thoughts be hidden from him? When the 2 spoke, their expressions were clearly distressed. They had clearly been forced. Everyone had their own difficulties, and it was already quite good that Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong had helped him this far. Wang Chong naturally would not make things difficult for them. And you can tell your clans that the benefits the Zhao and Bai clans will obtain will be far greater than they imagined. In addition, this city will be completed in a month. Wang Chong said, Ah! Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong stared in shock at Wang Chong. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Wang Chong, but that this city of steel was still an embryo, far from completion. Moreover, the construction of a city was time-consuming and laborious. It would already be quite impressive if it could be completed in a year. And Wang Chong's city was much larger than an ordinary city. Even though they were Wang Chong's closest friends, The two of them still felt that completing the city in a month was a fantasy. Wang Chong looked at their questioning gazes, a strange smile on his lips, but he did not reply. Facts spoke louder than words. In a month, the two of them would no longer think that he was exaggerating. Moreover, at that time, even Geshu Han and Fomin Linta will be shocked. Wang Chong inwardly chuckled to himself as he gazed at the sky. The city of steel had been making such a huge ruckus, but Fomin Linta, Geshu Han, Gao Xinji, and Insis Han had still not made a move. They had only sent a few scouts to investigate, but they had done nothing else. This was rather abnormal. Wang Chong was well aware of what these great generals were planning, but alas, they would not have the chance. Time slowly passed, and 10 days later, the second batch of 50,000 craftsmen and experts from the great clans arrived to reinforce the city of steel. The second batch of components, forged by the swordsmiths and sword shops of the various provinces of the Tang dynasty, had all arrived. On the same night, once all the rock eagles, gerfalcons, eagles, and storks in the sky had dispersed, all the scouts lingering around the city of steel and the Arab and Carracks, Spazinu spies disguised as merchants had left, Wang Chong finally began his plan. Boom! In the darkness, the earth quaked. With Wang Chong's order, a blazing furnace spat out from the northeast corner of the city of steel, and then a second, a third, a fourth, tens of thousands of blazing furnace fires began to spread from the northeast corner of the city of steel to every corner of the city of steel. In the end, the blazing furnace fires illuminated the city of steel as if it were daytime. Begin! On the southern wall, Zhang Shouji stood shoulder to shoulder with Wang Chong, his expression grim. He swung down one arm and boom! The heaven-shaking clattering of steel came from all around. All the 100,000 craftsmen and all the soldiers stationed around the city of steel stopped their work and joined in the construction of the walls. From the moment Zhang Shouji had first arrived in Wushang, a sea of steel modules had been gathered around the city. After these modules had been used to construct the foundation of the city, they had not been touched. The majority of the craftsmen began to devote themselves to the construction of the restaurants, inns, and tea houses in the city. But at this moment, as if it had been premeditated, the craftsmen began to move the steel modules and began to collectively construct the city like ants. Clang! The first hammer fell, sending sparks flying and echoing far into the darkness. Tens of thousands of modules of the city of steel began to rise in the darkness. In this period of time, all the craftsmen had become familiar with the blueprints and construction methods, and now all of this was beginning to show its power. Boom! 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 The clattering of steel shook the heavens, converging into a tide. In the light of the furnace, the tens of thousands of modules of the city of steel were neatly constructed like fish scales, following some sort of pattern. The nearly 100,000 craftsmen worked together like a single person, all of them working together like a massive and intricate machine, constructing the city with astonishing speed. On the walls, Bai Sailing and Zhao Yadong were left slack-jawed by this majestic and spectacular construction, as well as the formidable ability to coordinate and command. Impossible! Bai Sailing and Zhao Yadong both came from great clans and extremely ancient clans with a long history. In terms of strength and resources, they far surpassed the great clans of the capital. With this background, one could easily imagine the breadth of knowledge and horizons that Bai Sailing and Zhao Yadong possessed. But not even Bai Sailing and Zhao Yadong had ever seen such a magnificent sight. More than 100,000 people working in perfect formation, even more orderly than an army. This was unimaginable in the great clans. Moreover, the method Wang Chong had used to construct the city was completely different from what the world had imagined. Chapter 1562. But now that he carefully thought about it, the Tang dynasty had once had a chance. As long as he seized that chance, the Tang dynasty would have had a chance to obtain a large number of high-quality war horses and prepare for future battles. And that chance was this Turkic horse merchant called Hülayeg. However, finding Hülayeg was not easy, as his movements were erratic. He could be in the steppe of the north, the Anchi Protectorate, Talas, the Abbasid Caliphate, or even the Uzun Plateau. Wang Chong had only found Yang Hongchang, an old horse who knew the western regions like the back of his hand. Coupled with the few bits and pieces of information he had gathered, as well as all sorts of legends, Yang Hongchang had begun to search for him more than a month in advance. This was how he had been able to track him down. Even more frightening was that Wang Chong was well aware that, starting from now, in at most 3 months, everyone would lose this chance. This was because Hülayeg would quickly offend Ishbara Khagan through his pride and be completely exterminated. And without Hülayeg, no one else would be able to obtain a large number of high-quality war horses from the Turkic steppe. No one else would be able to act like Hülayeg and open up a channel for the horse trade between the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates. From then on, the name Hülayeg became extinct in the western regions and the steppe, and not long after his death, the two Khaganates completely cut off the trade in war horses. The Tang dynasty thus lost its last chance, and from then on, it was plunged into a crisis of lacking war horses. Thus, when Wang Chong heard that Hülayeg was in the western regions, he immediately rushed over. There were some things that had to be done sooner rather than later. If he missed it, it would be gone forever. Who are you? Don't you know that this is my territory? Hurry up and get out. An angry rebuke in Turkic interrupted Wang Chong's thoughts. In the room, Hülayeg had an angry expression on his face, his right hand already pressed against the scimitar at his waist. It seemed like he was ready to strike at any moment. Hülayeg. Wang Chong chuckled. Who are you? How do you know my name? Hülayeg's expression froze, and then he paled. He had always used an alias in the western region, so only a few people knew his real name. Most of them were his acquaintances, but he didn't remember knowing the young man in front of him. Don't panic. I was introduced here. Chuckling, Wang Chong took out an item from his waist. This was a black metal token. It was pitch black like ink, and there were monsters carved on it. It was completely different from the style of the Central Plains. Obviously, this wasn't something from the Central Plains. Oh, so you're from the Yang family of the Tang dynasty that Tamuj introduced. Hülayeg raised his sword-like brows and instantly relaxed. His right hand released the hilt of the scimitar at his waist, but a look of contempt appeared on his face. Tamuj is really interesting. Doesn't he know that I've never had any dealings with Han people? The Turks and the Han are natural enemies, so he actually wants me to sell a horse to a Han? How laughable. Ha ha ha. All right, I don't care where you came from or what you want to do here. While I'm still in a good mood. Hurry up and get out of here. Beauty, come, let's keep drinking, ha ha ha. Hülayeg hugged women to his left and right as he drank to his heart's content, the red wine dripping down his beard. He had completely forgotten about Wang Chong. Ha ha ha. Wang Chong couldn't help but laugh at these words. Not getting angry, he sat down across from Hülayeg. In the past, when Mao Dun surrounded Gaoting, Emperor Gaozu of the Great Han was trapped and had no choice but to deliver 10,000 ingots of gold. In the end, Mao Dun retreated and by Deng collapsed. Even the chief and the Khagan were like this. But I didn't think that Hülayeg would have such strength of character. He's even more upright than the Khagan and doesn't love money. This one admires you. Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting, interesting. It seems I've underestimated you. Hülayeg had been sitting on the ground, drinking wine, when he heard Wang Chong's words. His eyes brightened, and he suddenly raised his head, as if he had just noticed Wang Chong's existence. All of you, get out of here. Hülayeg's eyes widened, and the beautiful girls in his arms paled in fright. Screaming in fear, they scrambled out of the room. So you've come to deliver 10,000 ingots of gold to me? Hülayeg stared at Wang Chong said. Mao Dun besieged Gaoting was an event that both the Central Plains and the Turks knew of 1,000 years ago. At the time, Emperor Gaozu of the Great Han, Liu Bang, had just begun his conquest of the world, commanding an army of 1 million and commanding as many officers as there were clouds in the sky. He was feeling very pleased with himself when he happened to run into the Turks invading his borders. In the end, he led his army forward, and after encountering Mauduin's 200,000 cavalry, he was trapped at Baideng. This was the first time in the history of the continent that a large-scale force of pure infantry had encountered a force of pure cavalry. Although there seemed to be more infantrymen, everyone knew what it meant to have 200,000 cavalrymen. In the wilderness, it wouldn't be difficult to wipe out 1 million infantrymen. This was the power of a cavalry charge. It was also from that moment that the Central Plains began to truly understand the power of a large-scale cavalry force, and they began to buy horses, herd them, and raise them on a large scale. Everyone knew the final result. By the time of Emperor Wu of Han, for the sake of resolving the siege of Baideng, he had established a massive army of cavalry of the Great Han. Fighting north and south, he had swept through the Turks and utterly routed them to the north of the Heavenly Mountains, where they were unable to recover for several hundred years. They had even changed the name of Mauduin's massive steppe tribe from Xiongnu to Turk, so as to show that they had nothing to do with that humiliation. This greatly increased the might of the Han clan, and everyone knew this. Thus, even though there was the siege of Baideng, neither the Central Plains nor the Turks feared it. In fact, from a certain perspective, the Turks were even more apprehensive. However, this was clearly not what Wang Chong was trying to express. The Central Plains had always believed in the concept of family, country, and world, but the steppe was different. Even a legendary ruler of the steppe, like Mao Danchanyu, had been bribed by 10,000 taels of gold. Wasn't it laughable for Hulaeg to say that the Turks were at war with the Tang dynasty, and thus wouldn't sell horses to the Han? Business was business, and regardless of the relationship between the Tang dynasty and the Turks, Hulaeg was a Turkic horse merchant who could roam the western regions like a fish in water. He would never care about any standpoint, nor would he care about patriotism. What he cared about was only one thing, and that was benefits. As long as there were enough benefits, he would probably be able to sell out Ishbarakagan. What is 10,000 taels of gold to you? The mighty Hulaeg, the largest horse merchant of the steppe, the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates, have so many high-quality war horses. Surely you don't just want to earn 10,000 taels of gold? Wang Chong indifferently said, a pleased expression on his face. Buzz! A bright light flashed through Hulaeg's eyes as he stared at Wang Chong for 3 seconds. Suddenly, he put on his open robe, a serious expression finally appearing on his face. It seems like I underestimated you. Your ambitions are truly not small. Hulaeg's tone suddenly changed, completely different from before. Speak. How many war horses do you want? 3,000? 5,000? 8,000? 10,000? Wang Chong broke into laughter, but he only shook his head. 20,000? Hulaeg's face flickered. The people who came here to buy war horses usually bought 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, or 5,000. Anyone who could buy 5,000 at once was a major client. After all, 5,000 high-quality Turkic war horses was enough to form a cavalry army of 5,000, a considerable number. As for 20,000 taels of gold, he had yet to sell them. If this Han youth could buy 20,000 war horses, Hulaeg would have to admit that he had greatly underestimated him. Haha, 20,000. Sir Hulaeg, aren't you looking down on me too much? Could it be that, sir, the #1 horse merchant of the Turks, is only able to buy so few war horses? Wang Chong faintly smiled. The first batch of Wushang soldiers he had trained numbered 5,000, and these were the best cavalry. The nimbleness they had trained in the mountains and the extreme speed of their war horses allowed them to maximize their advantage. A qualified Wushang horseman could make 16 turns in a second, /11 times, and even duck through a horse's belly 3 times to get to the other side. These abilities were not something that could be described with the words riding a horse, sitting steadily, or cavalry. Not even the Turkic elites, who were hailed as the elites of horseback, were capable of such feats. They were the best cavalrymen and also the strongest cavalrymen. Wang Chong had to equip all 5,000 Wushang soldiers with war horses, and Wushang village still had 50 to 60,000 people. From this aspect, Wang Chong needed at least 50 to 60,000 war horses, and in the future wars, the Tang dynasty would lose a large number of war horses. For the sake of reserves, a conservative estimate suggested that he would need at least 300,000 to 400,000. In truth, Wang Chong estimated that if it was for the sake of the Tang dynasty, it would be best if he could get 700,000 to 800,000. The more the better. As long as it's on the steppe, there's no war horse that I, Hulaeg, can't get my hands on. Sir, hurry up and tell me, just how many war horses do you want? Hulaeg's face instantly turned red from Wang Chong's provocation. As a horse merchant, he could say anything, but his ability to sell horses could not be underestimated. This was also Hulaeg's Achilles heel. At least this number. Wang Chong faintly smiled, and to Hulaeg's shock, he raised 3 fingers. 300,000. 300,000? Are you kidding? Hulaeg blurted out in alarm. Even if he was experienced and had interacted with various factions, he would not be able to match up to Hulaeg. He had never sold so many war horses before. Moreover, 300,000 was not a small number. In the past, Hulaeg had only been able to freely buy and sell war horses because he didn't have a lot of them. Throwing them onto the steeds of the steppe didn't mean much. Moreover, the war horses would breed every day, so no one would notice if some of them disappeared. But 300,000. Only a blind man wouldn't be able to see this number. Even the Khan would probably notice him. So that's how it is. It seems like I've misjudged you. So Sir Hulaeg wasn't the person I was looking for. Seeing this, Wang Chong suddenly sneered. He had originally intended to stay here, but now, as soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and, under Hulaeg's dumbfounded gaze, turned and left. Chapter 1563. Wait a moment. Sir, please wait a moment. I didn't say that it was impossible. Seeing that Wang Chong was about to walk out the door, Hulaeg grew anxious, knocking over the silver plate of grapes in front of him as he hurriedly followed. If there's a problem, there's a problem, there's a problem. Why are you in such a rush to do business? Does this mean that Sir is confident that it can be done? Wang Chong stopped and turned to ask. I just feel that the number is a little too large and a little difficult, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible. If you give me half a year, not half a year, 3 months at most, Wang Chong said. Sir, are you serious? Hulaeg said. Wang Chong gave a serious nod. It wasn't that he didn't want to give him time, nor was he being too harsh. It was that this bastard would be dead in 3 months. What use would there be in making a deal and signing a pile of treaties? Of course, Hulaeg himself definitely wouldn't be able to sense this. Moreover, Wang Chong didn't really have any hopes of getting 700,000 or 800,000 war horses from Hulaeg. That was simply impossible. Unless the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates were insane, they would never allow such a massive cavalry army to appear in the Tang dynasty. And raising 700,000 or 800,000 war horses was no small number. The Tang dynasty simply didn't have such a large pasture to graze on. In truth, let alone 700,000 or 800,000. Even 300,000 was a number that Wang Chong had casually mentioned. Getting 100,000 war horses from Hulaeg was already a massive harvest. The Tang dynasty had never bought so many war horses before. It wasn't that they didn't want to part with the money, but that they simply didn't have the means to do so. At the very least, the Khans of the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates wouldn't be so foolish as to openly sell so many war horses to fund their opponents. Let me think it over. This isn't the place to discuss business. Sir, please follow me, Hulaeg said, his expression turning much more cautious. 300,000 warhorses was no trifling matter, and far too many aspects were involved. Hulaeg had to proceed with caution. Hulaeg did not leave through the main entrance of the pleasure house, but through a special winding path on the 3rd floor. This winding path was a dead end on the outside, but there was another path on the inside. It was winding and dark, leading straight to the surface. No wonder it's so difficult to track him down. As Wang Chong followed Hulaeg down the winding path, he couldn't help but sigh. Hulaeg was the #1 horse merchant of the Turks, and many people knew of him, but very few of them had been able to find him. In fact, many legends about his whereabouts and past were spread after his death. Otherwise, even Yang Hongchang, who traveled the western region all year round, would not be able to find his whereabouts, let alone others. After entering the pleasure house, Wang Chong emerged from another tea house nearby. From there, they boarded a bronze carriage. The carriage passed through the dense crowd and went back and forth in the winding alleys. Finally, they entered a mansion that looked ordinary from the outside but was extremely luxurious from the inside. Upon entering the residence, Hulaeg did not lead Wang Chong to the reception hall or inner chambers. Instead, he opened a secret door and took Wang Chong to an underground passage. "Sir Hulaeg, where are we going?" A few moments later, Wang Chong suddenly said as he followed behind Hulaeg, "We're here, we're almost there. This is the place." Hulaeg, who was leading the way, suddenly turned his head. Clang! With a metallic clatter, a thick and heavy metal fence, weighing at least several thousand jin, dropped from the sky, blocking the path between Wang Chong and Hulaeg. Wang Chong's brow creased, but before he could say anything, boom! Another thick and heavy metal fence descended from the sky, blocking Wang Chong's path. For a moment, Wang Chong was like a turtle in a jar, trapped between the two fences. "Sir Hulaeg, what are you doing?" Wang Chong asked, but there was no hint of panic on his face. "Ha ha ha." Hulaeg heartily laughed, a cunning and crafty light in his eyes. "The young Marquis of the Tang dynasty. I didn't think that we would meet here. Who could have expected that you would disguise yourself and run off to the western regions? If I hand you over, I'm sure that many people will be willing to pay a high price. At the very least, the Tsempo of Uzin and His Highness the Crown Prince of Mengshi Zhao will definitely be willing." Hulaeg finally tore off his disguise and revealed his true face. Wang Chong's expression froze for a moment, and then a hint of solemnity appeared on his face. "When did you recognize me?" Wang Chong said. He had to admit that the development of this matter had somewhat exceeded his expectations. Wang Chong had not expected Hulaeg to recognize his disguise. This #1 Turkic horse merchant was far more cunning, crafty, and cautious than he had imagined. "Ha ha ha! 300,000 war horses? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Anyone who comes to me to do business can buy 8,000 horses at most. Even the king of the Shur Kingdom, who's said to be the wealthiest person in the world, only bought 5,000 horses from me at one time. With such a large number and such a serious attitude, do you think that an ordinary person can afford this? To be able to name a number of 300,000, you're definitely not from the western regions, but from the interior of the Tang dynasty, and you have a close relationship with the Tang dynasty. However, those Han people in the great Tang imperial court would never come here to do business with me. The western regions have been abuzz recently with news that the young Marquis, the one who was personally conferred the title of the young Marquis by the Holy Emperor of the Tang dynasty, who defeated Huishu, Wuzong, Daluan Ruozin, Jelafeng, and Duan Gichuan in the southwest, has come to Chishi and built a city of steel there. I've looked into it, and the young Marquis described in the legends looks exactly like you. Young Master Wang, am I correct?" With these last words, Hulaeg had a smug look on his face, looking nothing like his usual boorish and unsophisticated self. "I truly underestimated you. A trifling horse merchant actually has such intelligence and insight. It's no wonder you've been able to roam the western regions like a fish in water for so many years. It seems that I'll have to learn a lesson in the future." Wang Chong shook his head and couldn't help but chuckle. Even the wise are bound to make a mistake. Wang Chong was forced to admit that he had truly underestimated Hulaeg. "However, even if that's the case, do you really think that you can trap me with just these things?" Wang Chong glanced at the two heavy metal fences, a smirk on his face. He truly had not expected Hulaeg to recognize him, but this was no simple miscalculation. At times, when one's martial strength reached a certain level, there was no need to care too much about one's opponent. This was especially true outside of the battlefield. Ha ha ha! The mighty young Marquis of the Tang Dynasty, a martial arts expert who massacred 10,000 people on the Divine Mountain of Heaven in the southwest. How could I possibly be careless? If I didn't know this, why do you think I would insist on bringing you here? A crafty light appeared in Hulaeg's eyes. Many people believed him to be careless, but they didn't know that he was just hiding his true strength. Although he was in the business of selling horses, it was fraught with danger. Gathering information, understanding all the famous figures of the world, as well as potential trading partners, was something that a qualified horse merchant had to do in advance. I know that you're very strong, and I also know that you have a woozy steel sword, but it's useless. Do you see those fences around you? Those are the finest steel I got from Arabia. This steel is incredibly tough, and it doesn't even need to undergo any special processing to be made into the sharpest Arabian saber or sword. Even if you have a woozy steel sword, no matter how sharp your woozy steel sword is, it still won't be able to cut through these fences. In addition, do you know why I've said so much to you? It's because I know that you won't be able to escape. No, you're dead for sure. At this point, Hulaeg heartily laughed. The mighty young Marquis of the Tang Dynasty, the man who had recently shaken the world and attracted the attention of the world, had finally died at his hand. This was something to be proud of. If the Khagan knew, he would probably heavily reward him. Wang Chong's eyes were half closed, his expression calm as he silently gazed at Hulaeg with a smirk on his face. "Since you know that I have a woozy steel sword, do you know how sharp my sword is?" Wang Chong suddenly said, "Buzz." Hulaeg's laughter came to an abrupt halt. "Sharp? Humph, there's no need. Once you're dead, I'll personally find your sword from your corpse and test it out myself. Okay, you can go in peace." As he spoke, Hulaeg suddenly stamped his foot on the ground nearby. Clank-clang. He could hear the sound of gears turning, and then the ground suddenly emptied, revealing a massive, bottomless hole. Before Wang Chong could react, he and the fence began to plummet into the abyss. No, this was no longer a fence. It was now clear that the place where Hulaeg had led Wang Chong to stand was actually a massive cage, and the fence that had fallen down was a part of this cage. When Hulaeg opened the trap, Wang Chong and this massive cage began to descend into the ground. What a formidable trap! The wind howled on both sides as the scenery around him receded like a stream of light. As Wang Chong descended from the ground, even he had to admit that Hulaeg's trap was far more elaborate than he had imagined. Hulaeg's goal was not to use the cage to trap Wang Chong, but to trap Wang Chong and then throw him into this bottomless pit. Even if he didn't die from the fall, he could be trapped underground. No matter how capable Wang Chong was, as long as he couldn't break free of the cage, he would be denied food and water for 10-some days, and his death was assured. These thoughts flashed through Wang Chong's mind, and he quickly regained his composure. The cage fell very quickly, and in just a few moments, Wang Chong could no longer see the entrance to the pit. His surroundings were pitch black, making it impossible to determine his bearings. Chapter 1564. Gujulai, what are you planning to do? Don't forget, that brat is a Marquis of the Tang Dynasty. Do you dare to act against him? A Hu general called out from the crowd. Haha, you might be afraid of him, but I'm not. Gujulai stood on the hollow metal table, his expression savage and his eyes gleaming with a savage light. As long as you dare to follow me, I'll teach him a lesson. He's just a half-grown brat, and the hair on his mouth hasn't even grown out yet. Do you want to listen to him? And don't forget, how did Lord Fomenlinta treat you in the past? Did he give you all any good missions? Now is the time to take revenge for my lord. Don't you want to take revenge for my lord? That's right. My lord has shown us great kindness. If we don't take revenge for my lord, won't we be the same as those cowardly Han? That's right. Take revenge for my lord. So what if the imperial court ordered it? We should submit a memorial to the imperial court and have them release my lord. At the mention of great General Fomenlinta, everyone was instantly moved by Gujulai. Ha, good. As long as you follow me, let's not talk about killing him. At the very least, I'll make it so that he can no longer have a foothold in the Chishi Protectorate and Scram. In the territory of the Hu, we who should be the ones in charge. Gujulai saw that it was about time and immediately began to encourage them. Good. Well said. In the territory of the Hu should be the ones in charge. Guru Li's words made the blood of the group of people boil. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall was filled with a thunderous roar, as if there was a landslide or a tsunami. My lord, what do we do? The cheers of the crowd rose from the hall, passing through the roof and spreading far, far away. Several hundred meters away from the Protectorate headquarters, several cavalrymen had gathered together. One of the young who turned his head and uneasily looked at the Hu general behind him. This is troublesome, Heba, you pretended not to hear, his eyes fixed on the distance. Gujulai was one of Fomenlinta's trusted aides, but he did not have any real power at first. However, with his identity as a trusted aide and his ability to motivate people, Gujulai's reputation in the Chishi Protectorate was even higher than that of the commander of the Uzun defense line. In addition, Gujulai's views were completely different from his. This was also the reason why he did not enter the hall. Wang Chong isn't as easy to deal with as you think. Heba Yi recalled the scene of Wang Chong charging through the triangular gap, leading the 5,000 Wushang cavalry and sweeping through everything before finally killing Dai Mangpoj. A chill ran through Heba Ye's heart. That youth from the City of Steel's Tang dynasty was definitely the most frightening opponent on the battlefield. He would rather be his ally than his enemy. Let's go. Heba Yi turned his horse around and quickly disappeared in the direction of the Uzun highlands. Meanwhile, as carrier pigeons flew to the various borders, the news that Wang Chong had become the new Chishi Protector General began to spread. Unlike the complicated reactions in the Chishi Protectorate headquarters, the news was much simpler in the various borders of the Tang dynasty. What? The City of Steel's Wang Chong has become Chishi Protector General? In the Anchi Protectorate headquarters, Gao Xinji's eyes widened in disbelief at this news. How could this be? How could those old officials of the court agree? Putting aside everything else, his martial arts aren't even at the peak of the Saint Martial realm, and there are so many experienced generals in the army. Were they all rejected? The old officials of the court truly didn't agree, but the King of Song stood his ground and recommended him. In addition, his martial arts truly aren't enough, so he's only temporarily acting Protector General, not the true Protector General. In addition, I've investigated. Feng Chongqing was standing not far from Gao Xinji. He looked up at his commander, hesitated for a moment, and then continued. After a moment of hesitation, he continued. Just before the imperial court's order, he ambushed the Black Wolf Yabgu at the Chishi Armory and killed Agudalan, as well as the 5,000 Turkic elites Agudalan had brought with him. Buzz. Gao Xinji shivered at Feng Chongqing's words, but he quickly calmed down. Wang Chong had just killed the Uzun Brigadier General Dai Mangpoj at the Battle of the Triangular Gap and annihilated the White Braves that had intimidated the western regions. In a little more than a month, Wang Chong had killed the Black Wolf Yabgu and Agudalan. In less than 2 months, Two of the most famous generals of Qixi had died at Wang Chong's hands. At this moment, not even Gao Xianji could say anything. When the all is in the bag, it's obvious at the end. It seems like the light of the youngest son of the Wang clan can't be concealed. Gao Xianji sighed. At this moment, his heart was filled with emotions. He was not a Han, so his background was completely different from that of the other Han generals. From an ordinary infantry soldier to the current Anqi protector general, Gao Xianji had put in so much effort, so much blood, and so much effort, just to stand out among Fomin Linta's subordinates and escape his control. Gao Xianji had experienced countless dangers and barely escaped death. This was completely different from Wang Chong's meteoric rise, reaching the position of interim protector general in just a year. Even Gao Xianji had to admit that he was a little jealous, feeling like the new waves of the Yangtze River were replacing the old. But even so, Gao Xianji had to admit that Wang Chong's current accomplishments had not only been due to his birth and luck. The talent, and art of command that he had displayed in these past few battles had been transcendent and outstanding. Even an imperial great general like Gao Xianji had been stunned. Wang Chong's abilities truly had reached a level that far surpassed his peers. Even Go Xianji himself, at the age of 17, couldn't compare to Wang Chong. Not only that, my lord, if that Wang Chong becomes the acting Qixi protector general, many of our strategies will have to change. We can no longer simply suppress and resist. Qixi is responsible for transporting our supplies and soldiers, and in the future we will need to make many requests of them, so we will have to interact with them. Feng Chongqing said, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. At the start, although Wang Chong was a member of a clan of ministers and generals, the grandson of Duke Jiu, the son of Heaven's disciple, and the young marquis, this was still the western border, a place far away from the emperor. There were many things that Gao Xianji and Feng Chongqing did not care about. But now that Wang Chong had become the acting Qixi protector general and seized control of the road to Qixi, everything had changed. They had to admit that the imperial court's order had truly caught them off guard. Neither of them had expected this. Gao Xianji said nothing, but his thick brows creased. It was clear that he was thinking the same thing as Feng Chongqing. But my lord does not need to worry too much. There are many who in Qixi, and the young marquis still has a very long way to go before he can truly become protector general. Once he has overcome this trial, we can consider getting in touch with him. Feng Chongqing said, HAA, that's all we can do. Gao Xianji gave a long sigh. At the same time, in the distant Big Dipper city of Longxi, the news that Wang Chong had become Qixi protector general caused a stir that was no less shocking than the one in Anqi. A 17-year-old imperial protector general? How could there be such a thing? Not only was it approved by the imperial court, even His Majesty has permitted it. Geshu Han was in a state of shock as he held the news from the capital. Not even when the king of generals of the Uzan Empire, the White Lion Great General Witadra Konglo, had appeared had he been so shocked. That was because it was truly too surprising. He had been paying attention to the debate in the imperial court this entire time. So many officials had recommended so many experienced candidates for Qixi Protector General. But Geshu Han had never expected that the final result would be the unthinkable of the Northwest, Wang Chong. In truth, it wasn't just Geshu Han. All the officers of the Big Dipper army at his side were in a state of deep shock. When the news from the capital reached this place, it was like a deep water bomb, giving everyone an unprecedented shock and shock. Unbelievable. In just 1 year, he became Qixi Protector General. There's also the Qixi Armory established by the imperial household in Qixi. Our Big Dipper Protectorate Army needs to go there every year to collect equipment. In this way, our Longxi Big Dipper Army will be under his control in the future. Did I hear it wrong? Protector General. With his current achievements, his name will probably be left in the annals of history, admired for thousands of years to come. But isn't he too young? Why did the imperial court approve it? This won't convince the masses. Convince the masses? Do you still think he's an ordinary young man? In the War of the Southwest, he killed more than 400,000 soldiers of the Mangshi, Yusang army, and now he's killed Dayan Mangpoj and Agudalan, and countless Uzun and Turkic warriors have been buried with them. He's a god of death. Do you think that the imperial court just casually recommended him? His current achievements aren't something that the imperial court can ignore just because it wants to. In the hall, every officer of the Big Dipper army was deeply stunned. When Wang Chong had first arrived in Wushang and begun to build the City of Steel, everyone had treated him as an outsider. Even though he had made heaven-shaking contributions in the Southwest, in the eyes of everyone else, he was still a half-grown brat. A single success didn't prove anything. Sometimes it was luck, sometimes it was chance. It didn't mean that one's strength was extraordinary or outstanding. Perhaps it was just a flash in the pan. But no one could have expected that Wang Chong would not only build the massive City of Steel in Wushang, but he would also make great contributions, defeating the Uzun, defeating the Turks, killing important generals like Dayan Mangpoj and Agudalan, and finally ascending to the position of Chishi Protector General. Chapter 1565. Wang Chong had never seen the Anqi Protectorate Army before, much less come into contact with the strongest army of the western regions. But at this moment, they had used their own methods to leave the deepest impression on Wang Chong. This was the backbone of the Tang dynasty. Clang! In a cold flash of light, Wang Chong unsheathed the sword at his waist and pointed it at the Arabs. All soldiers, hear my order! Attack at full speed! Boom! The earth quaked as Wang Chong gave his order. A moment later, the more than 100,000 Chishi reinforcements that had been standing motionless atop the hills suddenly began to pour toward Talas. Kail! Kail! The first to charge out from the hills was the invincible great General Li Sai and his 5,000 Wushang cavalry, all armed to the teeth. Clang! A dazzling war halo erupted from beneath Li Sai's feet and rapidly spread to cover the entire army, and then a second, a third, a fourth. In the blink of an eye, thousands of war halos had erupted, enveloping the entire Wushang army and turning the 5,000 Wushang cavalry into a moving fortress. Boom! The 5,000 cavalry charged forward like a storm, their momentum enough to shake the heavens and overturn the seas. Not even an army of thousands would be a match for them. Kail! Kail! Following closely behind the Wushang cavalry was the second echelon of cavalry from the Chishi Protectorate and Annam Protectorate, their halos beneath their feet as they charged down from the hills like a flood toward the distant battlefield. Behind them were thousands of chariots and troop transports, pulled by war horses as they galloped into the distance. All the war chariots and transport vehicles maintained a strict formation even during the charge. There was not the slightest bit of disorder. Charge! At the same time, on the left and right flank of the army, more than 10,000 regular soldiers of greater and lesser valor, Gonka people, and other mercenaries of the western regions roared and charged out. One wave, two waves, three waves, more than 100,000 people from the Chishi Protectorate were like a surging ocean, surging over a hill, covering the mountains and plains, and charging into the distance. The Tang people! It's the Tang people! Get ready! Quickly change direction! East, gather quickly! Infantry, raise your shields! All cavalry, prepare to attack! Screams resounded through the army. In the face of the simultaneous charge of more than 100,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty, the Arabs, who had been attacking the city of Talas in an orderly fashion, instantly fell into chaos. Wang Chong's previous judgment was flawless, and at this moment it appeared without any error. When more than 300,000 Arab soldiers were focused on besieging the city of Talas, it was almost impossible to gather the army in a short amount of time. A small ship could easily turn around, but a large ship could not. This string of orders caused the more than 300,000 Arab soldiers to fall into chaos. Get ready. Gather. Just when the Chishi Protectorate was preparing to charge, A dignified and loud voice rang out from the easternmost side. This voice instantly silenced the chaotic battlefield. On the eastern side of the battlefield, the disorderly Arab soldiers seemed to have been summoned, calming down and rapidly gathering. Second, the third formation, retreat. The 10th formation, advance. Boom, boom, boom. With this clear and precise order, one Arab infantry after another stepped forward, their massive infantry shields firmly planted on the ground. Each of these shields was nearly as tall as a man, sturdy, and these countless shields formed a steel wall on the eastern edge of the battlefield. Behind this steel wall, the disorderly army regained its order, and square formation after square formation formed into countless formidable defensive formations. In a few short moments, more than 30,000 infantry and 40,000 cavalry had gathered on the eastern edge of the battlefield. This force was enough to deal with more than 100,000 enemies. Rumble! At this moment, the earth rumbled as the 70,000 soldiers parted like a wave. An Arab general with a majestic aura like a storm slowly rode out from the rear. He wore a golden-crowned hat and golden armor, and he was mounted on a sturdy red Arabian steed. He was like a god as he appeared before everyone. The surrounding Arab soldiers lowered their heads in respect and awe at the sight of this general. Umar. He was one of the most famous generals of the Arabian Empire's east, as well as one of governor of the East Abu Muslim's most valiant generals. In the Arabian Empire, he had another name, Arabian Arrow. Umar was famed for his iron and blood. He had once led the empire's warriors in exterminating tensome foreign countries and scorching their lands. In the east, he wielded immense authority and rallying power. The appearance of Umar caused the soldiers to calm down, as if they had found their pillar of support. Even Abdullah and the 7,000 cavalry who had been forced to retreat quickly calmed down and rejoined the army. Under Umar's command, the soldiers gathered together like a ball of fire. The chaos was obliterated, replaced by a vigorous energy that made Umar's figure seem even larger. All soldiers, hear my order. Stop the enemy with all your might. Anyone who retreats will die. Clang! A dazzling and sharp saber was raised over his head, gleaming with cold light. Umar's eyes were like lightning as his thunderous voice resounded over the battlefield. Yes, General Umar. We swear to serve General to the death. The 70,000 Arab soldiers roared in unison, their voices echoing over the battlefield. In just a few moments, the Arab soldiers on the east side had finished adjusting and taken up a defensive formation. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but show a hint of concern in his eyes. The Arabs were the only faction in the world that could threaten the Tang dynasty, a faction that could stand on equal footing with the Tang dynasty. Moreover, based on their quick reactions, the Arabs displayed a fighting power that Meng Shijiao and Uzin could not compare to. Very fast reactions, but it's useless. A harsh light flashed through Wang Chong's eyes. The Arabs truly were a stronger opponent than Meng Shijiao and Uzin. But the Tang dynasty had single-handedly restrained Meng Shijiao, Uzin, the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates, Goguryeo, and many other powerful existences. This battle would decide who was the strongest empire in the world. Hiya! Wang Chong squeezed his steed's abdomen and charged down from the peak of the hill. Rumble! The earth quaked as the more than 100,000 Shishi reinforcements surged into the distance like a massive wave. Cavalry and infantry covered every corner of the battlefield, the distance between the two sides shrinking. Ready! At the same time, the Arabs gave their orders. Clang, clang, clang. Massive spears were mounted on shields, their tips aimed at the charging Tang dynasty soldiers. Behind these shield men were abnormally large Arab war horses, their hooves thundering in the wind. The tens of thousands of Arab cavalry on the backs of these horses were all bulging with muscle, their eyes abnormally vicious as they stared at the enemy. Fully prepared for battle, Arabia was a country of war, and it was precisely through constant war and conquest that it had become the largest empire on the continent. No matter what kind of opponent they faced, the Arabs would never easily retreat. Offense is the best defense. This was a principle that every Arab firmly believed in. The Tang dynasty soldiers were getting closer and closer, the galloping of hooves growing more urgent. The Arabs were leaning forward, their veins bulging, a sign that they were about to strike. The atmosphere on the battlefield was extremely tense. 300 steps, 200 steps. The Tang people were getting closer and closer, and when they were only 100 steps away, countless black halos shot out from beneath the feet of the Arabs. These halos were completely different from the Tang dynasty's halo of thorns. Each of these halos was branded with a black hexagram, and these tens of thousands of black halos joined together, transforming the 70,000 Arab soldiers on the eastern side of the battlefield into a terrifying black fortress. Rumble. Ney's horse neighed as 20 to 30,000 Arab cavalry charged like a storm from the rear. At almost the same time, clang. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry charged forward with the clear cry of their swords. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of countless people, there was an earth-shattering rumble as the two armored horsemen collided heavily with each other at the speed of lightning. At that moment, all was silent. Heaven and earth were silent, and even time seemed to have stopped. Ah! In a few short moments, screams filled the air as countless Arab cavalry were tossed into the air like scarecrows, flying more than 100 feet into the air. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry, led by Li Sai, were like a sharp sword stabbing into the tens of thousands of Arab cavalry. The Arab sabers and swords slashed at them from all sides, but they were all blocked by the meteoric metal on the Wushang cavalry and repelled. All soldiers, hear my order. Charge with me and kill them all. Those who offend the Han will be executed, no matter how far away they are. Li Sai's eyes blazed with light as he became like a fierce tiger. With a furious roar, he raised his massive Wuzi steel sword and cleaved an Arab horseman and his horse in two. No armor could stop the sharp Wuzi steel sword. Bang, bang, bang. One collision after another resounded over the battlefield as the Wushang cavalry charged forward. The tens of thousands of Arab cavalry were no match for the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. Like dominoes, they were knocked down and trampled by their horses. Chapter 1566. Marquis, you were looking for me? Zhang Shouji respectfully bowed in front of Wang Chong. After 2 days of battle, the busiest person in the Tang dynasty army had been Zhang Shouji. In the 2 days of battle, the busiest person in the Tang dynasty army had been Zhang Shouji. He was the highest civil engineer in all of Talas and one of the most formidable in the entire Tang dynasty. Whether it was the construction of the 2 steel defense lines or the several hundred steel catapults on the walls of Talas, Zhang Shouji had personally built all of them. From the southwest to the northwest, Zhang Shouji's role was only getting more and more important. One could say that even though he didn't know any martial arts, his importance in all of Qixi was probably second only to Wang Chong. This is for you. You should strengthen the 2 defense lines. As Wang Chong spoke, he took out a blueprint and handed it over. This was a blueprint that he had redesigned after the conclusion of the battle, based on the current situation and the characteristics of the 3 sides. Other than Wang Chong, Zhang Shouji, and a few of his core disciples, no one else could understand these blueprints. Relax. Leave this matter to me. Zhang Shouji glanced at the blueprint and quickly nodded. The military situation was urgent, and the lives of more than 100,000 soldiers were at stake. Zhang Shouji did not dare to tarry. He took the blueprint and hurriedly left. Li Sai, I'll leave the matters here to you. Strengthen the defenses and keep an eye on the movements of Uzin, the Western Turks, and the Arabs. If anything happens, inform me at any time. Once Zhang Shouji had left, Wang Chong continued to issue orders. This general will go. Li Sai sternly said, Sukhi Chinbin, hurry up and repair the ballistae. Prepare for battle at any moment. Yes, Marquis, the pair loudly replied. After taking care of everything, Wang Chong passed through the gates of Talas with a wave of his sleeve. Talas had sentries every few steps and all kinds of military fortresses, bazaars, and halls, all constructed of massive stone. Although it was not as luxurious or beautiful as the great Tang of the Central Plains, it had its own grandeur. Moreover, from the layout of the city, one could faintly see that this strategic, economic, and military center on the Silk Road of the Western regions had once been a prosperous city. Lord Protector General, this way, please. Milord and General Wang are already waiting inside. Upon seeing Wang Chong, an officer of the Anqi Protectorate Army respectfully greeted him. Wang Chong nodded. Lead the way. After passing through the corridors, Wang Chong saw the armored Gao Xinji in the main hall of Talas. At his side were Cheng Qianli, Shi Yuanqing, Wang Chong's father Wang Yan, his big brother Wang Fu, and the new Karluk chiefs Guli and Ferganan. The moment they saw Wang Chong enter, everyone turned to look at him. Haha, Wang Chong, you've come. We were in the middle of our calculations, and everyone else is here except for you. Gao Xinji had been in the middle of a discussion with his generals, but when he saw Wang Chong, he immediately walked around the model of Talas and went up to welcome him, a relaxed smile on his lips. The others didn't react when they saw this scene, but a brown-bearded man with a powerful aura beside Cheng Qianli had a shocked expression on his face. Gao Xinji had a proud personality, and in the western regions he was known as the Anqi war god. All the tribal chiefs had to lower their heads in front of Gao Xinji. He had followed Gao Xinji for 10-some years, but he had never seen him so courteous to anyone. No, this was no longer just being courteous. From the fact that Gao Xinji was willing to personally welcome the young man in front of everyone, it was clear that in Gao Xinji's mind, this young man was of the same status and importance as him, an existence that Gao Xinji viewed as equal. I have kept you waiting. Wang Chong paid no attention to anything else. After returning a bow to Gao Xinji and exchanging some pleasantries, he strode up to the model of Talas in the center of the hall and began to examine it. This model was completely different from the one Wang Chong had used in Qixi. The details were much more detailed and complete. Creating a model was a basic ability of a general. Sometimes it was possible to see through a sandbox and see a general's abilities. The Anqi Protectorate Army's battle model has been meticulously planned out, from the terrain around Talas, the hills and valleys, to the small ravines and ravines of the battlefield. Everything has been taken into account. From this, Gao Xinji truly lives up to his reputation as the wall of the Tang dynasty, the Anqi war god. Wang Chong pensively gazed at the model. My lord, I'm too polite. As Wang Chong was examining the model, he suddenly heard a soft voice in his ear. This voice was coarse, deep, and heavily accented. One could tell at a glance that it was a Hu. Wang Chong turned his head and immediately saw a boorish face with a particularly striking brown beard. Wang Chong said nothing, only gave him a questioning look. This one is the leader of the Ferganan Banahan, paying respects to Lord Protector General. In the future, when Lord Protector General has the time, I hope that you will come to our Ferganan for a chat. Banahan will definitely be waiting for you. Banahan gave a slight bow, an extremely respectful expression on his face. It's him. Wang Chong hadn't paid much attention at the start, but upon hearing the name Ferganan, a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Only with Wanha Peluo and the Karluks as the vanguard could the loyalty of an ally of the Tang dynasty be even more apparent. In the entire history of the Tang dynasty, Ferganan and Banahan were extremely rare, loyal allies of the Tang dynasty. Whether in times of triumph or defeat, they would remain unswervingly loyal to the Tang dynasty. Even after the defeat at Talas, they had not wavered in the slightest. In a place like the western regions, where the culture of the Central Plains was uncivilized and the countries liked to sway left and right, this was an extremely rare and precious trait. Wang Chong instantly had a good impression of him. Kagan is too polite. Wang Chong faintly smiled, a thought emerging in his mind. Since this is our first meeting, this one just so happens to have a gift for Kagan. Oh, Banahan had originally intended to make a simple greeting, but these words immediately piqued his curiosity. I heard that the Khan has a great flame crow technique, which is a secret technique passed down in the palace. But because of its long history, coupled with the internal strife of the palace and various other reasons, the technique is incomplete, so it is difficult for the Khan to make further progress. I have an incantation that may be able to help the Khan complete the Great Flame Crow technique and help the Khan break through the bottleneck and reach a higher level. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Lord Protector General, is this true? Banahan's eyes widened at these words, a look of pleasant surprise on his face. He didn't dare to believe his ears. There was such a thing. At this moment, even Gao Xianji couldn't help but lean over. Wang Chong silently smiled. There was truly no need to doubt the Farahan's loyalty, but as the chief of the Farahan tribe, Banahan's strength was not very famous in the western regions. Even Wanhap Peiluo was firmly above him. This could only be described as a pity. Wang Chong had read a few records, so he knew that the crux of the problem lay in the legendary Great Fire Crow art of the Farahan tribe. This legendary art had become incomplete due to a famous internal conflict within the Farahan tribe, resulting in the Farahan Kagan's accomplishments being extremely limited. This problem persisted until the future great calamity arrived, when all of the martial arts were gathered and mutually verified. Only after everyone's wisdom and experience were gathered was this problem solved. It was only when Wang Chong saw Banahan's Farahan Kagan that he suddenly realized this point. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try, Wang Chong said. Calling over a guard, Wang Chong brought over a brush, ink, and paper. He quickly wrote down the mnemonic for the Great Fire Crow art on paper and gave it to Ferganan. Banahan treated it like a precious treasure. After this small interlude, everyone turned their attention back to the sand table. Although we've won the battles of the last 2 days, we still can't let our guard down. The first to speak was Cheng Qianli. As the Vice Protector General of the Anxi Protectorate Army, Cheng Qianli had a great deal of authority on the battlefield. Daluan Ruozan still hasn't retreated, and Abu Muslim still has his main force. Most importantly, he still hasn't personally entered the field. We don't know how many moves he has up his sleeves, or how many soldiers he has in reserve. The word soldiers in reserve instantly caused the mood in the hall to turn heavy. Everyone knew that the Arabs loved to fight, and Talas was too close, allowing them to recruit soldiers from the rear at any time. In truth, the Arabs had been recruiting soldiers this entire time. This was why, in the 2 months that the Anxi Protectorate Army had been fighting with the Arabs, Abu Muslim soldiers had only been increasing, not decreasing. When Wang Chong had arrived at Talas, there were still more than 300,000 soldiers stationed outside the walls. The hall was quiet, but in the end it was Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan, who broke the silence. Although the Arabs have come with a ferocious momentum and the battlefield is closer to them, numbers are not the only things that matter in war. There is also overall strength, training, cooperation, strategy, tactics, logistics, and all other aspects. From these considerations, I believe that there is no need for everyone to worry too much. The urgent task at hand is to discuss how to deal with the alliance between the Uzin, Western Turks, and Arabs. My opinion is the same as Lord Father's. Abu Muslim has still not retreated. If we don't thoroughly defeat him, this war can't be considered over. Wang Chong's big brother, Wang Fu, also spoke up at this moment. Abu Muslim is not that easy to deal with. I fought with him for more than 2 months, so I have some understanding of him. He likes to constantly test the waters, using high-intensity attacks to assault his opponents like a tide until his opponents will crumble, and he strikes fear into their hearts. And even if his opponent doesn't lose, he will gradually grasp your weakness through these constant attacks. In the end, he will personally strike and use his overwhelming advantage to deal a fatal blow to finish off his opponent. Gao Xianji suddenly interrupted. His expression was solemn, and there was a hint of warning in it. Moreover, the Arabs worship battle. No matter how many people they lose, as long as Abu Muslim does not give the order to retreat, they will never retreat, much less give up. To the Arabs, as long as they can defeat their opponents and conquer their country, they don't care about the price. In this aspect, they are completely different from the other opponents of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 1567. But if the city of Talaz's myriad Rakshasa earthen stronghold formation is so formidable that not even the behemoth can break it, doesn't that make the Tang dynasty invincible? Huishu Wizong couldn't help but frown. Haha, it's not that simple. Daluan Ruozan shook his head and grinned. The myriad Rakshasa earthen stronghold formation at Talaz was built more than 200 years ago. 100 years ago, the formation was already rather unstable. And now that the world has changed, the formation is finding it very difficult to absorb enough energy from the earth. At this point, the formation is probably only at 40 or 50% of its original strength. It won't be able to hold out for too long. As long as the Arabs let that behemoth continue to attack, the pressure on the formation will reach its limit. That's when the walls will fall. Daluan Ruozan's expression was calm and composed, but he exuded a powerful confidence that made others involuntarily trust him. After so many years on the battlefield and facing all sorts of powerful foes, Daluan Ruozan had long ago developed an extraordinary intelligence and calculating ability. Although the Arab behemoth army was rather surprising, Daluan Ruozan's abilities allowed him to quickly grasp the rhythm of the battle. It was very difficult for anything to surpass his expectations. Prime Minister, in your view, how long will that beast need to break the city of Talaz? Duwu Sili's voice came from the side. If the Tang people can't find an effective method, it won't take more than 5 minutes to finish a cup of tea. Daluan Ruozan confidently declared. In the distance, the black, boar-like behemoth outside the walls of Talaz was smashing, shoving, and crashing. Only those who had actually seen it would understand why this behemoth was called the Destroyer of Cities. The speed and frequency of its attacks far surpassed anyone's imagination. In a single second, it had launched at least 5 or 6 attacks on the city. Dense rumbling sounds echoed throughout the city. Everyone in the city felt threatened, their fear reaching a peak. In this city, there was no way for them to escape. Every time the behemoth attacked, it was like a death knell to them. Kill it. Don't let him get close to the wall. Seeing the concentrated attacks, Gao Xianji, Cheng Qianli, Wang Yan, and Banahan were all shocked. The city wouldn't be able to hold on for long if the beasts kept attacking like this. Boom, boom, boom. Countless attacks rained down on the black, boar-like behemoth. Gao, Xianji, Cheng Qianli, Wang Yan, and the other 30,000 great generals were also frantic, and all of them were doing their utmost. It's useless. The destroyer is different from other behemoths. Any type of attack is greatly reduced against it. What you're doing is futile. In the distance, Mazel inwardly sneered at the sight of the 3 great generals attacking the destroyer. When the destroyer was first created, it had taken into account the possibility that it would be obstructed by some supreme experts during its assault on the city, so its defense had been set to be very high. This was something that the first sower could not compare to. The attacks of Gao Xianji and the others would not be able to inflict any damage on the sower even after the city was breached. Awoo! Just when Mazel's lips curled into a cold smile, he heard a heaven-shaking howl. Mazel's heart trembled as he turned his head. In another direction, the terrorizer was charging. A massive 4-armed god, its body blazing with violet flames, had punched the terrorizer's head several times. The violet flames had latched onto Wang Chang's fists and spread to the terrorizer's body, seeping through the chinks in its armor. The terrorizer's defense was extremely powerful. The scales that covered its entire body were even more resistant to all kinds of attacks than the destroyer to a certain extent. Wang Chong had only needed a few punches to make the terrorizer howl. This was completely beyond Mazel's imagination. He could clearly sense that the terrorizer had been heavily injured and in excruciating pain. Those attacks had posed an enormous threat to it. This is impossible. This doesn't make sense. No one can inflict so much damage to the terrorizer. Mazel's eyes widened in shock, not daring to believe what he was seeing. What's going on here? Let alone Mazel. Even Abu Muslim couldn't help but show a hint of shock. There was no need to doubt the behemoth's abilities, and he was sure that something had happened to it that he did not know about. Otherwise, a single great general of the Tang dynasty would never have been enough to make the terrorizer howl in pain. Li Sai, attack its joints with all your strength. In addition, everyone, be careful of the behemoth's trampling. Wang Chong's furious roar echoed through the plains like a clap of thunder. The god King Yama that he had transformed into hugged the terrorizer's head tightly from the side. His forearms took turns to attack, and every punch was filled with his full strength. His conjecture from before had been confirmed. The strength of Lu Wu was apparently very effective against these behemoths. With each punch, Wang Chong could sense powerful life energy flowing from the behemoths into his body. Wang Chong's god King Yama originally only had the strength of a low-level great general, but with the support of the life energy of these behemoths, his cultivation was constantly rising, his strength madly rising from the low-level great general level to the middle-level great general level. Not only that, Wang Chong's own strength had also risen from Saint Martial Tier 7 to Saint Martial Tier 8, and he was charging towards Saint Martial Tier 9, the Brigadier General level. If Wang Chong could reach the Brigadier General level, he would undergo a qualitative transformation. Both he and the god King Yama would reach a higher level of power. Roar! Enraged by Wang Chong's attack, the scaled hippo behemoth roared and charged at Wang Chong. But although Wang Chong was still weaker than Gao Xianji and the others, his fighting skills were something that not even a supreme existence, like the celestial wolf great general, Dewusili, could do anything to, let alone the others. Bang! Wang Chong flipped over, his enormous body flipping from one side of the scaled behemoth to the other. As he landed, he unleashed a torrent of fists at the behemoth. The violet flames grew brighter and brighter, and with each punch, the flame of life on the scaled behemoth's body dimmed a little. This sort of situation had never happened to the Arab behemoth army before. Just who is that bastard? Someone kill him for me. Mazel was enraged. Master archers. Where are the master archers? It's useless. The attacks of master archers have no effect on this sort of great general. Ziad looked into the distance, his expression incomparably solemn. Let alone Mazel, not even Ziad had expected such a situation to occur. There had to be a reason why the behemoth army had become one of the cornerstones of the Caliph. Not even Ziad, who had reached the great general level through the aid of his ritual tool, was confident that he could deal with a single behemoth. Not even Ziad could explain the situation before him. He could only say that this young great general definitely had something on him that could restrain the behemoth army. Perhaps it was that violet flame, or perhaps something else. This was not good news for the Arabs. Damn it! I don't care if the attacks of the master archers are useful, but that Tang people must die, whether it's for the empire or for this war. Mazel pointed a finger at Wang Chong, but his eyes were on Abu Muslim and Zed, the two highest commanders of the Eastern Army. Mazel's duty was to attack the city, break the stalemate, and destroy the enemy army. As for the experts of the enemy army, they were undoubtedly Abu Muslim and Zed. Mazel's meaning was crystal clear. The Eastern Sassanid army, especially Abu Muslim and Ziyad, must be responsible for eliminating this threat. Relax. He won't survive. No matter what the result of this battle is, he won't be able to return to the East alive. Abu Muslim's eyes were filled with disdain as he spoke, his voice firm and unquestionable. In truth, not a single one of the Tang people you see will be able to leave. But before that, I need you to fulfill our agreement. Destroy the Tang people's defense line and destroy their cities. Abu Muslim gave Mazel a profound stare as he spoke, his meaning clear as day. No matter how one looked at it, it was extremely unwise for Mazel's terrorizer to remain outside the defense line and tangle with an imperial great general of the Tang dynasty. It was also not in line with the Arabs' will. Abu Muslim needed to completely destroy the steel defense line of the Tang dynasty. Without this steel defense line, the outcome of the war would be completely different. The hundreds of thousands of Arab soldiers might have already crushed the enemy. Understood. Lord Governor, be at ease. I will definitely fulfill my promise. Even though Mazel had never cared about what others said, he couldn't help but blush and give a deep bow. Neither the terrorizer nor the destroyer had managed to destroy the enemy's cities and break their defense line. This was undoubtedly a disgrace to the behemoth army. Chapter 1568. Roar! Roar! The behemoth's roars echoed throughout the city of Talaz as its massive body continued to press and advance on Wangchong. Although Abu Muslim's arrow had missed, it was not completely ineffective. While Wangchong was distracted, the scaled behemoth had seized the opportunity to charge forward. It was now less than 100 feet from the first defense line. Its breath blew against the steel walls with thunderous booms, and some of the closest Tang dynasty soldiers were unable to stop it and were sent flying along with their horses. The arms of Wang Chang's God King Yama wrapped around the neck of the terrorizer as he stubbornly resisted. Although Wang Chong was doing his best, he was finding it harder and harder to hold on. The power of the God King Yama's descent was not limitless. With each passing second, Wang Chong's strength would weaken a little. Wang Chong had been able to stop the scaled behemoth's advance at the start, but now Wang Chong's entire body was being pushed forward. Damn it! Wang Chong bellowed, his metal cudgel slamming against the behemoth's head again and again. The violet flames of Lu Wu's strength wrapped around the cudgel and spread into the behemoth's body. With each passing second, the behemoth's vigorous flames of life would dim a little. Boundless vitality poured into Wang Chong's body, but it still could not stop the frenzied behemoth. Although Wang Chong had punched a hole in its skull, this was already its limit. An invisible energy seemed to be stopping Wang Chong, preventing him from advancing any further. Release! On the ground, Chin Bin's right hand swung down once more. From all directions, countless crossbow bolts pierced through the air and shot toward the behemoth in front of them. But this time, a considerable portion of the crossbow bolts bounced off the giant beast's hard scales. Only a small portion managed to penetrate the gaps between the scales. Wang Chong might have stalled the giant beast, but his enormous Yama devil body had also greatly affected the attacks of the ballistae on the ground. Again, Chin Bin's expression remained unchanged as he issued another order. This was the last attack they could launch. The behemoth could leap over at any time. With just one kick, the ballista army would suffer heavy losses. Zhang Shouji, are you done yet? Wang Chong's anxious voice resounded in the sky. In a place where no one could see, Wang Chong's face was as white as a sheet of paper. Fresh blood flowed from the web between his thumb and forefinger. Forcefully fighting against a giant beast that he couldn't defeat was a huge burden on his body. Crack! A massive crack spread from the God King Yama's shoulder to his back like a spider's web all the way to his waist. And these fine cracks were increasing at an astonishing rate on the body of Wang Chong's four-armed God King Yama. In just a few moments, the God King Yama's body was covered in these fine cracks, making it look like a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. This was a sign that the God King Yama had reached the limit of its endurance and was on the verge of collapse. On the ground, the atmosphere was tense and confrontational to the extreme. All the craftsmen were frantically assembling the ballistae, their faces pale and their scalps numb. Just a few more moments. Marquis, hold on. Zhang Shouji's anxious voice came from the ground, his beard fluttering in the wind. At this moment, no one knew just how much pressure he was under. Not enough time. Far from enough. Zhang Shouji could very quickly assemble the ballistae, but something like a giant ballista had never appeared in the history of the empire. None of the craftsmen, including Zhang Shouji himself, had any experience with it. This little bit of time simply wasn't enough. Bang! As soon as Zhang Shouji's voice fell, the gigantic scaled beast immediately pushed the gigantic Yama, heavenly god, forward. The god King Yama's massive heel kicked up a great deal of dirt and sand as it smashed into the steel walls behind it. With a heaven-shaking boom, 7 or 8 steel walls were uprooted and sent tumbling through the air like broken kites. Retreat! Hurry and retreat! Cries of alarm resounded through the sky. There was chaos in front of the huge beast as countless soldiers retreated in panic. In front of the behemoth, they were nothing more than ants, so weak that they couldn't even injure it, let alone resist. 7th square formation, 10th square formation, 23rd square formation, all of you retreat. A familiar voice resounded in everyone's ears. It was Wang Chong's. Even though he was in the middle of a fierce battle and had his back to them, Wang Chong was still able to grasp the situation on the battlefield. Even though he was in a perilous situation, his square formation did not fall into disarray. Boom! Upon receiving Wang Chong's order, the army in front of the behemoth began to scatter to the sides. Roar! At almost the same time, the scaled behemoth unleashed its ferocious nature. With a fling of its massive body kicked up a cloud of dust as it shot forward. Aya! Screams filled the air. The seemingly ordinary sand was instantly transformed into the most lethal weapons under the behemoth's terrifying strength. Nay, amidst miserable neighs, war horses that weren't able to dodge in time were struck by the sandstorm, instantly becoming badly mangled, and their bodies were covered in bloody holes that resembled honeycombs. As for the warrior on horseback, although he was wearing armor, he was still sent flying from the back of the horse and fell heavily. His internal organs were already injured in the air, and he stopped breathing. Even a sneeze from a giant elephant was a devastating blow to an ant. The same was true for the Tang Dynasty army in front of Tala's. Manpower was far too insignificant in the face of these legendary behemoths. Damn it! In an instant, Wang Chong's eyes reddened. With no time to think, Wang Chong thrust the 10-meter-long cudgel that had been used to deal with the behemoth into the earth behind the defense line. One end of the cudgel sank into the rock, while the other end pressed against the behemoth's body. In order to avoid heavy casualties, Wang Chong had no other choice. But even so, this was only temporary. The danger to the army was far from over. Kacha! At this moment, there was a crisp sound. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the huge god King Yama's arm was severed at the base. It fell heavily from the sky and landed on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise into the air. This was the second arm of the 4-armed god King Yama that had been severed. In a place where no one could see, the moment the second arm fell, Wang Chong vomited a mouthful of blood. Marquis! On the ground, Qin Bin, Sun Jiming, Qin Burang, and Zhuang Jinping all paled at the sight. Even though his cultivation level was far from enough, they could all sense that Wang Chong's body was at its limit and that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. But this was not the end. Rumble! The scaled behemoth, the terrorizer, suddenly slammed its head against the god King Yama, sending Wang Chong flying more than a dozen zhang away. Without Wang Chong's obstruction, an empty space of more than a dozen zhang appeared in front of the behemoth. The army was now completely exposed. Not good. Get out of the way. Retreat. Retreat. Army, retreat. Get out of here. We can't hold on any longer. At this sight, the tens of thousands of Tang soldiers fell into chaos. Panic began to spread, and every one of them could sense the thick stench of death. The army, which had maintained its composure a moment ago, was instantly routed. No one could imagine the damage a behemoth could inflict on an army without anyone to stop it. Marquis, the giant ballistae are ready. Everyone get out of the way. Just as the army was about to suffer grievous losses, a loud shout came from the crowd. Without any warning, the several thousand craftsmen who had been gathered together suddenly scattered, retreating in every direction. In the center of the craftsmen, a massive and heavy ballista had already been assembled. This ballista was more than 10 meters long, and its body was pitch black. Many of its parts were still steaming. These were the parts that had just been forged and were immediately used on the giant ballista. After spending a great deal of time and energy and gathering the strength of the craftsmen, Zhang Shouji had finally completed this giant ballista. Awoo! The behemoth roared. Just as the craftsman finished, the behemoth's muscles bulged and it squatted down, its massive head slowly lowering. Its scarlet eyes, brimming with the desire to destroy, glared at the army below. This was a sign that the behemoth was preparing to attack. Senior Zhang, give us the giant ballistae. The 7th, 10th, 12th, 14th square formation. Everyone advance. The 30th, 38th square formation. Load the ballistae. With no time to think, Qinbin unsheathed his sword and rushed forward, issuing a series of orders. The army was in chaos and everyone was fleeing. The craftsmen and Zhang Shouji were almost out of strength, and Wang Chong had been sent flying by the behemoth. At this time, besides Chen Bin and his ballista army, no one else could stop the behemoth. Bang! Chen Bin and the ballista army's training was on full display at this moment. As soon as Chen Bin's voice fell, the ballista soldiers who had been preparing to retreat changed directions and charged at the giant ballista. Several hundred ballista soldiers had a clear division of labor, and there was no chaos. Creak, creak. Several dozen Tang Dynasty soldiers worked together to load a 10-meter-long ballista bolt weighing nearly 1,000 jin onto the giant ballista. Boom! A massive foot stomped down heavily, landing in the area within the defensive line. The massive power seeped into the ground through the sole of the foot, causing the ground within the defensive line to tremble. Hundreds of feet away, screams could be heard as hundreds of fleeing cavalrymen were thrown into the air along with their horses. The behemoth had finally broken through the defense line and launched its attack. The army of nearly 100,000 was in grave danger. Fire! Qinbin finally gave the order to fire. At that moment, time seemed to stop. Everyone held their breath, and their hearts were in their throats. The giant ballista had always been an idea that had never been realized. Not even Zhang Shouji, the creator and executor of the plan, knew if the giant ballista would succeed or not, or if the bolts it fired would be able to harm the scaled behemoth, let alone anyone else. Chapter 1569. Bang! Like a dragon emerging from the sea, an earth-shattering boom rang out as a huge arrow broke the silence. It shot out like a bolt of lightning towards the scaled beast in the distance. This arrow carried the hopes of countless people. Even the fleeing mercenaries of the western regions couldn't help but turn their heads, their eyes shining with boundless hope. Several dozen zhang passed, 50 zhang, 30 zhang, 100 zhang. Time seemed to slow down countless times as the distance between the arrow and the scaled behemoth continued to shrink. 70 zhang, 60 zhang. Boom! As countless people watched, the arrow fired from the giant crossbow struck the scaled armored behemoth's head. Awoo! The moment the long sword hit, the huge scaled beast seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Its two front hooves were lifted off the ground, and its huge head was thrown back as it let out a painful howl. And its life energy, which had already been rapidly weakened by Wang Chong, was now even more severely weakened. Boom! Cheers shook the heavens as the nearly 100,000 soldiers cheered in excitement. When so many people cheered together, no one could have imagined such a sight. Wonderful! It's working. The giant ballista really is effective against the behemoth. The morale of the entire army soared. Chun Bin and the ballista soldiers were also overjoyed. Success! The giant ballista that Wang Chong and Zhang Shouji had designed together was actually effective against the behemoth. The moment this giant ballista appeared, it immediately displayed an unimaginable power. This arrow had an unprecedented impact on the distant Uzun, the Western Turks, the Arabs, and everyone else. What is that? When did the Tang dynasty get such a formidable weapon? On the hill, Hushu Wuzong's eyelids twitched violently. Looking at the arrow stuck in the giant beast's head, his heart was in turmoil. Hushu Wuzong was a renowned general of the Uzun Empire, and he had crossed swords with Zhangqiu Jinqiu many times, as well as other generals of the Tang dynasty. However, Hushu Wuzong had never seen such a weapon before. The fact that the Arabian Empire possessed a behemoth army was already surprising enough. But the fact that the Tang dynasty possessed such a terrifying weapon against the behemoths left Hushu Wuzong in shock and astonishment. Although the giant beasts were terrifying, if the Tang dynasty had a large number of these weapons, then even the giant beast army would have nothing to fear. In contrast, the Tang dynasty, which could create weapons to deal with the giant beasts, was more feared and feared. Impossible. When did the Tang dynasty become capable of resisting Arabia? The most shocked of all was the celestial wolf, great general Dewussili. He had been watching from the sidelines this entire time, and no activity had escaped his eyes and ears. When the behemoth had sent Wang Chong flying, Dewussili had believed that the outcome of the battle was already decided. What awaited the Tang dynasty was the complete annihilation of its army and the destruction of its city. He had never imagined that a single arrow from the Tang dynasty would be able to deal such a heavy blow to the behemoth. The originally clear ending suddenly became confusing because of this arrow. Bastard! What's going on here? No one was more shocked than the commander of the behemoth army, Mazel. The behemoths had no natural enemies, and their defenses were so powerful that no human weapon could injure them. Mazel found it hard to accept that one of the behemoths had died here. But what was even harder to accept was that these Eastern infidels were actually able to create weapons that could deal with the behemoths. This time, Abu Muslim and Ziyad, the two highest commanders of the East, did not immediately rebuke Mazel. Even for the two commanders, the arrow that had appeared out of the blue had caused a great impact and shock. Quickly reload. Prepare for the second shot. Chun Bin's voice resounded through the sky in high spirits. Although it had failed to kill the behemoth, the giant ballistae had already proven their value. They were completely capable of dealing a heavy blow to the Arabian behemoth. Awoo! Just when the 20-some ballista soldiers were about to load another giant bolt, a roar rang out. At some point, a pair of scarlet eyes had locked onto the ballista soldiers, a look of extreme hatred in them. At almost the same time, a thick, baleful aura surged over the ballista soldiers and engulfed them. In an instant, everyone felt a terrifying sense of danger. Not good. The behemoth is aiming at us. Hurry! Reload the ballistae. Everyone, prepare to protect the ballistae. Although that arrow had heavily wounded the scaled behemoth, it had also succeeded in enraging it. With a heaven-shaking roar, the behemoth turned its head and charged at the behemoths. The army was in a state of panic, and even Chun Bin paled. Just as the giant ballistae and the surrounding ballista soldiers were about to fall to the behemoth's hands, everyone heard a massive roar in their ears. Get out of my way! With a flash of light, a huge figure pushed the behemoth out of the defensive line like a mountain of gold and jade. "Milord, Marquis!" The sight of that familiar figure gave the behemoths a boost in morale. Although Wang Chang's four-armed god had lost 2 arms, it still possessed immense strength. More importantly, the behemoth had suffered one blow after another, and its flame of life was rapidly dimming. It was no longer as ferocious as before. Thud, thud, thud. Caught off guard, the behemoth lost its balance and was pushed back several steps by Wang Chang's god King Yama. each step causing the earth to quake and all of Talas to quake. "Beast, eat another blow from my cudgel." Wang Chang's furious roar was like a peal of thunder. He swung his cudgel at the behemoth's head, or to put it more accurately, at the giant ballista bolt sticking out of the behemoth's head. The behemoth howled, its body trembling in pain. Half of the ballista bolt had been exposed, but now that Wang Chong had smashed it into the behemoth was once more heavily wounded. And Wang Chong's attacks were far from over. With this wave of attacks, the behemoth's mind was thrown into disarray, and Wang Chong's God King Yama continued to rain down blows. Boom, boom, boom. In a few short moments, the behemoth's head had suffered 30 to 40 blows. Wonderful! Marquis! 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 Cheers soared into the heavens, and the distant Uzin, Western Turks, and Arabs all grimaced. Release! With Wang Chong fending off the behemoth, Qin Bin and the others became excited. Qin Bin swung down his woozy steel sword, and in a flash of light, a second ballista bolt flew through the air, piercing into the behemoth's head. Faster, faster! Qin Bin continued to urge them. With the experience from the first time, the speed at which everyone reloaded was much faster this time. Boom! Immediately after the second huge crossbow, another arrow over 10 meters long struck the giant beast's head with a deafening roar. Wang Chong and the giant ballisti worked closely together. Wang Chong used his cudgel to attack while the giant ballisti fired from the rear. One ballista bolt after another struck the behemoth's head, and with each strike, the behemoth's life energy dimmed a little. Boom! The last volley did not come from Qin Bin and the others, but from the open gate of Talas. At some point, a second giant ballista had been assembled within the city and had been pushed out of the gate. The commander at the lead was tall and extremely young. It was none other than Suki. The appearance of the two giant ballisti elicited a wave of cheers from the army, and the morale, which had been at rock bottom, instantly soared, even surpassing what it had been before the battle. And when Suki's arrow shot out, the distant behemoth toppled over like a pillar of jade. The fall of the behemoth caused the earth to tremble as if it was unable to endure the enormous force and was on the verge of splitting apart. After enduring 20-some giant ballista bolts, the terrorizer of the Arabian Empire's illustrious body finally lost all of its vitality. Protector General! Protector General! Protector General! Both inside and outside the defense line, including Talas, the cheers of the army could be heard from 100 li away. In the distance, the soldiers of the three empires had nasty grimaces, especially the Arabs. The terrorizer's reputation was like a thunderclap in their ears, and it had destroyed countless cities. No existence had ever been able to pose a true threat to this behemoth, much less kill it. But now it had slumbered here. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have never dared to believe it. This was undoubtedly an enormous blow to the Arab army. Buzz! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong raised his right foot and strode over the corpse of the terrorizer. Qin Bin, Suki, I'll leave those two giant ballisti to you. Work together and finish off the last behemoth. Wang Chong's voice was still echoing over the defense line, but he had already vanished into the distance. In the distance, Gao Xinji, Chang Qianli, and Wang Yan were engaged in a white-hot battle with the black boar behemoth. The three of them were madly attacking the behemoth, but the behemoth ignored them and continued to attack the city of Talas. The majestic city of Talas was constantly trembling, and the trembling was only getting stronger and stronger.